but young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young, free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know this is the home of We Major, me Frosty, unfamous. In the restricted clothing brands, let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
DJ HAMP, the Stampede.
Yo, check. in the building. Thank you for everybody who's on Festival Drive Fridays. See him soon, man, for sure. Wow. He's the Tokyo foe, man. Make sure, you know what I mean? You hold each other down at all times. Good, bad, or indifferent, man. You know what I mean? Let me see. Check. How's this sound? Is it low? Check. Let me see. Check. Am I good? Check. Let me know. Check. How's that sound? Is it still low? Mic check. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat. I'm good. Okay. Salute. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute to everybody in the building. Salute to everybody who was here when we had the jam session, the 90s hip hop. That shit's always fun for sure. Yeah, man. We've been having a hell of a week. We got CJ, we got Risky Fuel right here. It's been a great week. And before you even ask, I already worked out this morning. And after I'm done on here, I'm gonna work out again, like I told y'all. Try to take the weekends off because my shoulder get a little bit sore, like working out. So I gotta try to like mitigate that. So I don't know if it's sure if I should work through it or do I gotta let it rest. You know what I'm saying? So it's a thing to navigate. You know what I mean? Get this right here. So yeah, man. I already know. Yeah. So I gotta figure that out. But I was able to do 225 the other day because me and Arnold got a bet. And he gonna owe me $100, and I want my $100 in quarter rolls. You heard? I think quarter rolls come in 10s, Arnold. I want 10 quarter rolls mailed to me. You understand? Mailed to me. I want it to look like contraband. I want you to take the time to put the quarter rolls in socks or something to try to hide the fact that they quarter rolls. You understand? So I want 10 quarter rolls. I want you to make it look like, I want you to put it in cereal boxes, my nigga. You heard? Cause this gonna be the easiest $100 I ever earned in my life. Me and Arnold got a bet. I ain't fucking with him. Hank Deezy, what up? Yeah, that's what they say, man. But you know, Rainbow, I got, you know, I the resistance bands are good. They are good because you get that the negative, you know, you get the resistance either way it go. So I tested myself on 225. You know what I mean? And I was able to get 225 yesterday. So he in trouble, man. Me and Arnold got a bet because he the only one that took it out of 60 people. Yeah, I'm gonna do 315 10 times by September. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else in there, shaking in their boots and shit like that. You feel me?
Niggas.
Arnold took the bet.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Anybody else want in on that bet? You want in? All right. Say less. I got $200 waiting for me in September. For the 225, man. No, it's gonna be good though. Let me see what in the chat real quick and we get it popping. John H, what's popping? Oh, John H was trying to watch that video. Mr. Jones was popping. Salute. Mel, you already know. I got Riri in the building. What's up, Riri? E-Dub in the building. Nightbot behaving. Mr. Williams, salute. Mrs. Locks, let's go. Homeboy Blaze, Shalom. Mrs. Bells, of course, was popping. Salute. Cali Bev putting in work. Ninja Cool, what up, my G? Good to see you. You heard? Let me see. I got Mel. I got Cali. Ezekiel bin Israel. Shalom. Akium. Aaron putting in work as the newest moderator. That's what's up. I get no respect. Yeah, man. That's the jingle over here. This might be risky, you know? Strada was popping, man. SPS in the building. SPS podcast. Somebody please drop the link. Make sure y'all go like, share, and subscribe. Strada, CJ, Saw, Bino be putting in work. You heard? Impress, of course. Crystal Clear, salute. American Tradesman was pop. Is that American Negro? You changed your name? Okay. TMBN was shaking. Quincy in the building. Salute. Jay Wills, what up, kid? How you, man? Hope everything's golden, man. Let me see. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. My OG Vet Life in the building. Rocked out. We had fun with that 90s mix. Reaper was popping. Miss Jilly, salute. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat. Nico was popping. Yeah, definitely hit the like button. Once again, my brother Bino SPS in the building. Relly was goody. Make sure you put some work in. I like it. CJ, of course, hold me accountable for my working out. Rock Solid was goody, my boy. Indeed. Let me see. Rainbow Kid holding it down. Yeah, it was definitely different. Lex was goody. Was popping. Fifi, thank you for the reminder. I had to switch the mechanism in which I was speaking through. Daily Living in the building. CC was popping. Thank you for the 20 ball, man. CC is definitely probably the worst moderator, but top 3 support. Shit like that. Kasim, what up, OG? I got him. I got Zeke already. Aaron was goody. Red Scorpio was popping. Thank you for the check-in. I appreciate it. I'm doing good. Let me see. Make sure I don't miss anybody before we get cooking. So what? I see you. What's goody? Good to see you. Happy Friday. Yo, Sporties in the building. Make sure y'all go like, share, and subscribe to the Chaotic Clubhouse. They doing their thing over there, bright and early, late, whenever they fucking feel like it. I mean, let's get it, man. He knows what's popping. Hot water. Nah, I ain't Samoan. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I go at times, but they be charging too much. You know what I'm saying? Once I learned the workouts, I just do it myself. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, it's good. Let me see. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Keeps it 100, of course. Let me see. Drabo was popping. Like I ain't seen Drabo in a minute. Maybe it's just me. Melly Mel was goody. Keisha, we got Keisha in the Discord. Okay. Heather, what's up? I just talked to Mr. White too. I ain't forget. He been on some he been trying to organize this shit, so I ain't forget at all. Crimson, they bet me that by September, because you know I had shoulder surgery in December. I had shoulder surgery on December 12th, so I'm getting back right. And they bet me that I couldn't do 315 10 times by September. I did 225 yesterday. I could have done it for more, but that shit did kind of hurt. But I did it just to make sure I could do it, and it was pretty simple for me. So they want that bet. I'm telling you, I got $1,000 to bet. I got 100 with Arnold. I got 100 with CJ. I'm taking 8 more. It don't matter. 315 pounds 10 times, man. Who want the bet? DJ Smoke, what up? Leon, what up? You know what I'm saying? Call me Queen T in the building. Say less. CJ, what's popping? JG, what up, though? How you? Aaron, yup, what's goody? Tiff, what's good? Tiff be trying to get on me. Lee Ann, how are you? Hope everything's everything. Salute to the babies, man. GA, what up, kid? Good to see you as always. I'm gonna say hi to everyone. Ed, what's good? Ed was talking in the Discord. I like, God damn, man. He was cooking too. You know what I'm saying? Like Mike was popping. Baby Sneak, are you in the Discord? Good to see you nonetheless. You know what I'm saying? Lee, what's good? I was trying to see if you caught that. He knows. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Tony, what up, kid? What up, my G? Noah Bell, what's goody, my boy? Noah definitely giving y'all the blues in his chat too. Alfo, yeah, I jump rope. I jump rope every day. I do so we do 3-minute rounds. So anytime I go work out, I do 6 rounds of jump rope first. Either first or last. I usually try to do it first because by the time I'm done, I'll be hating to do that shit. So I do 6 rounds of jump rope no matter what, you know? So there he is. What's goody? B Sammy, what up, kid? I ain't seen you in a minute. Baby Sneak, come on, man. Bring your $6 ass in the Discord. You heard? Somebody drop the link to the Discord. Let's get it popping. So y'all was here for the interview with Obsidian. Put a 1 in the chat if you were here for the interview. I let it run about the whole day. So I did an interview on Wednesday. Thursday evening to like late afternoon, I put it on members only, right? And then I released the interview by itself today. So the interview is out to the public. I'm reading the chat. What did y'all think about the interview? Give me a 1-word answer, and I'm gonna try to read them out. Matt Pearson was goody, my boy. 1015, what up? Give me 1-word answers, okay? I want to understand what y'all thought. What y'all think? What did y'all think of the interview? Give me 1 word. TC the Don, what up, my boy? What's poppin'? Need it. I like that. Good. In capital letters. Enter. Dope. Loud. Peak. Dodgy. Entertaining. Understood. Necessary. Beef. Clarification. I'm kind of with Bino Lee Mitch. Informative. Entertaining. Understanding. Okay. Fire. Different. Okay, that's different. Historical. Insightful. Lit. Yeah. Gabe. Word is born, son. So interesting. Okay, so all good adjectives. History lesson. That's 2 words. Now instructions are key. Instructions are key. Classic. Great. Okay. All right. So yeah. So I think I was very interested because how Obsidian and I went through it is slightly different than how I went through it with some of the other gentlemen who are considered forefathers of the Manosphere, you know? So how I approach this one is like literally like the lifeblood, the genesis, what was the catalyst, and etc., you know? And we definitely looked at different things. Were you guys surprised at a couple of things that Obsidian has said regarding like discipline as an example? Were you guys surprised that he had that take on that facet? Like men need to have more penis discipline. Were you guys surprised by his answer? His answer being yes? Like, were you guys surprised by that? Were you guys surprised by his acknowledgement of men being complicit and black men specifically being complicit in the abortion statistics? Okay, yeah. So Cece, I never, you know what I'm saying? That's why it was so, because you know the stereotypes are so loud, right? Yeah, he said it. Knight Bishop, he said it that night. Like it would be yeah, okay. All right, so good. So that's a consistency. All right, cool. Yeah. No, I interviewed him. I don't know if you were here, but he had said it on this thing. So how about the abortion thing? Were you guys surprised to him say that men are complicit in that abortion statistic? And what he said, the reason why, seemed to make sense. Were you guys surprised about that? And his sentiment was simply, and I could play it, you know, but I'm just kind of talking through. When he said, if you voted democratically and you understand that the policies aligned with being pro-abortion, then he said by proxy you are complicit in those what is it, 40 million deaths since, in the last 60 years or whatever the case is. Were you guys surprised by that? Put a 1 in the chat. Cause I just listening, I was just listening. Now I think people change over time, but when we were discussing back and forth, I didn't hear the overall vitriol that people say that people have. Now it could be because of how him and I were discussing it. So it could be how like maybe I like approached the conversation to where there was no need to be like super duper derogatory. But generally speaking, he kind of just voiced what it is that is being seen and being said. So it interested me. I was trying to get this one piece. Let me see something. Give me 1 second. Like, share, subscribe to. So one thing, right? Yeah, no, it was I did on purpose. I apologize. So let me ask a couple questions. I'll drop the link. But what was the reason? What is the reason? What was the genesis for the Manosphere? So there were people saying, hey, we wanted to help men improve. We want to help men do better. We want to help men grow. We want to help men be more successful. Is that the root? And we were talking in the Discord, and it was so much like the Manosphere and then the Black Manosphere, right? And that designation was almost to separate the Manosphere from the negative connotation of having the DMP conversation. That's how I heard it when they were separating the Manosphere from the Black Manosphere. So essentially what was being said was the Black Manosphere was the one talking down on women, but the Manosphere was about men, the empowerment and betterment of men. Now, I asked that question specifically. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, so Awaken Black Wizard, that's one thing that they were minding through yesterday. The genesis of Black Manosphere or the white one? Okay, so Awaken is saying something a little bit different. Black Manosphere and the white one, and then Manosphere just without the distinction. So I asked that question. Let me see if I can bring this piece up here, and definitely go watch the interview. If you want to watch when people came up, that is on members only. A few clips will be released, but that part is on members only. So here's the question here. Let me see. Two things.
Yeah. Shout out to Crimson Cure. She's done an amazing job.
It goes a long way when people see powerful. TJ, who showed me a lot of there. And there's several questions that I've asked, but I don't know if I asked in this way. And I'm almost glad that I haven't, as I've been developing, during the interview process. What was your genesis? What made you start on this journey, on this path? And I've heard the name Black Manosphere, and every time I hear that, it's usually attributed to 4 specific names, yours being one of them. So what was the genesis that made you say, I have to do this for men?
Yeah, 10 years ago, it's like, wow, I can't believe time flew that fast. But 10 years ago in 2015, I was like, I got tired of the way things were always discussed with Black men in the media, both white and Black. And I referred to it on the Black side. I referred to it as the Black Vagina Vision media. So, Oprah and Essence and Madame Noir. And it was always discussed in a way that was very kind of, it was always like black men were always like put in a box. And I got tired of it. I just decided one day I'm going to do something about it. Excuse me. I had a Dell laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, it's over there. It's around here somewhere. I had a Dell laptop, and I went in my bathroom because it was, it reminds me of a sound booth.
Sure.
So I went in there. It wouldn't have any echoes, anything like that. And I got me a real cheap Logitech headset. Mine was like $20 or something like that. And I did my very first podcast on June 2nd, 2015. And it was like 10 minutes on YouTube. And I never looked back.
Okay.
And that's what did it. I didn't know Angry Man and O'Shea Duke Jackson at the time. We didn't know each other, but they independently of me all started doing their thing as well. And then we kind of coalesced later on that year.
So he's just kind of going into the maturation process. But he was frankly tired of the rhetoric surrounding black men, and he named a couple popular shows or talk shows or whatever the case is that were seemingly, from his summation, disparaging black men. So he started doing what he was doing in direct response. And he's one of the forefathers of the Manosphere. Is that the genesis of the black Manosphere? Is that the genesis? Literally, yeah, I dropped the phone twice. Was that literally the genesis of why things began? The brothers that know a whole lot more than me, if he's saying it and he's on the Mount Rushmore, is he accurate? Is he accurate? Is it literally in response to the propaganda? Because it's always said about male empowerment and things of that nature, but one of the founding fathers said it was actually to cut through all the propaganda and bullshit being said by black men. So I'm just trying to understand it. One thing that I noticed is Vet saying that's a fact. Okay. One thing I noticed, Vet, all the people who've been here, is if I interview, facts, CJ. If I interview one of the brothers who are deemed the founders and things of that nature, there's one thing I noticed overwhelmingly is that a lot of people come to speak directly against them, refute their points, and even to a level disparage. I've seen that over and over. And then those men are saying they're Manosphere, but I guess a different type, but then they're also black. And I've known that people had different fallouts and arguments. And what it feels like, and I'm saying feels, is the crab in a barrel shit continues. Like the crab in a barrel shit continues. Where they'll be just talking about the topic essentially, right? About their understanding, and then a bunch of old shit will be brought into it, and very rarely are their talking points being addressed directly. Every time I drop the link in either one of these interviews, right, I make sure to clear it with each of the guests. Do you want me to drop the link? Do you feel like going through that? And they either say yay or nay. And these been doing it way longer than me. So they understand, generally speaking, what's going to come with the dropping of the link. But I always make sure I get their buy-in before we do it. And as you see, most of the interviews I've done, there hasn't been a link drop. Like I'll drop the link after, after they leave or whatever the case is, so we can discuss it. But the majority of the time, there is no link drop unless they actually get into it, So it just interesting in me. And Do those let me ask y'all a question. Yeah, Lee Mitch, and that's the thing that is like difficult to navigate. Like they'd be arguing about some shit, and I'm trying to catch the context of it, you know? Let me ask a question. When the brothers come from having all the information, right? uh when the brothers come, they'd be like, well, you did this, you said this, you did that, you got kicked off, and etc. Do they have a point? Do they have a point? Are they within their bounds? Or do you see it as hate? Do you see it as hate? Put a 2 in the chat if you see it as hate. Put a 1 in the chat if they have a point. If they have a leg to stand on, so to speak. 1 in the chat if they have credence. 2 in the chat if it's hate. And obviously, I'm not saying you guys I'm not saying you guys have to say I'm not holding you to being absolute when you put 1 or a 2, but I'm just seeing what you see more of. You know? I'm just seeing what you see more of, you know? Hey, Knight Bishop, hit the link. I'll drop it for you directly. I'll drop it for you directly. 'Cause I know everybody's like an expert and such. If you have some constructive critique, we could talk through it. It's different, like talking like directly. So let me know if you want the link. I'll drop it for you real quick. Take that bet. I got $100 for you. I got $100 for you. I'm gonna do 315 10 times, bro. 10 times. 10 times. Ezekiel, don't mind that. Don't even mind that. Let's just drop the link, right? Because people paint a thing, right? So let's just talk about it directly. Don't even mind it, okay? Because we know who does the job very well. Mr. McBride was good. Yo, I'm gonna do it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You know. Okay, so let me see. Let me count this. 2, 2, 1, 1, 1. So Clips, you say yes, they all have agenda. So are you saying 2 or 1? My bad. Nat said 1. Ezekiel said 2. 1015 said 1, 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. Okay, so it's mostly 2s. It's mostly 2s, but there are a decent amount of 1s. No, you're good. You're good. I'm saying, with the back and forth you was having, they can just click the link. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I just want them to click the link. You know, I just hate when people just make these. The statements are getting corny. You know, so I just rather them click the link and have a direct conversation. So okay, let me see. So Knight Bishop said with the $10 says the genesis of the black manosphere or the white one. So that's I'm talking about the black one, but the fact you made a differentiation resonates with me. Aaron with the $2 says feminism was an action. Manosphere is the reaction. Okay. Awaken Black Wizard. The white manosphere was to quote get men off the plantation by showing how they are systematically used. The black manosphere was initiated by the founders, but grew in popularity after a falling out of the white manosphere.
Shit like that.
Okay, that's edification. Awaken Black Wizard with this announcement. The difference between the black and white manosphere at first was black men wanted to talk about mending the relationship with black women and white men, with MGTOW leading, were essentially done. Okay. Bad Life of the 10 out says, salute, Hamp, salute. The original Black Manosphere was called The Commission. Angry Man named that. Then it changed to the Black Manosphere. Jap, Angry Man, Tito, Obsidian, O'Shea came later. Okay. So if Obsidian's saying a thing, then it's good. Yeah, it happens. Do you guys think? Let me see. Put a 1 in the chat, y'all. Let me see. It is easier, Miss Gail, but I have more fun doing accounting. That's why I'll be having more fun. So let me see. Dang, what did I say just now? I forgot what I said. So a couple of the talking points, right? So I'm gonna drop the link because I'm less versed on the topic itself. And I just want to understand it, like who gets the cap put on them in terms of being manosphere at this juncture. Is it a negative, positive, or negative connotation? Like, let me ask you guys, would you say that if a person is labeled manosphere, do majority of people, objectively speaking, think that it has a negative connotation at this juncture? Put a 1 for yes, 2 for no. Put a 1 for yes, 2 for no. Put a 1 for yes, 2 for no. I got you, Placido. So 1 for yes. Darius said 1. It's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Okay. So it's overwhelmingly 1. Bruiser was popping. 1, 1, 1. Okay. What's up, Pete? Salute. Okay, 1. Okay, so mostly 1s, huh? Damn. Wow.
Shit like that.
Now, so 1. Damn. Oh, Sozan, my bad. The question was if being labeled manosphere has a negative connotation. He said 1. Damn. Placido said manosphere has the same stigma as the incel. Holy shit. That's not good. That's not good. Doesn't sound good. We have 300 people in the building. We have 101 likes. Please hit the like button. Let me drop this link. Ain't no need for me to struggling through this. And Crimson, I don't know if you heard what yeah, no, I think you speaking like just based on like you answering the question, like I said, like what do most people think, So let me drop the link. Hey, Crimson. So I was just saying, I don't know if you have any insight that I can maybe you could lend. Because I just told Obsidian how my first actual interview was you. In terms of like starting that interview series. And he just gave you your flowers, essentially, But I think that you were around in the Genesis too, But the brothers was arguing in my Discord about it, and it was a whole lot of like dissension. Like even so much so, y'all listen to this, right? This fantastic was good. So the brother was saying how he came to the internet, right? And he learned a lot from the brothers on the internet. And then the other men that are also, I think they are part like adjacent to the Manosphere or whatever, something like that. They like called them corny for the shit. They're like, nigga, you learning from niggas on the internet? Where your daddy? But I'm thinking if you want to help men build each other, you can get ideas from a lot of different places, whether it be an internet, in person, from a commercial, from playing sports. But he was laughed at from learning from the internet. So then I'm like, well, are those brothers constructive either? Like it threw me a little bit. Cause then it led me to believe, well, just hit the link. The link is up. The link is dropped. Cause I was just listening directly, very directly, . And then it led me to believe, well, just hit the link. The link is up. The link is dropped. Cause I was just listening directly, very directly, . And then it led me to believe, well, just hit the link. The link is up. The link is dropped. Cause I was just listening directly, very directly, And it could have been that they were already in the midst of a heated discussion. So now when the brother says that, then they like, nigga, corny ass nigga, because it's already a heated discussion, right? So if you're trying to have a discussion, but then it goes kind of awry, and then you say something that can kind of expose you, then personal, then flip it on you. So maybe it's a mix of that. But when the brother said that, you know, it was kind of angled like, you really learning from niggas on the internet? And I was just kind of taken aback if men want men to be better, regardless of where they get the information from. So, and okay, Crunch, my bad. Yeah, maybe so. Well, I'm sure they were. I guess you just probably earlier than most people. Maybe that's the clarification. And I listen very objectively because I'm literally listening to understand the information because I don't know it. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm sitting back, right, it's in my Discord. So I'm also like listening, and it's Toxic Thursday. So I'm kind of letting more things go than maybe normally. So they literally just getting their shit off. And I don't have a dog in it. And then I'm like, wait. Why would that be bad? You know? So I just listening, man. What's up? Yeah. The other ones? Yeah. Hold on. Let me read to make sure I don't get back. Bruiser, you gotta hit me directly, beloved. You gotta hit me directly. And her. Remember, foundations, man. Foundations. There's a such a verse in Romans, but I ain't going there today. Aaron with the $2. Hamp, don't forget the super chats from the other day. I got you. Mr. Fantastic, what's good?
Brother.
But Bruiser, man,
What up, man? Shout out everybody.
Everything's everything, bro. Be safe out there. Keep grinding. You hurt? Shannon, what up? Mr. Williams, what up? Mr. Fantastic, you got the floor.
Yeah, so Hamp, it's crazy you pointed that out, right? Because the person that tried to shame the man for saying he came to the internet for learning something bragged about what he had on the internet to teach people. You see the hypocrisy and the lack of logic that you know what I'm saying? Especially in the internet age. Hamp, before I and it's crazy, right? Because people love saying that, but then when they can't put that jacket on you, they find another jacket. I had a daddy growing up, right? He wasn't the best daddy, but you know what I'm saying? I had one. And I was a made man by the time I ever made it to the fucking Manosphere. So I was not a Kevin Samuelite. They throw it in your face that, you know, whether you come through Obsidian, Angry Man, or O'Shea, oh, you know, such and such put you on, such and such put you on, such and such put you on. Well, damn. Everybody gets put on at some point, right? The bigger person, for the most part, you know what I'm saying, gives a person a chance. And if the person has the talent, they have the ability, the person launches off of that chance. More likely than not, Hamp, especially with you having a battle rap league at one point in time, right? Yeah. Would you say you had more stars or more flops?
Flops.
Exactly, right? So what happens, Hamp, you get disgruntled, very untalented and jealous men, Crab and Barrel that you were talking about, that get mad for the men that make it. And then they start doing this comparison thing. You like, you remember the movie Class Act with Kid and Play?
Yes.
She was supposed to play with my frog. Ass niggas. That's what you get, bro. And then motherfuckers swear you not who you say you are, and people do all kinds of weird shit. Hemp, the biggest thing, crazy thing I say is, man, the hoes are more loyal than the bros, bro.
What you mean?
The hoes more loyal than the bros. The hoes realer than the bros, because a woman is supposed to be catty. A woman is supposed to be jealous. A woman is supposed to have all these things. But you come and you find out, especially through this internet shit,
yeah,
niggas feel a ways, bro, when they look at you and they don't see why people consider you better than them. They don't see why you have the draw. They don't see why, you know what I'm saying, you get whatever you get in the situation. Mm-hmm. And, bro, I'll say, fuck it. I said, I ain't got to get no what. Bro, Hamp, niggas dick watching, niggas dick searching, niggas asking bitches on different platforms, you know, why you talking to this nigga and all this kind of crazy shit. Because, like, again, man, as much as niggas say they don't like the internet, a lot of people want to make it through the internet. A lot of people want to be that guy. A lot of people want to be that dude. And the funniest thing was when you can't make it here, what you do is you go in your villain arc and you talk shit about this place because you weren't accepted or you didn't get as big as you thought you should have got. You got dudes that's been whining about this Manosphere shit, HAMP, for the whole time they've been here and complaining. Once at one point, HAMP, they had a Manosphere list, right? They had a Manosphere list. That they actually had a Manosphere magazine. It was a fallout over there, but at the end of the day, right? The list was made. Names were put on the list. Niggas was crying about not being on the list. Niggas was talking about how much they did and how much they did and all this other thing. But again, because you weren't relevant overall, hey, then everybody want to take credit for somebody else. And well, I put this person on and this, well, if you put this person on, how the person you put on bigger than you? How the person you put on got more, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So it's just a whole lot of jealousy, man, crab in the barrel shit. And of course, like you said, the negative connotation is if you a black manosphere dude, right? You lame, you socially awkward, you can't get women, you're unsuccessful, you're fat, you're out of shape, you're all of these things. Because again, the problem with the black manosphere is the biggest or big contingent of it is critiquing black women. Okay. Anybody talking about the manosphere shit is negative, they blame the whole Trump winning on the manosphere, didn't they? Pretty sure you heard that, right, Hamp?
Yeah.
So how can something that swung a fucking election, the ideology of it, which they throwing people in the manosphere that's not even in it. Joe Rogan ain't fucking manosphere, but because he's talking about male positive things, they're just talking about any man that's talking about male empowerment, male positivity, masculinity, going against a lot of these narratives and a lot of these agendas being pushed, manosphere. So again, man, you see it here every day. And the thing about it is very, very few people will stand in the fire and say this shit regardless. Most motherfuckers want to stick on the fun shit and the whatever and, you know, game and, you know, you don't know how to get women and all this other shit. It's like, bro, any and every man that's individual basis. You can give me two identical twin brothers. They can be whatever. One could be great with the hoes. One could be absolutely atrocious with the hoes, right? But again, niggas love to say it's just DNP, DNP, DNP. You said it yourself. You're not manosphere at all, right? You manosphere adjacent. Way after this shit. When you did the business thing, who showed up?
It was minimal.
When me and Aaron had the conversation about the airplane shit, like one of the best fucking engineering conversations I've ever had with anybody on the internet, what was the response?
Yeah, it was engagement wasn't there. I like
yeah. So again, this is what I teach in HAMP. The crazy thing about it, the same niggas that tell you, oh man, all you do is roast and all you do is this. That's what you niggas want. You niggas want the drama. HAMP, what did you get up to when you hit that link and Obsidian was going back and forth with all the hating ass niggas? I think he was like damn near 700, right? It was definitely over 6.
Yeah.
So and I was watching this driving. So you were somewhere between 4 and 5. Once the drama started, HAMP, was there a significant increase in the fucking engagement in the chat?
Yeah.
So again, HAMP, it's niggas being niggas. It's niggas that swear they can't stand manosphere niggas. It's niggas that swear they can't stand this, that, and the other. That's exactly what the niggas show up for. If you're talking about enlightenment, niggas don't want to hear it. If you're talking about crypto, niggas don't care until the shit pop, right? If you're talking about business, niggas don't care. You gotta put the nigga shit in it for the niggas to want it. That's all I got for now.
Well, no, I think that's a hell of a god damn.
Brother.
And if I'm listening, this is fantastic, right? And he's talking about ideology, right? What he just said, if somebody says that independent of manosphere or whatever, I would be like, that makes sense. Like what he's saying, right? You know, I experienced that before. I remember it was still growing, maybe like 7,000, 5 or 6,000 subscribers, right? And I remember one specifically, this comment, and I always remember it. I remember most of them, honestly. And he say, fake ass Lapeef, right? In the comment. I say, yo, I admire JR. Salute to JR. That was my response. I said, hopefully we could be as good as them. He's like, oh yeah, keep grinding, man. You'll get there. You just said fake. You just said that. He just said, but because my response wasn't in kind, right? You know, motherfucker kind of felt weird, I think. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't like nothing like, you know, and then what, a year later, JR hit me, say, hey, you want to be on the show? Right? I get like a little bit of butterflies and shit, right? Because during COVID, like Thursday, you go watch that shit. That I used to watch Lapeef every Thursday, you know, and I used to like DJ on Facebook and shit. He like, no, not be on the show, moderate the show. I said, damn, how shit come full circle. Perfect. You know what I'm saying? So it's just interesting. So I just use that very lighthearted example, you know, in this way to just kind of you know, just kind of encompass what Miss Fantastic kind of brought to the table, you know.
Hey, Hamp, before you move on, Hamp, let me make this point. Yeah. Shout out to you, bro. Hamp, do you think? And again, I don't subscribe to, you know, Hebrew Israelites or whatever, but I came across a brother on YouTube that taught me so much shit and put me, you know what I'm saying, on the knowledge, right? Bro, I opened my Bible. I have a much better understanding because of you brothers. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Y'all. So you mean to tell me the shit that the shit you giving is not useful because you doing it on the internet, Help? Because you're not standing on the sidewalk doing it? So when you take the same message, you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, 100%, bro. Like, you know how many people, and it just like that, like there's several brothers in the chat, and I'll just be doing like the Bible show, right? Not even saying who's an Israelite, who not, just looking at the Bible, we going through it, different book, chapter, verse, right? And then brothers after in the email on Instagram, yo, how can we learn more? How can we build together? You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is crazy. Like you can reach more people. Like, you can reach everybody. The barbershop is big as shit now. Pause. So yeah, I don't see why that would be negative, you know. Okay, look at Shiesty. Shiesty, you ain't shit, Shiesty. Hold on, let me say. You ain't shit. Mr. Williams, what's good?
What's up, y'all? What's good? Everybody on the panel chat. Hamp, I just, like I said, man, it was dope, man. The fact that how you doing it, how you handle yourself, man, no matter what, you stay the course. It's very informative if you pay attention. And even when you mind things out or have us all mind things out, I think that's the more, I think it's just a great accomplishing thing. I think it gets all of us, whether we are set in our ideologies, to actually pay attention to everybody's ideals. And then, you know, you decide what you can take away from it, and if you want to throw it away, or if you're a troll and you just trolling it, that's just what it is. Those are the ones we ignore. But I'm just really just paying attention to it all. That's what I like to do. I like to get it all, whether I agree with it, whether I don't, see what can be useful, see what I can pass on. And, you know, with this Manosphere thing, it's kind of like a double-edged sword. It's like burning the candles at both ends to a degree, you know, but I think it can still be worked out. I think as long as people keep on trying to bridge the gaps, man, I think that's what it'll be. But I'm going to let Shannon go ahead because I know he knows way more and been involved with it more than I have.
Before Shannon gets in, salute to Shannon, just in terms of, because you more just like, boom, you fuck with it, whatever the shows that you fuck with, and then you just, you know what I'm saying? You contribute, you talk your shit, you know. Do you think that men have benefited from a place that it was kind of male centric, where the building up, the correction, or however you see it? Do you think that there's a benefit to that generally?
It's a benefit, but I think more content creators need to understand the power that they actually hold. And so the messaging sometimes can go really left. I think these content creators need to really pay attention to how much power they actually have and that these young, especially the younger men, are actually really holding on to it as gospel. So I think they really need, sometimes you just got to repackage a hell of a message sometimes. But I can actually look at a lot of content creators, and I kind of get where they're coming from, but I can see the negative impact that it has. It's starting to become more of that. There's a lot of you guys that are positive, highly positive, but sometimes the way it's said and the things that they are saying, people are really holding on to it because I hear them repeat it constantly, and it's not helping. In
The
that
majority or minority though, because you said sometimes the delivery off-puts people.
I'm gonna just keep it real. I don't give a damn who get mad at me, but majority, because I feel as though to me, I feel like the messaging is holding some of these young men to be single. It's not motivating them to actually go out here and be married, to look for a wife. And then in the Bible, what does it say? You findeth a good wife. And if you're not looking, or you get scared away from that, because you got to look, she's not going to fall out of the sky in your arms. But I feel as though a lot of the messaging is now, it's just keeping young Black people out of relationships. That's just my take on it.
Okay. So you're saying that you could see how it could be beneficial, men kind of holding each other accountable, giving people ideas and etc. But when we talk about relationships, you think that the manosphere specifically has divided people.
Yes, it's very divided. Very. And I've just been around for like 10 years, right? Just paying attention to everybody's content. I first started out like watching Corey Holcomb and people like that, $1 Million the Game. And I started just traveling through, but I never gotten very many chats or anything like that. But I just paid attention to everybody's content. I just like to receive knowledge. I don't care. I'll read a damn pamphlet, anywhere. Damn hospital, I'm reading something just because I just want some knowledge, So, I mean, but that's just what I get from it and what I've seen in the past 10 years.
Okay. Shane, what's popping?
Mic check 1 2. I'm good.
Yes, sir. Sounds good. What's goody?
What's good, man? I'm in my other studio. I'm in my other studio downtown, so I haven't turned. I just plugged this mic in, so I didn't know how it sounded.
No, it looked good. Sounds good.
One, I just came up to dispel any misunderstandings, misconceptions, myths, debunk any bullshit that anybody had based on what you were asking about the Black Manosphere. But to be honest with you, man, after Mr. Fantastic, I don't really need to say anything else. I mean, he nailed everything perfectly, as he often does, as you often do. You know what I'm saying? So what I came up to actually say, Fantastic killed. I don't think I could say it any better. There is something though. I did want to say that to my man Playboy. In the Black Manosphere specifically, relationship is the goal. You got the different people that says, man, you know what, marriage is a waste of time. If you're a man, that you don't need to get married, that's a waste. You don't need to do that. If you already got kids, don't worry about it. If you got money, don't. I get it. I hear the noise. I hear it every day. I talk to him. We got back chats in the Black Manosphere. We talk about it all the time. But ultimately, relationships is the goal because that's the only way we can move forward. But here's the thing. It just sounds like we don't want relationships because what's more important than even a relationship is making sure men don't get raked over the coals. I want to make sure that we teach and inform Black men to make the best decisions when it do come to relationships and the women that they pick. I'm 52, so I grew up on the baby please era. I was dating in the 80s and in the 90s and was sold a bill of goods and was told that if I invest all of this into her, the way I'm supposed to do it, the way Boys to Men told me to do it, then I'd get a great return on my investment. And that just didn't happen. I was told that the Huxtable family was the way to go, to make sure that, You know, you got this big power couple, and your wife is going to be a lawyer, and you're going to be a doctor, and you're going to have, you know, Rudy Huxtable and Theo Huxtable, and everything is going to be great. And it didn't turn out that way. And so a lot of men felt like they got screwed over after their investment. And so now, as a proliferation of the Black manosphere, or the manosphere as a whole, or any one of these sects, we still want relationships. We still want to have family. We still want to, nobody want to die alone. Nobody wants to die alone. No human wants to die all by themselves with nobody at their bedside. But we got to make sure that we picking the right. And so what we're doing is we're trying to equip men with the knowledge, the nature. They talk about red pill. We know it's a praxeology. It's a philosophy on making sure the truth is the truth. Screw your feelings. And this is how men are. This is how women are. This is the information. Do with it what you please. You may not like it, but that's what it is. I know you think it's supposed to be something because you in the matrix, but once you take the red pill and you get out of the matrix and you realize, oh, that's how they really move. That's how they really think. Yeah, I'm not telling you not to fall in love with one of them. Just make sure you understand how she moves, how she thinks, and what she does, and then you can navigate life a little differently. So relationship ultimately is the goal, but just be informed. I want Black men to be well informed with the women that they have. And what we talked about in Atlanta at the conclave, where Brother Sir Hale came up and did a 1-hour speech, rewrite the contract with your wife if you're in a relationship, so you can establish and make sure it's long-term, and we get out of this bad divorce rate that we're in. Everybody's at a head, you know, it's just like the book, The Four Seasons, where you got to rewrite your agreements with everybody. Let me tell you where I stand. And are you good with this? You know, people are getting divorced after realizing 9 years later that their husband is a conservative and the wife is a liberal. It's like, y'all didn't talk about politics before y'all got married. It's all kind of stuff that we're trying to inform men on. So that was just that point. I shout out to my man Playboy. I just wanted to let him know that in the Black manosphere, it may seem like relationship ain't the goal, but it actually is. And then the last point is to whoever it was that was telling you, going on the internet, you learn from them, your father, you ain't got no, you're supposed to learn. I had a great father. You know, my father, you know, was in my life all the way through my life, right? He passed away, I believe, to the jab in 2021. And we were right there by his bedside, and he taught me everything. And I still learn from people like DJ HAMP. I still learn from people like Mr. Fantastic and Obsidian, people like Tech Pookie. I learn from everybody. And so I'm simply saying, one thing I want to teach men is to ignore shame and insults. Ignore it. Peer pressure is a motherfucker, man. People will tell you, oh man, you listening, you ain't got no daddy, and that'll shame somebody into not learning nothing. And if I think what you just said just a minute ago, Playboy, I don't give a fuck what anybody say about me or what anybody think about me. If people have that kind of attitude, then they will get information no matter where it comes from. No matter where the YouTube, Twitter, internet, pastor, uncle, grandfather, father, brother, homies in the hood, the big OGs, it shouldn't matter. And so I want men to realize there's going to be people out there that's going to try to discourage you because they don't want you to be smarter than them. They don't want you to be more informed than them. They certainly don't want you to be more successful than them in anything, in any facet of life, relationship, career. And they're going to tell you stuff. They're going to try to shame you and tell you, hey man, you got to go to YouTube to get game. Look, what kind of nigga is you? And then if you fall for that bullshit, then you'll stay stupid for the rest of your life. And so one of the first things we want to always teach men, Black men particularly, is to ignore the haters, especially when it comes to anything positive. That's going to make them a better Black person. But that's it, man. I'll just chill. If anybody got questions on the Black manosphere, I'm here.
Okay, word. So, yeah. So one thing Mr. Williams was saying, and we were kind of minding through, Shannon as well, Gabe was popping.
It was good.
Is the delivery of information, because I don't know if people disagree as much as they don't like the delivery. And we seemingly have this conversation ad nauseum. Does delivery matter? And or should it? Right? So I think these are kind of two things, right?
That's the conversation right now.
Well,
about delivery of a message.
Kinda. No. This is awful. Kind of what Mr. Williams had opened up with.
Oh, okay.
So I think that delivery shouldn't matter, right? But I think that it overwhelmingly does matter to majority of people, including men. And I think that when we say there's an underlying level threat of violence for men when we talk, and so because of that, we're mindful of delivery. And so if we're mindful with each other, how we deliver information, because somebody could potentially get physically harmed, then we're acknowledging by our conduct that it matters. And so then when we're messaging to like the women as an example, it seems slightly contradictory. I'm like, well, they should be able to hear us. But if we mind each other, wouldn't it be the same with the women, especially them being a quote unquote weaker vessel? You see, right? Like because if you know I might hit you in your shit, so that therefore you don't talk to me crazy, shouldn't that then be your modus operandi overall? You know, so like it just like those type of things is what I was hearing when we had the conversations. And I'm like, well, that's contradictory because you ain't gonna talk to me crazy because you know what maybe could happen. So then a woman, if we know that their proclivity is to be emotional, then I would be a tad bit more. I would just be more strategic and meticulous in that conversation while still conveying the same message and having it be effective. That's what we want to be effective. I don't want to waste my time. You know what I mean? Like, am I bugging? If I'm bugging, let me know. I might be bugging.
No, there's always a low level threat of violence when it comes to men. You know, we in a bar, you're not gonna say that. That's the whole thing about the Twitter fingers. Like when you behind a keyboard, you got a whole lot of, bravado, but catch me in the streets, suddenly your tone is lower. And men understand that. My only thing though, Hamp, is the delivery thing. We've tried that for 30 years, being nice, sugarcoating, sweet nothings, and hopefully getting results from women, particularly, even from men. So I'm the kind of guy now, and maybe it's just because of just my history, my background, my military career and things that I've done in all the places that I've been. I just want to I just say it like it is. And, I'll take all the tickets and citations from the tone police and just say it like it is. And then let the information resonate. And sometimes I'm harsh. Sometimes it's not nice. Sometimes I'm a drill sergeant, but did it land? Now, I get your point. You're saying, well, it's not going to land if you're not nice, especially to the emotional creatures.
Well,
you know what? I don't know what to do. At that point, if I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't, then I'm going to just do.
I catch your drift about being nice. So generally speaking in the earth, like I'm not like super duper nice, right? But I'm generally kind, right? I'm cordial. I make sure I conduct myself in a way in which people show me respect. I would hate to have to demand respect from people out in the earth. You know what I'm saying? So I think the conduct is key. Hold on, babe. But I'm saying that I deliver the same information, but in a palatable way. Right? Respect doesn't have to be nice, I think nice has a connotation that we kind of shy away from. But just in a way in which you can hear me, where I'm not playing, and at the same time you feel respected, and I'm saying feel on purpose. But it's interesting, right? And if you've been fighting that fight for so long, niggas like, man, fuck that shit. So I get that part too. Let me get Gabe. So what's popping? So
what's up?
Essentially, I was looking at the interview. I'm just trying to give you a quick synopsis, right?
Sure.
Essentially, I was looking at the interview. And just like some of the admissions that Obsidian made when just him and I were talking regarding like dick discipline as an example. I was surprised that he said that would be helpful because a lot of times we have arguments about dick discipline doesn't matter if the women don't behave, essentially. So when he said that, I was kind of surprised. But the people in the chat said they weren't because I guess he's been saying that for a long time. I just don't know enough, So I was surprised by him saying dick discipline would help the nature of our relationships, being successful in relationships. As an example, another thing he also said was Black men specifically are complicit in abortion because we overwhelmingly vote Democrat. And so if those policies are pro-abortion, then by proxy, you are complicit. It was just an interesting take to me, you see, because I wasn't expecting. Hold on, let me finish the whole. Let me give you the whole information. Now, Gabe, I want to get you all the information, and you can respond.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm saying me, I was surprised because I haven't been around that long, you know, because usually the abortion jacket is put on women 100% because, you know, my body, my choice, I should have say so. So those things I was just kind of taken aback from. And then one last thing is when I interview those brothers specifically who they say are on the Mount Rushmore Black Manosphere, I see brothers come who normally aren't here to kind of go directly against them often. And so I wonder, are those brothers leveraging a purity test against those men, which means it's justified? Or are they kind of in the crabs in a barrel pulling those brothers down for the sake of them being able to convey a message or be popular or hating, so to speak? So the chat was probably 60% hate and 40% they're leveraging a purity test against those brothers. So those were the three things that I kind of said before. I don't know if I guess you weren't here.
I just got here now.
Yeah. So that's kind of the synopsis of everything, just so you kind of caught up. So you can comment on whatever.
Because it's a couple of things there. Which one you think you want to hit on?
Go ahead. Whatever one you think you want to address the most. It's just the shit I observed, and then that last part, specifically.
Maybe the last part comes with.
Go ahead.
I don't know. It's YouTube is a public platform. It's a lot of people that jump on YouTube. A lot of people have history from YouTube panels and discussions. So there's times where you know there's subject matter that's more interesting or folk that have been around a little bit longer might feel like they can give some input to and even contextualize some of the things. Like I know you were mentioning the de-discipline stuff and all this other things. When that's not the full story, it's some stuff that's come from Obsidian's mouth. Obsidian has said things like the Black Manosphere can use a queer eye, or he just be saying stuff. Right. So at times, I think that there are individuals who jump up on panels on different platforms who want to reinvent themselves, who want to do history revisions. And for the folk who have been around, we're like, come on, let's get a full story here. Let's talk about the full story rather than just the parts that make them look great.
So
let's
Gabe,
talk about it all.
So that's that number one and number two, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying number one is it a purity test, right? So because if I don't know, so I'm using that verbiage. One of the brothers said it's now stuck in my head, right? But essentially it's like this. You saying what you saying here, I'm not versed in it. So I don't know, right?
Right.
And then you or someone else who has more information will say, well, reconcile that with what you said a year ago, because that's not consistent. Hence the purity test. You see what I'm saying? To your, I'm just trying to understand your point, you know?
Yeah. Some of that is there, yeah. Is there anything wrong with that? Or like you said, the chat was 50-50 on that?
They're like 60-40 hate and then 40%. So it's kind of close.
Well, it's not really, I wouldn't consider it hate. I mean, especially if we're addressing points, right? If we're addressing points where there might be disagreement or points where people have backpedaled and flip-flopped on,
then
do you hate is it a hate of the points or the hate of the person? Because I think that a lot of times people equate that as a hate of the person when it's just a hate, like a disagreement or a digital squabbling about points.
So now that's a good. So let me just read these, and I want to ask that question. Yeah, that's a good stopping point. Well, now to bring it to everybody else, let me just read these real quick. Awakened Black Wizard, what's up? The stigma is negative. The issue is the manosphere resonates with a lot of men and exists because of laws and culture established by feminism. So under feminism changes or the laws become more fair, the manosphere isn't going anywhere. Okay, so he said it's a response to a lot of that. Okay, Aaron with the $2 says can't talk about the Black manosphere without white people. Is he white people?
I think so.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. What up, kid? With the $10 says you gotta pause that, brother. Fantastic. Dick watching is crazy. Like Dawn with the $5 says shout out to Team Fatty for helping us find this awesome channel. Yeah, I think a few people definitely came over when Fatty had came over, man. So salute to them. I was right. Yeah, what's popping? Perfect. But the 20 ball said, you want to respond to this, Gabe? I don't know shit about this.
Me either. He said Obsidian. You want me to read it out?
No, you can just respond to it. They reading it.
Let's see. Nah, it's not true. No, it's not true. It was a lie that was perpetuated about that, but it's not true. No.
Okay. Clue with the $5 says the conclave is just a debutante ball to bring men into the getting laid society. It has little to do with success in business. It's about women. You respond to this, Shannon?
Yeah, I think I fuck with Clue. So it's odd to hear Clue say that, because that tells me Clue has never been to a conclave. We don't even talk about women. We don't even talk about getting women.
Come on, y'all talk about women at the conclave.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
What is sex is on the menu about?
I create the agenda. I create the agenda for the conclave.
What is sex?
I hire all the speakers. I pay all the speakers. I fly them in. I put them up. So you're hearing it. This is not what I heard. Let me finish.
What is that? All right.
This is not what I heard. I'm the guy. So this is from the horse's mouth. We are not at the conclave teaching men how to get laid. We're not at the conclave teaching men how to get laid. You can go. The itinerary is right there on the website. Imagine that I sold the conclave as one thing, and then when we got there, I'm teaching men who are married, by the way, and their wives are upstairs in the hotel room waiting on them how to get laid. That doesn't make any sense. Look, I don't know why Clue would say that. I can see why you would say that, Tech Pookie, but I don't understand why Clue would say that. Tech Pookie, you should come though. You've never been to a conclave.
And I would never go.
And so then don't tell me what the conclave does. You ain't been there.
No, I'm asking you about one of the presentations at the conclave was entitled Sex is on the Menu. If that's not about getting laid or about getting women, in reference to what Clue is saying, what is it then?
That's in reference to Obsidian's book. That's part. So there's a part called the Mumia Obsidian Ali Experience, which is done at the beginning of the conclave. It's the opening on Fridays. The original conclave version 2.0 was called the Mumia Obsidian Ali Experience, where Obsidian went through his book, because he dropped a book called, the Book of Obsidian. And that is part of the chapters that he touched on, that he polled and asked brothers, what did they want him to talk about? And that is what they're talking about. It's not an educational piece to teach men how to get laid. Obsidian didn't do that. But if you came, you would know. And it's extended to you. It's extended to you, Tech Pookie. If you'd like to come, I will sponsor you.
I don't want to come. I don't know why you keep
I will fly you in. Listen, it won't cost you nothing. I'll fly you in first class.
No man will
put
ever
you in a hotel.
No man has ever flew me out. All right. First of all, Shadi, do not offer to fly me out.
I'm just offering.
I do not want no man to pay for my ticket. I will fly you into Florida.
Stop. I will buy your ticket first class. I'll put you up in the suite and give you a high value ticket if you like to come.
Do not offer to fly me out nowhere.
So let me do this, right? Because I think the conduct of the conversation, I don't want to have to keep on fixing it. Can y'all hear me? I want to make sure I don't keep having to fix it. Like, we get into these spats, we trying to get the information. So, is it, Shannon? I guess my question is, what'd you say, Gabe?
I ain't say nothing. I just laughed.
Okay. At what?
Just that conversation. I'm gonna fly you out to a conclave.
Okay. All right. So let me ask this real quick. So, Shannon, is there any facet? Thank you. Is there any facet of the conclave that does talk about the pursuit of women's conduct at all?
No, we don't have anything that is headlined about the pursuit of women, how to deal with women. I've never done a session, because everything, this year I'm doing breakouts, so I got 52 breakouts. Last year it's always been stage presence, like a TED Talk. None of the TED Talks have been there. The closest thing that I had was again, rewrite the contract with your wife so you can establish the headship of your household and whatnot. And that was specifically for married men who may have been having some issues or wanted to reestablish maybe the way that they can move forward with the headship of the household. But like the pickup artist thing, we don't have at the conclave. And you know what? Here's the thing. I wouldn't mind having it, to be honest with you. We just haven't had anybody. But if I had a pickup artist or somebody that want to teach men, like people like you were mentioning.
Well, hold on. hold on. So Gabe, what was the thing that you mentioned? Something on the menu? What is it?
There was a presentation that they had screenshots from that was called "Sex is on the Menu."
Okay, so Shan, do you remember that presentation? What was that presentation?
Yeah, that was part of the Mamiya. That was something that Obsidian talked about on Friday, opening up the conclave before all the other speakers came in, and it was referencing his book. That's Sex is on the Menu. Is a chapter? His book got like 50 chapters. It's one of the chapters in his book.
Okay,
and he discussed that in his book.
Okay. Black Wizard. The Manosphere thrives because of the old advice of, quote, "You're weird, that's not true, go away," end quote. Only works when men couldn't compare notes. Now guys all over the world report similarities. Saying, quote, "You're weird" isn't enough any. Okay. Black Dawn said Gaber's fantastic. Ding, ding, ding. Arguing yet?
I don't.
Aaron with the $2 says, "It's girly to only show up because op on the panel." Mike with the $2. So what up? Michael says, "Mr. Fantastic look like Xavier Leggett." Shout out to him. Who is that?
Who the hell is that? I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what that is.
True Studio with the $5 says, "I have never been to the conclave. I went to the event in 2021 that Zingy hijacked from Lil Big Nate. Nate didn't want his event to be about women." Big J with the $5 is speaking about. Is this the one you was talking about from Wednesday, Gabe?
No. Big J, cool.
Oh no, I'm saying the lady you were saying that harass or whatever y'all was talking about.
Oh, Kim? Yeah.
Darius with the $5 says, "Here go a 5 if you need to drop a nigga to reset this for yourself today, Sir Hamp." No doubt. Son is Hot Rob with the £5 says, "Greetings." It's Lame A. Lame A has been around for years.
To me. Yeah.
Oh, but he says you butt her from.
Yep.
You want to respond to this?
Yeah, no, that's never happened. I've collaborated with multiple people within the Black Manosphere. I mean, most notably, O'Shea, we used to do something called the Hall of Game. A lot of those are still up, where we talked about Black men's experience in professional settings, like in corporate America. So, I was never rejected.
It was true. Yes, it is. He was rejected. Him. That's what it was. That's why he came up here.
What does a rejection look like? What does it look like?
Huh?
What does a rejection look like?
So he's not accepted by the people of the Manosphere. Gabe has had a career where he tore his ass with everybody he ever collaborated with, including O'Shea. Where it's funny how he dropped O'Shea's name and then he shitted on O'Shea when O'Shea shifted to celebrity news. He's like doing celebrity jumps. He said he literally said that. And the funny thing about it, Hamp, is Gabe will swear shit didn't happen. When the wonderful thing about all these things, bro, is this shit on wax. It's content. He says this shit on air, on live streams, and then draws his hands back like a bitch, like he never did it. No one likes Gabe. Gabe did the same shit he did last time, the way he shows up and he tries to make himself the superior motherfucker when he's unlikable. He look like he got a fucking peanut allergy going on right now. He's just I don't even know what type of person he is, man. He's not accepted anywhere, and I take it as being that it's a deep-rooted childhood thing, as to where probably because of where he's from, he was never accepted. But he's a smart guy. I won't take that from Gabe. Gabe's an intelligent individual. That's all he has is intelligence. He has no personality. He has no people skills, and he gets punked everywhere he goes. He's a guy that he's the go get my chips nigga. That's who he is. So now he gets to come on the internet, which is his domain, and exude dominance. You feel me? Even though he said people shouldn't be coming to the internet to learn anything. I'm just saying. But I mean, hey.
I never said any. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Him, I don't even want to address any of that. I came up to address the subject matter. So
yeah, so Gabe, so essentially that latter part, right?
Yeah.
So, this is what Gabe said. If he or whomever is in opposition to the talking points, right? The quote unquote goal that is being pursued, and he speaks directly to the talking points, in how you say
like a digital squabbling of some sort.
But he's in I can't forget the word. I can't forget the word. I can't remember the word I want. But he's in opposition to the talking points. He doesn't agree, right? He's saying this is you're only saying this for a motive that has a negative connotation or negative. Are people being attacked because of that? And if so, that doesn't seem productive. So if he's attacking talking points, are we attacking the person while they're attacking talking points?
I think my focus are just the points. All that stuff that Fantastic just said. That's
so. What points do you disagree with most, Gabe? Like what talking points do you disagree with?
So like
if you disagree,
if you disagree, he said a whole bunch of stuff, but the last one, I never said anything about men shouldn't come online to learn anything. I literally have an entire YouTube channel where I'm teaching about a specific career field. So why would I have that channel where I'm teaching individuals about something, but at the same time say nobody should come to YouTube to learn anything? That just doesn't make sense.
Well, it makes perfect sense. That's what you did on the last thing. So you remember the dude TJ? You tried to shame him and you tried to say, "Oh, so you came to the internet to learn about being a man? You came to the internet to learn things about, development and all these different things?"
No.
You didn't say that either, huh? No. Did you say that or not? Did you say that or not?
Can I clarify?
Did you say it or not?
So I asked him.
Did you say that or not?
Listen, why you come up here to argue with me, man?
Clarify.
Did
you say it? Then clarify.
I'm not here for you.
Again, this is my point.
Wait.
I'm not here to talk to you.
So Gabe, this what you do. It's a yes or no question, but then you can also add your context. So
no.
Okay, you didn't say what was heard.
I'm trying to answer the question.
All right, go ahead.
No, I did not shame him for coming to the internet to find something. I was asking him because he was saying there's men that grow up with something missing from their manhood. Because I started off by asking him, saying, what did you learn from these individuals? So I was asking him to clarify what he learned from these people. I'm not shaming him for what he learned. I'm trying to clarify what was your reply when he answered?
What was your reply when he answered?
I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember. So let me refresh your memory. Oh, so you had to come to the internet to learn something about that you didn't learn before you were a grown man.
No, I asked him. Listen to me.
You replied with that. You replied to that after. So here's Gabe again.
Fantastic. How am I stalking you? And you jump up here.
4K doing the same shit I told y'all he do every time.
This the same dude that said that I run around YouTube stalking him. Now, when I was on this panel, was Fantastic on this panel?
I was here before you.
Wait.
I was here before you, dummy. I had to get off my phone to get on here.
Listen, if I'm the stalker,
why did you come back?
Wait, if I'm stalking you,
you knew I was here.
No, I didn't. I didn't know you were here. If I'm
Fantastic was here first.
He's
the first one up.
You was in the chat. You saw me on here. It's all right.
I was not in the chat when you were on the panel. Why would you come up?
He was on his phone and then he transitioned.
Wait. He don't need your backup, Shannon. I know you did that before for Obsidian. He don't need your backup.
Yeah, I do. I like to keep it real. I like that's what I'm red pill. I like to keep the truth. And those that are uninformed, I like to inform them.
Let him lie. Let him do what he does. Go ahead, bro.
Shannon, this don't got nothing to do with you.
Go ahead. I'm catching strays from Gabe, and I've been nice to that motherfucker for the last 2 nights. It's
weird.
You
don't have to be nice to me. I'm not asking you.
I don't need you to ask. That's the kind of person I am. So it's weird that you're not.
Let him finish. Y'all think jumping it, let him finish and then respond in totality. That's an out for niggas. If you keep interrupting them and saying like that's an out, let him go ahead and finish it and then pull this shit apart if we can.
So my whole thing is that no, I was not shaming him for coming to YouTube to learn something. I was trying to understand what he came to YouTube to learn based upon his response. So I'm not against men coming up on YouTube to learn anything because I teach it. I teach things on my own channel. So, and the second piece was that why would Fantastic be calling me a stalker and he comes on the panel to address me? If you don't want to talk to me, if you don't want to discuss anything with me, why are you even talking to me if you saying I'm stalking you? That's my question.
Okay,
for you, Fantastic. Yes.
Are you done? Okay.
I am.
So, HAMP, I got controls to the channel, right?
Yeah.
HAMP, we do a Monday show every Monday, correct, HAMP?
Yeah.
So am I here for fucking Gabe lame ass?
No.
Oh, Hamp,
Wait,
wasn't
wait.
I here? Hamp, I was here on my phone like 15 minutes ago, right?
Yeah.
And I'm now home, right?
Yeah.
So see the narcissism that Gabe has to think that I would show up here for his fat face ass, this lame ass nigga thinking, and then to deflect from the fact
right now,
to
You're
reflect,
talking about me,
brother. I didn't interrupt you, brother. I didn't interrupt you. Ask me the question. Let me answer it fully. So this ugly ass fat face ass nigga Hamp that did the same shit when I lost the first fight, right? Remember how for the first time we didn't know who Gabe was? Hold on, nigga, shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
What we doing,
You know
Hamp?
who Gabe was? Before that day, you know who Gabe was, Hamp?
You want him to just run with the insults?
We don't.
I'm
we
not
don't
insulting
get,
anybody. Why is he
we don't
insulting?
get enough if you keep insulting them. Just
Like,
say,
I don't understand.
say this stuff.
Hamp,
Just
you know
say
who I
it.
am. You know who I am.
No, but just say. Just
Nigga
tell
looking like an extra off the color purple. I just can't resist. I'm sorry.
Just
But
tell
anyway,
us the info
so
though.
yeah,
Tell us
got
the
this nigga,
info.
he
It's been
showed
real,
up.
Hamp. It's been real.
Hamp,
I'm gonna let him keep going
yeah,
with where
get
he's
the fuck
going.
out of here. Shut
The
up.
thing is, we
Anyway,
got
I think I
several more
addressed the
things
point.
to go through though. Like, I want to see
whether
because
you here or not, you getting cooked. So it don't matter to me.
because it's
You can do whatever you
fantastic.
want to
The
do.
thing about it is, Gabe does have that difference. He looks at it in a different way. So
No, he
this is
doesn't.
less about you and him, and more about how
No, he
why
asked
he.
about me specifically, Hamp. I don't
I
know if you heard
I
it.
know, but the goal is about the like he's in opposition, seemingly in opposition a lot of times. That's why I'm kind of interested to hear what he thinks about the actual talking points. But we can't
Yeah,
get there. Let's get there.
okay, so he asked me about him being a weirdo ass stalker. I've had to block Gabe for over 2-3 years now. Okay, Gabe was blocked before I even went on the boat, before I went on deployment. I come back and Gabe knows more about my previous life than I fucking know. Gabe's asking me questions about what I'm doing with my military career and while I'm not running for politics and all this type of shit. Mind you, Gabe's blocked, but Gabe keeps showing up to my channel, Hamp. Gabe keeps wanting to engage with me. Hamp, I done blocked Gabe on everything on YouTube. Hamp, ask Gabe why he had to follow me over to fucking Twitter, to X, just to fucking talk to me, Hamp. Is that something that a man would do? Is that something that a manly man would do, is to keep bothering and keep hampering a man that's not? Now, ask Gabe when the last time I showed up to his channel, his panel, even hit him up in the email like he was able to do with Obsidian. I don't fuck with Gabe. So I don't go around Gabe. I don't look for where Gabe is and talk to Gabe. Gabe is blocked. But for some reason, Gabe is fucking obsessed with me, Mariah Carey type shit. So I'm
Gabe,
trying to figure out why this man.
So Gabe, what's your reason for wanting to engage with Mr. Fantastic? If what he's saying has any truth to
it? Trolling.
Yeah, so a weirdo ass. So thank you, Hamp. A weirdo ass nigga that nobody's saying because he don't know when to leave people alone. And again, Hamp, remember what you asked him when he said, "Hey, man, you got a lot to say about Miss Fantastic losing this fight against an amateur boxer. Would you ever like to, hey, we do these shits all right? Would you?" No, I don't engage in that. No, I'm not a fighter. I don't do those things. Like I said, a bitch ass nigga that go get your chips, nigga. All right. I had to have somebody go talk to your bitch for you. That type shit.
Doing this.
Gabe, do you think that I'm gonna use this word, right? It's slightly incendiary, but Shannon, Mr. Fantastic will understand essentially. The rhetoric that's used by, let's say, Red Pill Manosphere regarding women and women relationships with women. Do you find it to be helpful or hurtful to our relationship dynamics in our community?
When you say rhetoric, like, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
Sure, go ahead.
No, I'm saying like what particular rhetoric? Because I think some can be helpful, but I think the majority of it is like hamster wheeling. Like people just go around.
So break that down. Tell us, and that's what I want to understand. So like, give me the hamster wheel stuff that you think doesn't really help us in our relationship dynamics.
I think people looking at marriage and defining it based upon all of the celebrity divorces.
Yeah.
Or only contextualizing marriage based upon the failures of marriages is, I think, one of those hamster wheel things, right? Because somebody publicly gets divorced, a lot of time content creators just jump on that. They're like, oh, divorce, marriage is bad, this and this and this, right? but I don't think a lot of times there's an evaluation of what a successful marriage looks like. And I think the voices of the negative as it concerns marriage are louder than the voices of the successful marriages.
Okay. So you're saying it's like almost a one-sided thing. It's
Absolutely.
a focus on divorce, not on marriage almost.
100%. So I think that's one of those hamster wheel talking points that marriage is bad because there's more advertisement of divorces than there are of successful marriages that go on
I see.
long
So
term.
are you pro marriage?
I'm pro marriage. Yeah, I would say that. I probably lean more towards pro marriage just because of the outcomes. Yeah.
What's your hesitancy?
Because I don't think it's for everybody. I think a lot of people get married who never should be married, and they drive down the numbers. I think sometimes people get married. I mean, it's very prevalent in like the military. People get married in the military very early. I have family members, cousins who have gotten married, who have gotten divorced, but they had got married in like the what branch? They got married in the Navy because they wanted to like stay off base and get additional income or something. So I think that's one of them. I think sometimes people get married for the wrong reasons, and I don't think marriage is necessarily for them.
Okay. Yeah. So let me speak to that. For the most part, the minority of people in the military are married, for one. Two, it's kind of crazy for a married person, I guess, to be hesitant. Well, no, I agree with that. So no, but the thing is, it's not focusing on not getting married. It's focusing on the outcome, the most likely outcome when you look at the numbers. That's what it's about. That's why y'all love talking about talking points. But y'all try to couch the talking points and corner in a way as to where it supports your narrative. The thing is for a man, and it's like not just celebrities. This is the statistics. Of course, you're going to use a celebrity marriage. Let's say Robert De Niro, that black women was using for forever because Robert De Niro was married to a fucking black woman, right? So when Robert De Niro gets married, gets divorced at fucking 80 some years old, well, that kills the narrative or so on and so forth. So you have to use things that people would know. Nobody knows fucking Mr. Johnson, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson that's getting fucking divorced down the street. So y'all not even being honest when you say, oh, these celebrities. Of course, you have to use celebrities because nobody knows about regular people.
Who is y'all?
No one knows about the motherfucking nobody. So the thing is, you're telling men to be careful. Okay, it is not and the crazy thing about it, this is a resounding thing now from not only just people here, people outside of this space. Paul Pierce just said the same shit. You have lawyers now. You have this famous white dude lawyer that's coming along saying that, hey, this dude done went viral. He'd been doing law for his whole life. Now everybody knows who he is because, hey, I just can't suggest it. So, what's crazy is you just said it yourself. You're saying the same thing, just in a different thing. If marriage isn't for everyone, so if marriage isn't for everyone, what's the problem with men saying, hey, man, for me, I'm not going to get married. There's a 50% chance or 50% or more. For black men, more than a 50% chance of it ending, right? There's other ways of doing it. So, I mean, what's the problem with that? There is no disagreement. So next point that you disagree with, that you claim you disagree with, but you actually agree with.
I didn't come up here to talk to you. I don't know why you like you had this claim that I'm like bothering you. You got so much of an issue with me. I was talking to HAMP. Why are you responding? Why are you talking to me?
HAMP stepped away.
All right.
Oh yeah. Anyway, Shannon, you got anything, brother?
Talk to you. Like,
what you got? I'm not talking to you no more. We ain't got to talk. No, we ain't got to talk no more for the rest of the time you up here, brother. You don't exist. You just an ugly ass nigga that like to troll. Shannon, what you got for it, brother? What's your take on the talking point?
Your life is ugly.
Well,
no, it could be never as ugly as you, nigga. How's my life ugly? I'm free. I can do what the fuck I want anytime. I can do what the fuck I want anytime.
Come on, man.
Can't nobody beat my ass.
It's fantastic. I just went to the bathroom. I just went to the bathroom.
I told him I wasn't gonna say nothing to him, but he want to jab back. A bitch ass nigga can never throw punches.
All right, go ahead, Shannon. I want to hear. I want to hear that. I'm gonna have to put both y'all in the back until
I'm chilling, him. I'm chilling, him.
All right. You look guilty though, nigga. You look guilty.
Hey, I'm a dark skinned nigga. Man.
You look guilty, nigga. Go ahead, Shannon.
No, I wanted to point out one thing that happened earlier at the end of when I was speaking before, when I was talking to Tech Pookie.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I don't know who fell for it in the chat because I'm not in the chat. But I've been in business for 26 years. I started Rawls Enterprises in 1999. and I'm a film producer, and I fly all over the world, you know, to do, you know, corporate consultations. I've been on stages and panels, and they always, you know, when somebody invites you out, they always take care of all the accommodations. And so every event that I've put on over the last 15 years, 20 years actually, it's always about, you know, when you have somebody come be a keynote speaker or whatever, you bring them out, you put them up, you take care of them, you get them a car, and you do what you do, right? That's business, and everybody gets that. I understand that. But here's the thing. Earlier, I was telling people about one thing that we got to teach men is to avoid shame and insults that people do, especially when it comes to stuff positive, because that's what we were talking about when you first asked me earlier. And I said, men got to start ignoring when people be throwing that bullshit out there. And so as soon as I invited somebody to my event, right, that where I fly all the people that are important, that I put them up in the hotel, I spend money, I make sure that they're taken care of and their accommodations are covered, and that their lunches are covered, the luncheons and all that is covered. The first thing that happened was it got dumbed down to some nigga shit. It got, oh, he flued out, you know, getting flued out. And it's weird to me that in an intellectual, what I would imagine was supposed to have been an intellectual conversation, we got to inject the nigga shit. Oh, you don't float, don't get me flued out. Ain't no man flying. It's like, you ain't no bitch. I ain't asking you to come out to my house. I'm talking about coming to Miami to come speak at a corporate event.
That's not a corporate event. The conclave is not a corporate event.
What we do, what we do is we instantly jump to that. And I want everybody to know, for those that didn't catch it, because I know most of the people, because you got a smart audience, most of the people caught it. But for those that didn't catch it, potentially, you got to ignore that kind of shit. You got to ignore when somebody says, "Hey, man, I'd like you to come to this particular event that I'm having at the Miami Convention Center. You know what? I'll take care of your travel and put you, take care of all your accommodations, and you're good to go." And then they automatically go to, "Oh, you ain't flying me out nowhere," like some nigga shit.
The conclave is not a corporate event.
Ignore the nigga shit from niggas that speak like niggas, and then you'll be okay, and avoid talking to them. And Fantastic is obviously making that clear. I just wanted to point that out. I got other stuff we could talk about, but I'll land right there.
No, we can definitely. Well, so Gabe, I guess I just wonder, like, so let's say in a hypothetical situation, right? We were in an event, right? And I'm teaching a class on, let's say, starting a moving company, right?
Yeah.
And then my moving company, we have revenues upwards of $500,000, right? So just like something substantial.
Yeah.
And then let's say DJing and etc., right? And I'm holding what is it called? Breakout sessions, or what do you call it, or whatever, right? And then you in the field of technology, you know, and what you're doing.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Fantastic on mechanical engineering as an example. Right. And it's
No.
And then
mechanical,
Mr. Fantastic. Come on. Damn, you got your hat cocked to the side. You acting like
a real Georgia nigga. You right. That's why I put it on. A real Georgia nigga.
So Gabe, we put this together, and then we have an LLC, and we have several people come. Does it qualify as a corporate event in your estimation, or like what is the qualifying factor? I guess like a conclave, because like my fraternity, we do these conclaves all the time. You know, once a year or so. So like what? Sorry, go ahead.
Shout out to 1911.
I'm saying you must be a Kappa then. If you
no, I'm XI5.
Okay, gotcha.
So
same year.
Do you see that? Like, can you, like, is the structure like why I guess why you discount not acknowledging the conclave facet? Because there's a bunch of men in a professional setting putting together different forums and things that they're edifying and educating and edifying the others on. That wouldn't qualify in your opinion?
It's not formally a corporate event, especially. So a lot of times you look at the individuals that are attending, and then you also, many times corporate events are sponsored. These are sponsored by other organizations, and it has a professional setting. Many of these individuals that attend this conclave come from a social setting, right? And there's nothing wrong with social events. It's just something that is more of a qualifier for what the conclave is than something that's specifically corporate. Like corporate events, like they're a lot of times professional, right? If I'm not going to a conference where somebody's teaching Kane Kung Fu and considering that a corporate event. I can't. I can't.
Go ahead, Shannon. It seemed like you wanted to.
So, are you saying that your threshold for being considered a corporate event is that you're sponsored by a corporation?
Sponsored by corporations, professionalism of attendees, and also subject matter, right? Because it could be, subject matter. So
okay, so if I told you that Amazon AWS has sent us a letter of intent for sponsorship, they did it last year and I declined it, and I showed you that, and I pulled it up, and then I bring it up again for this year that where Amazon AWS wants to sponsor us even bigger because of the Black Manosphere Conclave has a huge tech aspect from Theo Waff in Theo Waff University, as he calls it, and as we in the students that he have over there. With that, I would get that check mark off because you gave me three things. You said one, you have to have corporate sponsorship, so I got that check mark from I'm assuming Amazon is good enough, right? And we're working with whatever it is called Microsoft Azure. I'm not really a tech guy. That's Theo, but Microsoft Azure showing interest, and we're speaking to them, but we don't have the letter of intent yet.
So it's not so it's not sponsored, but there's an intent for a sponsorship
from Microsoft.
No.
Amazon is locked in.
No.
Amazon is locked in. What I said first was Amazon is locked in. In fact, they tried to sponsor us last year. They want to do it again this year.
The last one wasn't sponsored. The previous ones to that wasn't sponsored. The previous one to that wasn't sponsored. But you're saying the new ones are going to be sponsored.
Yeah, I paid for them. I just wrote the check. So now here's the thing. No, but hear me out. I'm a corporation. Rawls Enterprises is a corporation, and I cut the check.
He sponsored it. So.
I underwritten the whole thing.
It was Theo.
I'm not talking about what happened in 2000. I'm talking about since I got involved, and for the last 3, it's only been 4 of them.
Right.
It's only been 4. I'm not talking about for the one that had a few brothers in Atlanta at the end of 2021. When I got contacted in 2022, I underwritten it.
Yeah.
Okay. So
you got individuals that are
now you said the next criteria. You said sponsorship is done. Got it. Where you thought we weren't sponsored, now you know.
Because you're
Number
not
2, you said checks, professionalism.
Yeah.
So now professionalism. You must wear business casual or a suit and tie to come, and everybody comes with a laptop that lasts with a battery that you can't wear jeans. It ain't no flat billers, no hoodies. That's not the case. You know that. I would imagine you've seen some of the photos. Since you know what our itinerary was, you come up here talking about what we had on the docket. That means you already seen some of the pictures and the videos. So you know the professionalism there. Now, I can't argue with you on the content. That's going to be subjective. So I got 2 of the 3 check marks before you let me call my event a corporate event, which is weird. But you're saying because of the content.
You think it's so weird? Why you responded to it then? If you want to say it's a corporate event, it's your event and it's a corporate event.
But that's what I did.
Like, go ahead then. Like
that's what I did.
Well, it was me. I was just wondering why it was being reduced down to what it actually qualifies for based on the parameters set.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, and it doesn't seem negative to me. It doesn't seem like something I would talk down upon, especially when I see a bunch of black men doing it. You know,
there's nothing negative about it, Ham.
I kind of have like Go ahead. Again.
I was about to say, have I come up here? So my primary gripe has been with the individuals involved, right? Shannon keeps inviting me to this event or keep trying to solicit me for this event, and I'm like, I'm not interested because of the parties that are involved primarily. I know Ham, we were trying to open up the whole thing about the corporate sponsor or what makes it a corporate event. But really my thing, I really don't understand what my return on investment would be for attending this particular event where certain subject matter has been covered and has been primarily social in its conception. I'm just not interested. But if he wants to call it a corporate event based upon the criteria that I put forward, feel free and invite whoever you want to invite. Like, do your thing. But I'm just not interested.
Okay, that's a different point though, right? So I understand because you said that Wednesday that you're not going to go because of people involved. However, you did say that it wasn't a corporate event, but based on the qualifiers that you set forth, do you now agree that technically it does qualify to be a corporate event?
No, like he just said that the last one, people was just writing checks. The one before that, they was writing checks. I know even the one before that, Theo just came out of his pocket. And actually, Obsidian has even said that they don't accept corporate sponsorships. Apparently, that's something new now. So they weren't accepting corporate sponsorships for this particular event until, at least what Shannon is saying right now, until most recent. So, I mean, whether it's a corporate event or not, like what is that?
Well, no, I like to just kind of explore the disqualifier. So when I hear somebody disqualify something, that would make it more positive or more how you say, what's the word that like credible, essentially. And then I hear people trying to discredit. I want to understand why. So that was why I was exploring it.
Yeah.
Free Zone with the 10 ounces. Why do people say failed manosphere nigga like it's men's goal or dream to be a part of the manosphere? Consider it a compliment. You want to respond?
Well, no, because it is. Because again, men like to be accepted amongst men. You know how you just mentioned your fraternity, right, Hamp?
Yeah.
So brothers in fellowship and men want respect of other men. So what men do is they try to become amongst other men and get that camaraderie and that acceptance, and they're rejected because they turn out to be stalker ass weirdos. So that's why it's very fitting. And any man understands that you don't want to be the guy that no one respects. So that answers your question, Free Zone Lou. And shout out to Free Zone Lou for being one of the supporters of the space. You niggas that talk shit about the Manosphere but can't leave the Manosphere alone. You gotta watch it and then talk shit about it. Shout out to you, bro.
To respond to Free Zone Lou comment, it's not. To not be accepted by a lot of Manospherian dudes is not a flex at all. It's not a compliment. I mean, when you look at a lot of times the conception of a lot of these dudes, we got individuals who have been involved in all types of nefarious activities, who have been a part of the space over years. We got people who have been involved in trafficking work, people who have been involved in SA type of work. People have like a dirty laundry list of things that they've done, and they jump online as a way to reinvent themselves. To be accepted by those group of individuals is not a flex, and it's not a compliment. So I think Free Zone Loon is absolutely correct.
Yeah, but hold on, just real quick before we go to the next one. Now, remember, he touted the thing he had, the show he had with a Manosphere person. So that kind of is contradictory, brother. If you're gonna brag about having a show with O'Shea and what we did with O'Shea, but now you don't want to be accepted with it and you want to talk about all the negatives of it. But shout out to
my
him,
association with O'Shea's and the show that we did has had nothing to do with those nefarious characters that have been a part of the space.
It was Manosphere.
Again, it has nothing
was it
to
Manosphere?
do.
Was it Manosphere?
It had nothing to do
was it
with
Manosphere?
those nefarious
was it Manosphere? Was it Manosphere?
It was a
Manosphere
part of O'Shea's show.
Manosphere.
And it has nothing to do with that.
Manosphere, right?
You were never on that show. You were never
invited.
Manosphere? Are you Manosphere?
Was it Manosphere?
Wait. You consider yourself Manosphere, and you've never been a part of that, right?
Been a part of what? The one show that nobody watched? Get out of here, nigga. Like you said, no one watched it.
Wait. You were Manosphere, and you have never been a part of that. So just because
I was a part of the Rumble that was way bigger than that. So what was bigger?
Something that happened in the space does not mean that everybody could.
So answer the question. So you're right. I was never a part of that show.
Focused on successful black men.
Listen to what Gabe just said, though. He understands that show was a part of that space by proxy. He made a differentiation of the people that committed the alleged nefarious acts weren't a part of it.
Right.
But what I'm saying, Mr. Fantastic, if you listen to his verbiage, he's acknowledging that he was in the Manosphere doing that show at that time based on what he parsed out.
No, he was never a part of the Manosphere. He was
on that show specifically. I'm saying he acknowledging what you say, but you're not listening to his word use.
He's not saying it. He does this.
What he here for? He's just here to fight.
Well, I'm just saying he acknowledged. I think that's what we want to clarify, because I know you're talking to Gabe, but it's 600 people, so people can listen and you can just parse out what he's saying.
As any direct question, I've answered directly, Hamp. And like I said, that's what whole ass troll ass niggas do. We ask them a direct question, they won't answer it. So for the 600 people, he bragged about being on the show with O'Shea, who's one of the founders of the Manosphere, but he mentioned nefarious things and a very, very small percentage of nefarious actors. Gabe, how many fucking people have been involved in trafficking in the SA? Give us a percentage, Gabe. Give us a percentage.
Fantastic. Like I said again, I'm not
Give
here
us
to
a
talk to you,
percentage, brother.
I'm not here to talk to you. And
Give us
Hemp
a
has
but
money
you-
to read. So
But if you understand, like, how if you don't prefer how Gabe answers, that's why we got to listen to what he's saying. So when he's saying he working with O'Shea in the Manosphere, then he knows that by proxy of that, those people that committed those acts don't define the Manosphere. If he can work with O'Shea and be separate from them, see, that's an acknowledgement that I'm hearing based on what he's saying.
No, he's actually saying just the opposite. He's
No,
actually
I'm
saying
not.
just the opposite. He used that point to downplay the Manosphere and say how the Manosphere is nefarious and point out the very, very small contingent of negative things to make it the negative connotation we were speaking about earlier, Hemp. Again, like I said, we're talking to a troll, weirdo, stalker. So what he's going to do is anything he's involved with is good. It's great. It's even when people didn't watch it, even when no one showed up to give a fuck about it, right? He's going to tout it. But everything else is the majority of it's nefarious and SA and trafficking and criminal activity. That was his intent.
All right, but just slow it down because
we can keep going, Hemp. I'm not even.
So what is
I'm
Tommy
not going to
for?
address it, and I'm
I'm
not
about
going
to
to
start getting
respond.
lost in a little bit pursuit a little bit.
It's a choice.
Hold on. Let me just read
But
these
I'm
real
not
quick.
going to amplify.
Harrison with the $5 says it is annoying to have to keep restating the answers to people's question just because you don't like someone or don't agree. But salute, gentlemen. Free Zone with the $5 says, what do you want to be when you grow up? Quote, a manosphere nigga says no man ever.
Yeah.
You don't respond to this? No.
Yeah, but
I agree.
niggas steady trying to be in the Manosphere. Niggas just bragged about being in the Manosphere, but they don't care about being in the Manosphere. It's crazy, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. Troublemaker Jack, what's up, Jack? Says internet niggas versus super niggas. This Cali bad fault. Big J with the $5 says, what nigga was in the red light like a stripper?
Oh, we talk about my man's from the other night.
The stream. Son is hot. Rob with the £5 says, Hamp, I'm telling the truth. This man went on another man's panel while he was what?
I don't know.
Oh, Shan, I got lost in the sauce. I humbly apologize. God bless the dead to your father too, because that's pretty recent. That shit ain't easy.
I didn't take it as that. I don't feel that Gabe was disrespectful. I didn't wherever he wrote, I didn't feel any disrespect from Gabe on that in that regard.
No, I'm saying I apologize because you had mentioned your father 30 minutes ago. I just want to say God bless the dead, you know. Just because you said it and I meant it and I got distracted. I was right, yeah, with the $5 says Gabe didn't. You want to respond to this, Gabe?
I think it was a part of the discussion. We were bringing up security clearances. I think Fantastic came up in some context, and yeah, security clearances expire after a certain time if you don't use them. And I think I probably brought up that point. Yeah.
Was I there? Was I around?
No.
Oh yeah, wow, stalker ass shit. Now ask me how many times I asked anybody put when Gabe's not around when I brought up Gabe.
You did a whole stream about me last night, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Was I around?
Yeah.
Like what we doing here?
You was around.
Right.
You was just too pussy to hit the link.
Sure. I wasn't.
Big J with the $5 says to Shannon Ross, be a man, stop defending other men. Stop looking for daddies. You want to respond to this shit?
Stop defending men? No, I won't ever do that. I ride for men. I'm a male advocate. I support men, and I'm sick of motherfuckers talking shit about men. And even if it's on all the way down to an individual level, I'm a ride for men. I'm from LA, so maybe it's just the way we rock out here. I don't know if I don't want to talk about cultures and all of that, but I'm just letting him know, stop defending other men. I mean, that's even weird to hear, considering we talking about the Black Manosphere. No, the whole point is nobody's an island, nobody's by themselves, and I'm gonna always defend bullshit, and I'm gonna always defend men. So
I think he's talking about your behavior on these panels, because even the other night when I was addressing Obsidian, you jumped on the panel to kind of like step between me and him and try to like defend him. And you're doing the same thing and you've done the same thing where Hamp had to say, hey, let's stop jumping in. Let's just so even in LA, when y'all squabble up, ain't it like a one-on-one? Like, I don't know why you're here to address or step between two men addressing what their issues are. And I think that's what Big J is bringing up. You stepping in between.
Yeah, a lot of times when I jump in or I intervene, and I'll even intervene because when I intervene for you in your behalf, you didn't say shit. So my point is, when I hear bullshit or when I hear something that doesn't make any sense, when I hear bullshit or when I hear something that doesn't make any sense, I'm always intervene on that. So
well, listen, let me be clear. Don't jump in for me if I'm addressing another man, if we're going back and forth, because I don't need your help, and I don't think any other man needs your help. So I think that's
and see that's that bullshit. That's that nigga shit that I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen.
How?
And that's why that's the bullshit I'm talking about.
Party to jump in.
That's right. I don't need no help. I only, that whole bravado thing that men do, that they try to, that microaggression that they have.
It's not a microaggression.
Don't let me be clear. Don't never step in for me. If I could speak for myself, man, get the fuck out of here.
I can speak for myself. That's part of being a man. I don't need a third party to jump in to intervene when me and another man are addressing something.
And moreover, I don't intervene for anybody. I call out bullshit.
Man,
no, I don't.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
That's the thing. You know what? My thing is, if anybody ever hears me say some bullshit and I'm talking one-on-one with somebody else, I don't give a fuck who calls the truth out, whether it's the person I'm talking to or somebody that's watching from the side. If I say some bullshit, call me out on my bullshit. That's the only way I can get better. I'm always trying to become a better person. And so if I say some falsehood or something odd, or I leave out context, or I willing or unwilling omit important information and somebody else interjects it, that's totally fine. That's what men do. I don't understand what the problem is.
I think part of being a man is waiting your turn. Wait in line. If you have an issue to address with another man, wait for that issue to be done between those two guys before you jump in, because it turns into a pile on thing. And then that's where Big J's comment comes
Let's
from.
read these real quick, fellas. We almost done.
Yeah, absolutely.
And y'all can definitely continue. It's actually an interesting concept. Aaron with the $2 says, someone start a show called YouTube. No. I was right. Yeah, with the $2 says, Gabe, does your wife know? You want to respond to this, Gabe?
Yeah, she knows. Sometimes she'd be like, come off. She'd be like, come off YouTube. I know you giving them problems. I'm like, all right, let me get off YouTube.
Like Dawn with the $5 says, fuck all this constructive criticism. I want more ignorance. Fight. Like Dawn. Ezekiel with the $2 says, well, bounty time. Nah, I ain't turn them on, man. Free Zone with the $5 says, even if the talking points are right, ellipsis, the messenger actually matters, ellipsis. A degenerate can do a lot of damage with truthful talking points.
I don't know if I agree with that one.
Yeah, Free Zone, might have to just clarify for me a bit. I think I understand what you're saying, but just clarify if you can. Black Dawn with the American trait, huh?
No, I agree with that. But again, the point is, it's not that many people that are just that nefarious. That's
American trait. American tradesman with the $5 says, most people who give advice on marriage aren't qualified to give advice. Duh. That's why most of these panels are entertaining. Like Mike with the $5 says, Mr. Fantastic gonna need an internet restraining order. Jack, what's up? What up, Jack? With the $2 says, all right, I'm gonna head out. Great show, Hamp. Salute, Jack. Gabe, how many times has someone blocked you? From Aaron with the $2.
I don't know. I don't know that number.
Maurice November with the $10 says, Tech Pookie is a first generation African foreign national of Nigerian descent. Quote unquote, our space has a disrespectful guest, former contributor to O'Shea's Hall of Fame. I don't quite understand this. I guess you are Nigerian, Gabe?
Yeah, I'm half. My dad's from Nigeria. My mom's from America. Yep.
Okay. I was right. Yeah, with the $5 says, in Gabe's mind, in order for it to be legit, white people have to approve it or be there. His anti-blackness is gatekeeping niggas' ways is showing. Respond to this.
I don't agree with that at all. No, white people have to approve it or be. No, not at all. It's anti-blackness. I am black. I live in one of the blackest places in the United States, in Detroit, Michigan. Not at all. No.
Jay Miller says, can we get in? Is Gabe a hater poll?
Man, could be that, man.
Oh man. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, Gabe, nobody trying to solicit you. Shannon is just saying, instead of talking shit, come see for yourself. Niggas want to be a baddie so damn bad. Respond to this, Gabe.
Nah, it was just a little off putting. But I do agree with that. I don't think I tried to add a little joke in there, but I guess it was taken pretty seriously. But I don't think he was trying to fly me out like a baddie. So let me admit that. I'll admit that. And maybe my joke was just not well received. I'll say that.
Okay. Red Pill Ranger 2000 says, Hamp, if you got to translate for Gabe, that's because he's being a particular way. Mr. DJ Music with 2000. I can't believe I agree with Gabe. Hey, salute.
I'm a polarizing figure, man. I'm telling you.
Reaper with the $10 says, salute to the panel. Salute to Fantastic and Shannon Rawls, aka Timu Emmett Smith.
I've been getting that for the last 20 years. Yeah, Emmett Smith and fucking Brian McKnight. Anyways, go ahead, keep reading.
Come on.
I actually got to drop, Hamp. I got to jump to a meeting. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Be
All
safe.
Right? Okay, peace.
Oh, what did he say, Hamp? Salute to Emmett Smith for always defending men and being consistent. Why are others so concerned with what men are doing to help other men? That's a bar. Reaper's Rail, that's a bar.
Timu Emmett Smith. That word Timu just sound crazy. Like
it just trumped the cheap, the broke. I'm the broke Emmett Smith. I'm the knockoff. I'm the knockoff Emmett Smith.
Man, so let me ask y'all. So here's one thing they asked me, one of the ladies in the Discord. Let me ask y'all. The Manosphere, has it helped men, right? So I'm going off the what I know, essentially, right? And listening to the conversations. I think the overall goal is kind of help men fortify themselves, you know? And then when they get in their relationships, they're not being ran over, essentially, and almost kind of baselining in terms of the hierarchy of the Most High, right? Because people are most productive following that hierarchy. And what I think is that it's right now is probably we're in the midst of a step back so that you can go 2 steps forward. But in order to baseline, you have to kind of wrestle a little bit, pull shit apart, and then help people kind of say, okay, here's where we need to be. And then we push forward from here. So I think in the long run, it's going to be helpful. What you guys take on it, though? Because it seems like it's a whole lot of people. What it looks like or feels like is people are acting like it's been dividing people more than anything.
Well, let me say this. Yeah, of course it has. Like Obsidian said, right? He touts it back for 10 years for the Black Manosphere being officially started and being, labeled as that, right? That's why I keep trying to tell people this idea of Black men speaking out in mass and being able to speak to the world is very, very new. Okay. And we went through 3 generations of, the matriarchal aspect of, Black woman is God and crack fiend mama, Black queen mama type shit, right? It is literally a cure for a virus, right? So what's happening is everybody's attacking it because they're not used to Black men speaking our minds. That's why you niggas bitching, you niggas complaining, you niggas whining, you can't do this, you can't do that, because it goes against everything that we were programmed and motherfucking like propagandized to think, and niggas don't even understand it. So we've done a great job for those that get it, to open their eyes up to a lot of the things that you go through and don't even realize, because again, you're programmed not to, right? As far as other things go, like you said, Hamp, there's plenty of brothers, man, that I've talked to, and I've learned a lot of things from a business aspect. I learned things about investment from brothers here. I learned stuff about entrepreneurship from brothers here, and even more so after I met you, right? Even though like I say you're not Manosphere, you're Manosphere adjacent, right? But yeah, so this whole thing as to where all you do is talk about dick and pussy, but like I've been around the states, I've been around the country, and I done had brothers look out for me, show me around their city, all type of shit, man. So anybody saying this again is just this constant shut up, nigga. Y'all, we don't want to hear y'all complain about women. That same old lame ass shit, man. And like you said, in order for you to grow in anything, it's never gonna be easy. Black men, the Black Manosphere specifically, are starting a major change in a fucking straight black man's renaissance, bro. The black men are in the fucking process of taking back over, like you said, and being in an orderly fashion as the Most High fucking deem fit. And nobody's gonna like that.
Hey,
Yeah,
you got a
you mentioned
got
just
a
now,
coat
Ham.
or a robe or something.
Ham, you just mentioned how it seems like it's one step back. I don't know how many people trade crypto or trade stocks. The market is rallying. It's simply the market is rallying for a huge. It may be a bear market and it feels like a bear market for a huge bull run when it comes to black male advocacy. So the space is benefiting men. It is quietly. One of the biggest tropes that women are saying right now: get rid of these microphones. What's up with these podcast boys? Women want don't get these another dude with a microphone. Amazon needs to put a tariff on microphones so these guys can stop talking so much. They want men to be quiet. They don't want you to talk. They don't want us to compare notes. I'm in LA, man. I wouldn't otherwise know any of you guys if it wasn't for this microphone and this platform. And that's the whole thing. For years, we didn't have magazines. We didn't have Cosmopolitan. We didn't have talk shows. Men didn't compare notes. And then the moment that a guy got an opportunity to say, hey, man, this is what's going on in my life over here. I'm in LA. What's happening with you in Chicago? Oh, shit. The same thing is happening with you. Well, what's up with y'all brothers down in Florida? What about you in DC? And what's going on in Texas or Atlanta? And we like, yo, a lot of this stuff is starting to be the same, no matter where you are. And they don't want us to talk about it. The thing is, though, when you ask about is it a benefit, sometimes it may not seem like it because, again, the loud minority. But quietly speaking, especially from my vantage point, because of the Black Manosphere and our event and all that kind of stuff, there's a lot of you'll be surprised, or maybe you wouldn't be, Hamp. I would imagine either fantastic. But for those in the audience, there's a lot of people watching right now that's like, yo, I need to get with that. I ain't gonna say nothing out loud because men got an ego, and we don't want to be shamed for saying things like, hey man, why don't you come to my court? No, they don't like the jokes. Some people don't want to deal with that. Some people can't take it, will just try to punch you, in the face if the first time they see you. The reality is, though, it's helping a whole lot of people quietly, silently, at home. They just taking notes and, they're eating the hay and spitting out the sticks and say, yeah, I don't need no help with that. But I like what Fantastic said about that. Let me apply that when I go to work tomorrow. Now I know how to talk to my supervisor, because otherwise I'm a fucking go postal at work. But now, because of something Fantastic said or some monologue that DJ Hamp gave, I know how to navigate my job now. And next thing you know, that person gets a raise. Yeah, it's helping a whole lot. You may not hear a lot. We won't get a testimony. There's no product reviews for this space, but it's helping a whole lot.
No, okay. That stuff resonates. I mean, just being out in the earth, part of like 100 Black Men of America. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that organization, but like it's so many. Like one of the brothers who was the president, he owned 20 Popeyes, 10 KFCs. If y'all just that just lets you know the money, right? But like just the business and the acumen, and so many brothers there communing, and then along with like community service with the little boy, the boys and stuff like that. So I definitely understand that wholeheartedly. And a lot of meetings were virtual, right? So I guess like it's kind of like the thing. So. Tyranny.
Imagine the brothers or the men that wanted to join Omega Psi Phi, the illustrious Omega Psi Phi fraternity incorporated, and they couldn't get in. They couldn't get past the smoker at the chapter at the school. Suddenly they become a hater, and then when somebody else joins the organization or gives props to Omega Psi Phi, what you need? Why you got to join a fraternity? Or even 100 black? Why you need 100 black men to help? Don't you got a dad? The audacity of that is crazy to me, and that's how I look at it when people talking shit about the Black Manosphere.
Okay, no, I catch your drift. I think that people will see that analogy because they know Omega Psi Phi, they know 100 Black Men. Hopefully, that just helps clarify what you're saying if people were unclear. Tyranny, what up though? So when I did the business stream, Tyranny was here. I'll say that, and she even came up and pitched her business and all that too. So I will say that. What's goody though? What you think?
What's up? First, I want to say Black Power. Second, Mr. Fantastic. I know you said something about me in the chat. It's what you do, but whatever. Anyways, so I wanted to say something about the Black Manosphere, right?
Okay.
So I am someone that grew up not with my biological dad, but stepdad, step granddad, uncles, pastors, deacons, and they were all Black. So I love my Black man, and I see potential in the Black man because everybody looks to you guys for the answers. Somebody put in the chat, why do we care about what men are teaching other men? Because truthfully, we look to you guys for the answers. And just like a child that loves their parent, they might be rebellious and argue back, but they know what's up at the end of the day. They know that your answer is the final answer. So that's why when you guys say stuff sometimes, it hurts our feelings because you're not speaking out of resolution. You're speaking out of problem. Okay. We know what the problem is. We have to deal with bad attitude, Black women. We have to deal with that too. We have to deal with fathers not being there. We have to deal with mothers not knowing how to have a proper conversation, knowing your child versus trying to tell your child what they should and shouldn't be. So we understand that too, but we're looking for solutions. And one of the most powerful men to look up on is one that has a successful marriage. A lot of us look for that. And if we see that you guys are having a group of just conversation, a group of this is the problem and this is the problem and this is the problem, which always seems to result back to the woman who is not the answer. The woman is not the answer. You guys always seem to result back to a solution that is not the answer. It's like, okay, so what is your solution? And then what has this group come to? Has it come to a we are he-man, woman haters? That's what it seems like. Or has it come to a group where, hey, we know that a wise man is a man that cries the most. We know that a humble man is the one that God hears. The Lord says that he that finds a wife finds a good thing. But we don't hear many men saying that on these spaces. We don't hear many men repeating that he who finds a wife finds a good thing and has favor from the Lord. At least I don't hear it. I mean, if y'all hear it, great. At least I don't hear it. Then when we look at this space overall, we don't see that many guys are in a successful marriage or can take accountability for what they've done and also tell the young youth of men, hey, don't go following YNW Melly. What P. Diddy did was wrong. We should focus on holiness instead of trying to be right all the time. So, that's just my intake, which I'm entitled to. Fantastic. That's just my intake on what I see as a woman about the manosphere.
Okay. Can I respond, Hemp?
Yeah, but damn it.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's not gonna be crazy. It's not gonna be. Yeah. I'm cool with Tyranny. I joke with Tyranny. I don't got no beef with Tyranny, man. Shout out to Tyranny, looking like Simon Phoenix.
See what
listen, listen. You know, like she said, she know I was gonna do it. It's in love, man. I fuck with Tyranny, man. Tyranny, good people. But no, Tyranny. You know what? You just made me have an epiphany, right? Tyranny, do you pick up a rap CD and expect to hear gospel?
I don't pick up any rap CDs really. But
you know what I'm saying? Do you listen to a rap channel expecting to fucking hear gospel music? You don't tune to a rap channel expecting to hear gospel music, right?
I did when you heard hip hop. Back in the day where the hip hop was smooth and cool, and y'all was telling what to do, and not
many gospel songs on hip hop album outside of MC Hammer. I can't remember any, but let me get to the point, right? So what I'm saying, Tyranny, is this, right? The brand of content is the brand of content. If you know that man is talking about this, and this, that's what he's going to talk about. There's a man talking about the opposite. If you don't want to hear that, don't listen to it. Shout out to Hemp. Hemp promotes marriage. Hemp is married, whatever. If you want to hear a great marriage message, listen to Hemp. If you want to hear shit that I talk about, listen to me. The thing is, y'all want all Black men to only speak in the positive and in this. No. Okay? No. That's not what this is. The Black Manosphere was supposed to be like a gumbo, a potluck, plenty of fucking men coming and giving what there was. You got brothers that got relationship advice. You got brothers that have professional advice. You got brothers that have workout advice. You got brothers that have plenty of different things. The problem is y'all want everybody to shut up with anything other than criticism for black women. It's not gonna stop. Everybody's doing it now too. Even the women are doing it. That's what's so crazy, Hamp. And I know, Hamp, you seen the women that start going viral for sounding just like Kevin Samuels and saying Kevin Samuels was right. The wonderful thing about this shit is, you know what I'm saying? Everybody keep telling us to shut up, but now everybody's starting to take the same shit we say, remix it a little bit, and now make bread off of it. So everybody agrees with us. They just don't want black men saying it.
So if it's okay, Hamp,
Go ahead.
I hear you. But as a mother, I'm not going to keep repeating the same negative about my child because it's not going to help him or her grow. Dang, you don't listen. Why you never listen? Why you never listen? You never get this right. You never get that right. What is that going to do? But if I say you don't listen, but you are good at, and I love it when that's going to get better results than constantly beating them down. And that's what we want to hear you guys do. We know we ain't got it all right because we were all slung on that tree. But we want to hear you guys say something good about us. We want to hear you guys talk positive about us because it'll help us move in the positive direction.
No, and my bad.
No, I just wanted to say something. And shout out to Tierney for coming up here and being respectful. I like, this is wonderful. Well, real quick, Manosphere talking points aren't for women. What I find a lot of times is that women want Manosphere to make solutions for women over, we speak Martian over here on our planet. And you want us to translate that to Venetian because you were on Venus. And if it don't make sense to you, then suddenly it's all bad. One thing that we do in the Manosphere is we talk in private spaces. Men know how to talk to men and give men solutions. The things that you think that you're not hearing, we often do privately away from women because it can be a distraction, especially if a woman's there. Unfortunately, a lot of men will change their attitude, play, be different when a woman is just sitting there. She ain't got to even get engaged. Just sitting there, he's not the same person that I can't get through to him because he has a distraction of women. I think a lot of people understand that when it comes to church and biblical reasons as to why women weren't involved in church. So my point is, a lot of our conversations and discussions and solutions, Tierney, is done privately. And even the ones that are done publicly aren't geared or written or said in a manner that women will understand. And because you guys don't understand it or don't like what's being said or don't understand locker room talk or how men get down or how guys interact with each other, it's not making sense to you because women don't do it that way. You think that it's all bad, and it's not necessarily bad. And that's why I was saying it is moving forward because our focus, at least mine is to make sure men are better. I want, by proxy, women are going to be better if I can get the men together. So, but what women want is for me to have solutions for women too. I don't have solutions for the ladies. You guys got it. Men and the women in his household and up under his covering, he got to have solutions for her, or women have to have solutions for each other. But my goal is to get the men together. And it may not make sense to you, Tierney, but the solutions are for him, tailored for him, written for him in a language that he will understand, oftentimes said away from women. And then if he, effectuates the things that he learns or figures out, and this is in terms of business. See, I'm not talking about how to have sex or how to mack a woman down at the club. I'm talking about how to get money. I talk about getting money more than anything. I teach people how to get paid.
So
if I get a man paid, then that works out for him and his family in the long run. And a lot of times women don't understand that, or they're not even interested in it. I got a show on my channel called Rich People Read.
How much she gonna be able to respond to? So
all of it.
But I don't know if she's gonna be able to.
I know. I'll be talking, man. You got to tell me to land. You got to land. You got to grab the wheel.
I got an airplane.
I'm sorry, Tierney. I am long-winded. So go ahead.
I got an airplane right here.
I'm long-winded, man. I could do it. I could talk for hours straight.
So Tierney, essentially one thing. So I'm just trying to surmise it, So what Shan's saying. So I coach high school football, right? Mm-hmm. And I'll be on the field cussing them kids the fuck out. Right.
Oh my God.
Period. I'm the meanest coach, but after practice, they all hanging with me. You know what I'm saying? But on the field, they do something great during practice. I'd be like, that wasn't terrible when it was actually fantastic. Right. But I got to keep them humble. Now, during the game, I'm their biggest cheerleader. You know what I mean? But practice is supposed to be tough. Mm-hmm. The parents be in the crowd. Right. And, sitting in the bleachers. They be like, holding their breath, doing the Macaulay Culkin shit. I'm cussing, coaching the kids so hard.
Right.
But they don't understand it. But then his mom will say, "Are you okay?" Yeah, what's the matter? Right? Because she thinking there's no way.
Right.
You know what I mean? His feelings aren't hurt.
Right.
But she ain't here at 6 a.m. with him. She ain't watching film with him. She don't pick him up or drop him off when she can't do it. She don't buy him, you know what I mean? Like we have real relationships,
Understood.
And so then the moms are just like, if it works, right? But they still don't understand it. But they see that the boys benefit from that type of heart, that tough love, and then loving them after the fact, So maybe that's what this is. Like the conversations are happening and y'all are in earshot and y'all like, what the fuck? But hopefully if you see men improving around you, then that makes a difference. Have you seen men make improvements from the conversation? I think that's the key.
You know what's crazy that you said that, because I asked my 4-year-old son right in front of my husband, which is his stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, do you like Joseph? And he's like, yes. I'm like, is Joseph nice to you? He said, yes. I said, is he mean to you? He said, no. It threw me off because I've told my husband, I think you're a little mean to him sometime. But I guess my son likes it. That's a man teaching a young boy how to be a man. I didn't understand it. I can appreciate y'all telling each other, get your shit together. But I just feel like, DJ, y'all tell us to get our shit together more than y'all tell each other that. Like when Mr. Fantastic said, oh, okay, when you pick up a CD, are you expecting to hear good? No, but we are expecting y'all to tell each other that, hey, this is a bad CD and don't follow after this guy. Don't follow after him saying, get that coochie, hit it twice and don't do nothing nice. We are expecting you guys to make that argument.
It's once, by the way. It's not twice, unless it's really good.
Right, whatever. But that's what I'm saying. We want to hear you guys. We just want to hear that you guys actually love the community more versus hate the women more. And I'm just saying that's just what I get to take out of the Manosphere, is that you guys are just disgustified with Black women and you're sick of us and it's always our fault and we can't do nothing right. And I know that you guys say you're preaching to each other, but we listen because you're our leader. By default, you're our leader. We was created for y'all. So you know how y'all tell the kids, get out, this grown folks talking. But the kids listen to us by default because we're their leader. So I mean, we're listening. We're listening.
No, okay.
Real quick, I want women, when you think that we talking shit about women, to understand that we ain't talking about you, Tierney. We talking about them hoes over there.
Them hoes over there.
And a lot of times you guys, because you have a hive mentality, you just say you hate all women. No, we hate those women. You good. You're not even part of the conversation. You're Gucci. And you guys oftentimes attribute a lot of, trauma that you didn't really, that doesn't even apply to you. And so for the good women out there, the women that we talk about, the women that are doing the things that aren't the 304, all the different tropes and stuff that men say about women, if that ain't you, you're good. You're good. We're talking about the ones that it applies to. I don't want you to associate, get aligned with, or otherwise mix and mingle, or think that you are part of those women. In fact, what I'd like you to say is, you know what, I am different. I know it's hard to tell because from a distance, you guys all dance the same. You wear the same Fashion Nova dresses. You get the same weaves. And so from a distance, you look the same. But the mentality is what a lot of guys are complaining about. The physical too, but the mentality primarily. And if your mentality isn't like them hoes over there, you don't have to worry about it. In fact, why don't you jump on board and get them hoes in order, because they're not listening to us, but they might listen to you quicker.
No.
Now that's and I want to get Gerard into now that Shannon, though, that part speaks to her earlier sentiment then. So if we acknowledge that there's quote unquote good women listening, then why isn't there more positive talk during the conversation? If you know that the ones we talking shit to, they gonna hear it loud and clear. But the quote unquote good ones are misconstruing all the bad to be applied to them as well. Right. Do we ever stop, right, and say, now, good ones, good shit doing X, Y, and Z, because it says he who finds a wife, that means she's already wifely before he even meets her, and so those traits can be acknowledged as well. but how often do they hear the positives for the good women that we acknowledge do exist?
And I get that, and I think it speaks back to the parable in the Bible in Matthew, where the lost sheep is the ones that we're paying attention to. I get it. I know the good sheep wants to be patted on the back and said, "I'm glad that you're doing what you're supposed to do." But when men are focusing and laser focused on the lost sheep, the ones that have strayed away from the herd, the ones that need the help the most, that needs all of our resources. It's almost like the whole Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter. Why are you saying Black Lives Matter is All Lives Matter? Because we concentrating on the black ones right now. You know, we get that all lives matter, but the black ones right now is the ones that's getting, that's dying or getting persecuted. So we're concentrating on them. We're concentrating on the women that need the help the most. Well, why don't you praise me for doing what I'm not her. I'm doing everything right. Can I get a pat on the back? Not now. I'll get to you later. Right now, we're in a crisis, and I need to concentrate on this one over here. That's me. Now, I'm not saying that that's everybody, but when I hear people say, "Well, how come you don't, recognize the ones that's doing things right?" It's because I'm putting all my energy and focus on the ones that's doing stuff wrong.
Okay, understood. That makes a lot of sense. No, that clarifies why. Yeah, I guess like with my players, right? And it's just an analogy, right? Obviously, but one of my biggest things is don't cuss them if you don't love them. There was a coach they brought out during the playoffs, and I was late to practice, and he was cussing at the kids. Me and him almost fought right in the middle of the field. Who the fuck are you? Who you yelling at? You ain't been here. Oh, Coach Powell, I don't give a fuck. Who Jesus could have sent you out here. These my kids, Coach Powell, the head coach. I mean, I kind of apologized, but I was mad. Like, who you cussing at? You ain't showed them niggas no love. You ain't been with us this whole season. Now we in the playoffs and we ranked number 1. Now you coaching something? Hell nah. So I just wonder, like, the pouring in, how much of that has existed. But I catch your drift though. I catch your drift. Somebody has said something in the chat, right, Shan? They talking about how do you treat the players when they losing, to your point, right? So we was losing a playoff game. The other coaches coaching like a motherfucker on the bus. I got on late, at halftime. Fuck you over coaching for? We about to beat the shit out these niggas. They got one bomb on us. Shake the bus. The whole defensive bus rocking back and forth. Fuck out. We about to beat the hell out these niggas. Because I'm not about to drill the kids when they already kind of, you know what I mean? I should have been doing that all in practice. So I don't know. I just think through it, like, about real life situations and like how we apply, the people that we supposed to be coaching or leading, like Tyranny had mentioned. Gerard, what's going on?
How is everybody?
Good. I see
Pretty
y'all
good,
later.
man. How you been? I ain't seen you in a month for Sundays.
Yeah, I've been working hard, man. Out here in the desert.
You still over there?
Yep, still over here.
No doubt. What's goody? What you think?
Yeah. I think the biggest criticism of the Black Manosphere, I just saw a little bit before I came in. I think most people think it doesn't go beyond the talking. And I think the last time I was on here, we talked about policies, like getting involved in politics. So I think a lot of the things that's going on in the Black Manosphere really, it's not going to resonate until they get something codified into policy or law. Because usually law is what really changes people's behaviors, attitudes. I mean, you can just look at the women's movement, the gay movement. They actually put their advocacy into policy. And that's the only way you're going to really convince the masses, to really change their ways.
So you think that the Manosphere has been effective?
I think it's been effective as getting the message out, but it needs to go the extra step. They need to start
marketing. Marketing has been effective, but now implementation.
No, I mean, they need to go into creating elective officials.
Why'd you say no? So you're saying that they got the message out, right?
Yeah, the message is out.
So that's what I'm saying. Because you're talking about business, like actually implementation. So the marketing's there. We understand the plights, and now it needs to be pushed into policy and things of that nature.
Yeah. You need to start, you need to have a couple of brothers running in politics for particular offices advocating for men's rights policies, that type of stuff.
Do you
actually
agree
getting
with the
it passed.
messaging?
Generally, yeah, generally.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
I mean,
saying that
because the numbers, because I think the biggest thing that the Black Manosphere wants is stronger Black communities, stronger families, stronger children, more successful children. And you can't really get that if you got divorces happening everywhere. Everybody's doing what they want to do. There's no cohesion. So,
Okay. What do you contribute? Let's say, like Roe versus Wade, maybe. Do you contribute that to anything, or is that just
yeah, I
totally?
mean, that law in 19th century, yeah, that changed a lot of attitudes in women about abortion. And,
Well, the overturning of it being a federal mandate, essentially.
yeah, but again, to be honest with you, abortion is a women's issue. I mean, primarily
No.
that's a women's issue.
No, it's not, brother.
I mean, mostly women are advocating for, like, upset about that type of a law or something. I mean,
Yeah.
most guys, I mean,
yeah, but
I don't think that. I think most men are really concerned about divorce laws, like family law, maybe more like some economic policies, tax policies. But
do you see the problem, Shot T, brother? Do you see the problem, the issue when people say that, right? Byron Donalds is a Black Republican, right? Byron Donalds is married. Byron Donalds is accomplished. Byron Donalds is educated, and yet still over 90% of the Black population hates Byron Donalds because he's a Republican, right? And if you're a Black man speaking about the things you're speaking about, you're gonna have to align as a Republican. I think it's still what HAMP, at least 85% of Black people overall still represent as Democrat.
Yeah.
So what we talking about, right? Everybody, says that you have to have the voter to support. Right now, Byron Donalds is an exception, right? And the other gentleman, I can't think of his name, the bald head brother, he was a former Army pilot, Army helicopter pilot. I can't think of his name, but him, right? But either way, those two brothers are the shining examples of what we're talking about. I'm with you as far as running for office and getting things into legislation and all these different things. But again, are Black men going to be able to vote Black men into these positions? Are Black women, you're going to have, and it can't just be Black men, you're going to have the Black men that's able to sell themselves to other Black men and turn them over from being Democrats to somewhat independent or more conservative leaning. And it's not just that, it's white people too. So again, you guys, and I'm not saying you're saying it's in a nefarious matter or whatever, bro. It's not just that easy for a Black man to come out here and become a congressman or a senator. Okay, that's why we don't have a whole bunch of them. You're going to have to not only appeal to Black people, you're going to have to appeal to an overall voting block, and then get put in those positions. And then once you're in those positions, now you have to be able to put forth legislation that's going to be picked up by the rest of a party. So this stuff has been thought about, and it's been talked about a lot. Well, not a lot, but in general. But at the same time, we have to raise politicians, right? So how you gonna raise a politician if most of the politicians, the men, don't have control over the politicians? So go ahead, brother. My bad.
Well, again, it's not going to be easy. I never suggested that something like that's going to be easy. I mean, when it took years for Black people to become Democrats, actually, because they were with the Republican Party back in the old days, and for them to become Democrats, that took a lot of years. So it takes maybe 1 or 2 generations, but the kernel is here. They're starting to talk about the particular issues with the men and the women. Now, I actually believe that most Black women will start to align with Black men if the majority of Black men have a particular type of mindset. Like if they start to see, because I mean, you can even look at I don't know if y'all looked at the numbers, but increasingly more Black men are becoming Republicans. It's very difficult to kind of change to what they say, get off of that Democrat plantation, because you don't want to be seen as, a sellout or, against black women or all this other stuff. But if things continue to go like they're going, black men keep getting divorced, they're getting their families taken away from them. A lot of black men are going to start, because, politics makes strange bedfellows. So you're gonna have a lot of black men, lining up with white men. It's going to be a more man thing, because that's what the feminist women did. The white women got with the black women, and they changed. Yeah, the black women got along with the white women with that feminism in the 70s, and now I think some of the white women kind of pulled back on it, but black women went double strong on that stuff. But so I think it's kind of it's just some kind of like
real quick. Let me throw this to him real quick. You said, Brother Jawar, you said, look, man, it's nothing until we can codify this stuff in law. It's not going to really be a big change. As you already agree, it's a slow and arduous process to do that. But we are making strides. We got brothers like Carnell Smith, who's a paternity coach, who's getting things changed for paternity to be advantageous for men. But the thing that we can't do, Jawar, we can't legislate a woman to act right. I can't put it in law for her to treat me nice. That's not going to happen. You can't. There's no way to put it in court to make her have sex with. So the thing is, things like no fault divorce that are changing. I think that changed in Florida just recently. With family court and child support laws will change. What we are fighting against is more of the gynocratic system of government, where women are kind of like just running the entire household. And so where you were saying the Black Manosphere got the message out, but it's not going to really work until we get it codified into law. I don't even know that that's necessarily the goal, at least not for me. It may be for other people in the Manosphere, but not for me. Mine is to just get men to get their shit together. Go ahead.
Historically, that's how it's been done.
But as you said, we talking 2 generations. We only 10 years in.
Yeah. So he's saying, Gerard, you can't legislate behavior.
No, but you can't legislate behavior. That's right.
So you can mitigate.
You can. Yes, you can. You can legislate behavior.
But generally speaking, not where you live, but like in a society like ours.
No. I'm talking about in America. I mean, people wearing their seatbelts now. People wearing their seatbelts now because of what.
Hold on. Be careful. Right, you're gonna be hard pressed to legislate the behavior, right? Because we are autonomous beings. We live in a so-called free society, right? So you're talking about seatbelt penalties, right? But I think that's not what that's not what he's talking about, right? So that's a disingenuous retort.
Well, no. I told you.
Let me read these real quick, y'all. Big J, you want to respond to this shit?
My response to that is I have no idea what he's talking about.
That's another reject. For the record, that's another reject that just again anytime.
See, y'all got I'm new. Y'all got to I'm just here to help. All I care about is black men.
Let me read these.
So I don't really know the infighting and the history and the beefs and shit.
DJ with the $2 says, "What's crazy is Mr. Williams is the Temu Shannon." Ranger with the $5. The Manosphere is an umbrella term that has helped men financially, spiritually, romantically, and physically for years! Exclamation point. Keywords: umbrella term.
Who is truth and reality undefeated? That's a bar.
Manosphere consists of red pill, blue pill, MGTOW, black pill, married, single, straight, gay, red pill ragers, and simps. There is no one set way to talk or think. Umbrella term. Niggas is slow.
Thank you.
I don't know about the brotherfucker part, brother. Ain't no brotherfuckers in the Manosphere, bro.
Little Rock with the 2517 with the $5 says, fantastic sipping old English malt liquor. Damn, that sounds like some Georgia shit. No, that's West Coast shit, isn't it? Truth and reality with undefeated with the $5 says, people like tyranny act like F&F don't do money Monday every week, or Myron don't promote fitness. The Manosphere is not about women. Umbrella term. Awaken Wizard with the 20 bosses. If you're familiar with quote shadow work end quote, the Manosphere is like that at a cultural level. When you do it, life gets upended. and you learn a lot about truth about yourself that seems crazy. It's a benefit if you can accept what needs to be heard. Interesting. AJ, what up, kid? With the 10 ounces. What's good, DJ Hamp and the family? The Manosphere is good, but no matter what, there will always be simps to move different. Truth and Reality Undefeated with the 2 ounces. You can't do wild shit and dictate how men react. Bet Life with the 5 ounces. Miss Facts. Facts fantastic. As a married man that has always followed the Manosphere since inception, there's plenty of creators that help us with our marriage. Rainbow Kid with the 5 ounces. That scam likely. Gerard 74. Had he been MIA, picked up a little weight. I see. That is not scam likely. Truth and Reality Undefeated with the $2 says the Manosphere ain't for women to understand. In TAT with the $5 question. Are the men going to women's spheres as female spaces, asking them, why don't you say something good about us? I'm not Manosphere, just asking. Nick Taylor. Truth and Reality Undefeated with the $2 says, mind y'all damn business. Stop invading our spaces. Red Parent with $2 says, women always trying to control shit. It's sad. And yeah, with the $2 says, why do women confuse criticisms with hate? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Why? How many names you gonna have? I'm on Roadblock 63. Yeah, you got 7 names already. You gotta find one. God damn. Oh, that's true. That's true. I apologize. What's popping? What's going on? Your mic kind of crackly. Your mic.
I'm too right now.
Your mic was good, and then it started blurring literally right now.
You good now?
You all you did was move your camera to the left. Let me drop the. I'm gonna drop the link right now for you, huh? Mr. Payne, what's popping? You on mute, Mr. Payne? Come on, Mr.
Come on, Mr. Payne.
I'm old, man. I'm old. Shit, I gotta do something like that.
Hey, man, you about out of old excuses now.
No, I'm gonna use that shit forever because y'all don't let me forget it. But anyway, listen. Let me tell you, man. That interview with Obsidian was absolutely fantastic, brother. I swear to God, it was something else. I was so mad at Obsidian for getting himself kicked off of YouTube. I wish I would have been able to get up there because he knew better. And he stretched that shit to the limit. I was mad as hell when he got kicked off. Anyway, that's that. Hey, how you guys doing, man? I like this conversation. This brother next to me, what's that, Juar? Yeah, I don't agree with 100% of what you said, but I think a lot of it, what he said, is cool on the politics side. I think men are going to have to get more men off the plantation. Hell with the women. But the part with the women is, if we have a direction off the plantation, some of them will come to their senses and follow us. You know why? Because women can't stand women want to be in men's space. They in every space we got, they infiltrate. So, but if we get our shit together, they'll follow. But the plantation issue is a real big issue, but I wouldn't waste any time trying to convince. If a woman's liberal, we got to find conservative black women. That's what, and for you, Shannon, here's the thing with the politics with black men. You have to be a conservative. If you're a conservative black man, white people will vote for you. White people will vote for a conservative black man, depending on what your plank is. And since they're the majority, you can't get elected with white people voting for you as a black man. You know, so that's it. And conservative values are better for us anyway. And I don't need to go on that, but we can just think about it for a second.
So,
all this
Payne,
liberalism bullshit, man, forget it. I'm done.
Hey, let's do that. I'm not. You still got the microphone, but as you can see, you have stress showing out. So, at the very least, maybe we can get a little bit of a dialogue.
I know it's short over here. Yeah,
I'm sick of your shit, and you said 7 words. Go ahead, Sean. What's poppin'?
Hey man, shout out to my OG R Pain, man. I rock with R Pain. I just don't rock with what he just said, and I can tie that into what my arch rival Fantastic said about politics too. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my boy Shan. What up, Shan? How you feeling, man? Look, man. Look, I think you all are setting up an unnecessary roadblock. The way I see it, right? So the things you guys are talking about. So I'm a person who has never voted Republican, and probably it would take a good candidate for me to do so because I'm independent, right? I think what you all are saying, we share a common interest in men being better. We really do. So I think that's an unnecessary roadblock that you guys are proposing, where there can be a movement that's based on principle and not politics. So when I hear you guys say these things, immediately it's like, fuck what y'all talking about. Even though I share the belief that these things need to happen in terms of the benefit of men. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but if you're talking to me, I'll tell you the difference between principle and politics and where they merge. There's no principle that will make me be for gender affirming care for children.
Me either.
Well, hold on. Well, wait a minute now. If you vote for the Democratic plank, that's what you're voting for. No, let me finish before y'all go down this thing. If I have 5 initiatives and I'm a Democrat, you vote for a Democrat, you like 2 of them. You could be all in the high and mighty for 2 of them, but they got 5 planks. And one of the planks could be gender affirming care, taking parental rights away from what gets taught in school. You vote for the 2 planks you want, but that candidate is going to put forth all 5 planks for the Democratic Party. So I don't like everything the Republicans do, and I'm not a Republican. But I feel more comfortable with the 5 planks on the Republicans that won't hurt us at all. But I'm not voting for any party that puts forward all of that F shit that they're doing. And you can't divorce it. You might want to, but you can't.
You can, right? Just like
not if you give me a vote.
I got conservative friends and family members who they vote conservative, but they vote conservative, but they absolutely believe in the social safety net. But like my brother, one of my brothers, he's a staunch 2A supporter. Like, he believes that to his core, so he votes conservative because of that. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't care about the social safety net or people. So what I'm saying is that we as men, what we do and what we brag about is being able to compartmentalize. So like, if Fantastic is a single issue voter and his voter is being pro-life, I would understand that. That doesn't mean I wouldn't assume that means that I wouldn't assume that to mean that Fantastic does not care about people or community or some of the benefits of the social safety net. I would just know that Fantastic is pro-life. You see what I'm saying?
No, but I do. But our system is a 2-party system.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what you're saying is, if we had a legitimate 3rd party where I could take 2 from this guy and 2 from that guy and put them into 1 party, right, like a real independent party, then I can take what you're saying. But you only get 1 vote. So if you vote Democratic, even though you don't like all the stuff the Democrats do, but you like the 2 planks they have, your 1 vote goes to all 5 of them, whether you like it or not.
And that's the same thing that can be said about the Republican Party. So I mean,
absolutely. I'm not saying everything I'm saying goes for both parties. That's why if we had a real independent party, because most of us should be independent. Because depending on where you are.
I've been independent since Barack Obama's 2nd term. I tend to think for myself more importantly, what's going to be the best for me and my family. With the Manosphere, it's kind of like that with life, especially with the Manosphere. Getting back to that, I got my 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out the door, because some of the stuff that goes on in there, I agree with, right? But some of the stuff I feel like it could be a little echo chamberish.
Right? Red pill rage, for example.
It could be like, okay, so Mr. Fantastic was talking about earlier. He was like, the nigga shit sells, right? There are a lot of folks on the Manosphere that get on there and they blame everything on women, and whether we like it or not, people like to be victims. Whether it's men, women, whoever the fuck, motherfuckers like to be victims. So if they hear some shit, they say, "Oh man, that sounds good," and then they dive deep into that rabbit hole. Right? So they consuming everything women bashing, and a lot of these folks that get on here that got these pages, they ain't about the life that they talking about. Like the Mr. Fugazi podcast, like right. He talked a whole lot of shit for so many years, but he was literally living a life.
He ain't here to defend himself.
My bad. So it's a lot of cats that's on there who don't live the lifestyle that they espouse on this here YouTube. And then you got a whole lot of people who take those words to heart when in all actuality, the forked tongue that they're getting it from ain't living that life. Because it's money driven. YouTube is money driven. Folks out here trying to get a check. Folks out here trying to get paid, man. And I think and then we have a lot of impressionable people out here because like it or not, the majority of people want to be led.
Okay.
Majority of people in this country like to be led. They want a leader. They want somebody that's gonna lead them down the road and be like, and just grab them by their coat and be like, "Come on, let's go this way." Because most people are followers.
No, but you're saying some good stuff. But listen, the leader has to have the ladder up against the right wall. You know what I'm saying? So, because you could lead the people down the path of destruction, or you could lead the people to the straight and narrow. And that's the key. I mean, what you just said is all correct, but that goes for people on the internet and off the internet. People like to be led. That's why they can move the American people so easy.
Mr. Payne, that's why I think we have to be more sophisticated voters.
Yeah, but wait a minute though. But when you say, well, how do you do that? Yeah, no, you're right. But I'm just saying,
you have to start somewhere. Like, take the presidential thing out because I think that's one of the main.
Every level.
Like it starts at these conversations. And shout out to HAMP. It starts with these conversations. We've already identified some common areas of interest amongst us, even though we vote differently. But the common areas of interest is what should bring you together and start the snowball effect to build something that is more of a centrist movement. Because we want these taxes right. Hey, this 2A, we gonna protect that. Fathers' rights, we want all that type of shit. Black men, we want us to be doper. Yeah, but then for me, the social safety net matters. What I do is I help people and I build communities. That matters. So that's where I get. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, we have to become more sophisticated. You know what I'm saying? Because we do have.
Can I ask you a question on that point? If we took an example like no fault divorce, for example, we probably all could agree that we need to look at that, right? As men, no matter where you fall, Democrat, Republican, and we got to make a distinction between a conservative and a liberal and a Democrat and a Republican. How do we mechanize that? How do we make that work with us being all over the place? If that's something that we know, if no fault divorce was retracted, I mean, the whole country would change in terms of relationships and marriage. Right? Because now we know people can't just escape for any old bullshit. Women can. Now, let me be specific. Women can, and maybe some men, but women won't be able to escape because they have a toenail that's a little longer than the other one.
So that's not a right or left thing.
How do we make that work? How do we make that work? Unless we get more men off the plantation, right? And so we have people vying for our votes on both sides, as opposed to us being 92% or 90% in one party. But they're never going to put that on the plan.
But Mr. Payne, I think this is the mistake that we're making in this conversation. We're assuming that the politicians come up with these decisions. You know who controls that? People who spend money. Political action committees. So that's what I'm trying to get to is that coming together with these common interests, and then mobilizing and putting dollars in behind it. That's what moves the needle. We ain't got time to sit here and fight and argue over the little bullshit. You know what I'm saying? When there are things that we agree with that's in our common interest, that won't divide us, because we spend so much fucking time on the things that divide us when there are more things that are in our mutual interest.
I agree with that. But we ain't gonna do that just as black men, right? We would have to have, like you said, the PACs are mostly funded by white people. See, these are the kind of things like the no fault divorce. as a place where we would have a good camaraderie ship with white men. If we could get past the bullshit, right? Because we're going to need them to change legislation.
But
I think you'll be surprised how many women would follow if we really made it a push to do that. And you say the political action committee because they do the lobbying.
Right. And so it starts with us, though. Everything else is a spoke that starts with us. Like the women, that's a spoke. You know, the whites, whatever, that's a spoke. I don't want to rely on them because they like to take our shit over. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all that. I'm talking about us.
Yeah, you got to give me but you also got to talk about reality where we live. You go, you know, if 100% of us voted for the Democrats this last election, Trump would have won every state except Wisconsin. If 100% of all black voters voted for the Democrats, he still would have won every state except Wisconsin, every swing state, and he would have won the election. What would have happened was he knew that he got that presidency with no blacks on his side. What does that mean for? When they get in, what does that mean when they can get elected without us? What does that mean?
So look, I wouldn't even focus on that because that leads us into a pessimistic. I'm just saying, like that leads us. That starts in a place of pessimism instead of a place of strength.
I just I'm just telling you what I'm
saying. I'm saying, look. So if I don't care about any of that. I care about, let's start here. These are causes that we deem worthy. And so let's start at the beginning and give the thing a chance to grow. We're going to give ourselves a puncher's chance. And if we get knocked out, we get knocked the fuck out. If we fall short, we fall short. But that doesn't mean that a worthwhile cause should not be. I agree
with that, but you can't start a worthwhile cause excluding the people you need to make it happen.
I never said exclude. So look, when I hold on 1 second. I never said exclude. This goes back to how I feel about the black community. All the ills in the black community, they start with the black man, with us putting the things in place to fix them. Everything else will fall in place after the fact. So it's not about excluding. I'm saying start with us. Fuck everybody else. Like we the leaders.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the thing though, right? So if we start with us and we're already doing what we're supposed to be doing, my question is this, because everybody talks about black men being solution based. What are black men not doing that any and every other demographic of men in the United States are doing? What are we missing?
I'm glad you said that. Fantastic. So I talked about this when I was being critical in the Discord earlier. So y'all got to get in the Discord if y'all not in the Discord. One of the things I would like to see is, I think that was Jawar that was saying it right now. It kind of looks like all talk with everything you guys are doing. We have to institutionalize. We have to build systems and institutions. And what I'm talking about in terms of something like a political action committee is part of that. So let's just say all the things that we want to teach young men. That's why mentoring programs and things like that are so important, because that starts the process of institutionalizing things so that we can put this in their brain and train them up literally. Because you know what's not happening? The YNs are not listening to this right now. Shout out to him, but they're not. They outside, bro. So we gotta literally put the footholds in the communities, in the places that they are. We have to organize communities and deputize the people that they listen to directly and get the message to them and funnel it to them. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah. But it's I'm glad you answered the way you did, and that's my problem. See, that's the major focus, and I think the problem is the focus on the YNs. Fuck the YNs. The YNs are lost causes for the most part. Those they are. The YNs are gone. The YNs are the minority, just like the Pookies and Ray Rays are the minority. We focus too much on the motherfuckers that are too far gone or headed down the wrong path versus building up the brilliance, right? So what actually my counter to yours would be is we need to have more programs to find out the children that are gifted, that are highly intelligent, that are talented in things other than sports. Shout out to basketball, football, baseball, all those things. But we need to refocus and redefine what being a black man is. Now, especially with social media and all these different things, everybody want to be a streamer. Everybody want to be Kai Cenat. Hoop dreams never gonna go nowhere. Gridiron dreams never gonna go nowhere, right? Sunday Night Lights, that shit never gonna go nowhere, right? So, but now you compounded that with, okay, well, shit, I can be a SoundCloud rapper. You know, I can be a prankster. I can do this. I can get, you know, 1 million followers in that. So that's why I'm saying we're caught in a very, very weird space as to where the focus is not where it needs to be on the people that are pretty much on we're trying to recover people already on a bad path. And again, it's a very, very small percentage of people.
Can I stop you for 1 second? Not to interrupt you, but look, because they saying it in the chat too. When I say YN, I'm talking about young people. I'm just using that term. I mean young people. So everybody that you're including, I'm sorry. So let me not miss. I'm talking about who you're talking about. So we're saying the same thing.
Okay, my bad. I'm thinking YN is in the negative.
I should have said YN. My bad, because I didn't think about the fact that it would be taken like that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I agree with. I agree with you for sure. Yeah.
I was thinking like I just think we need.
You're thinking of crash outs. Yeah.
But
my bad.
Nah, it's cool. But nah, and that's what I say, right? So how many so now we got to start quantifying these things, right? How many more mentorship programs do we need? There are already mentorship programs that exist, right?
Fantastic. You know what? And so hold on 1 second, Gerard. It's fantastic. We need a national mentorship program, literally national. So, like for me, you out, Shannon?
All right, Shannon.
So we need a national mentorship program. And so, like I've run mentorship programs in Jersey and in Chicago. And I did some in Dallas a little bit, but Jersey and Chicago primarily. The problem is everything is disjointed. And the other problem, the bigger problem, is that the funding is controlled by white people who have a vested interest in them not succeeding and not propagating. So that's why I say it's important for us to come together and say, you know what? This is part of the infrastructure that we need to build. We need it in Detroit. We need it in Chicago. We need it in Baltimore. We need it in Houston. We need it in Atlanta. We need it in these places. And then we can build from there. And so it needs to be like the things that you believe in, the things that you know that black men need, the way that you be talking, the shit that we all agree on. These are the places where these are the mediums through which we can funnel that information and give that training to these young men. And so I've seen it, like the worst of the worst in the project in Chicago. We've been able to help them, get them in college, get them off the streets, a whole lot of things. So the things work. It's just a matter of us institutionalizing them and making sure that we maintain control of them, especially by financing them ourselves.
Well, no, I agree. And I think we need to start putting a lot more pressure on these celebrities, these athletes, these people that other groups do to, hey, we're the reason why you're here, and give back to the community. Like you said, on a national scale, not just, you know, a toy drive or a bike drive or book bags and things like that. Like you said, actual programs. Like Sean, I don't disagree with you at all. The problem I know is just that. So when you come to the regular smugglers, like, you know what I mean? Well, I'll just say myself, right? You know what I'm saying? There's not going to be enough crowdfunding that we need in order to do it. And it's like, it's crazy, right? As to where certain things people will, but then, like you said, a great suggestion that you're giving, I believe there should be a hub per region: Southeast, East Coast,
right?
You know, start one in Texas, West Coast, and then even though there ain't a lot of niggas up there, you know, Oregon or Seattle or something, right? So I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think the issue and the problem, though, is just that, you know, when you start talking about those things and putting it into action, it's just not going to be support, man. That's the problem.
But you know what? I understand why you're saying that, but it doesn't take as much as you think. So I have a whole plan for this, and I've been working on it with a few of my fraternity brothers. And so there is money for it. So take for example, right? We saw how much Kamala raised in a short amount of time. And me working with the Obama campaign back in 2008, and just seeing how crowdfunding came to be, and saw how instead of the $1 million donors, it was $1 million $20 donors and things like that. The program we had in Chicago, that was an after school program, because that's a component of the mentoring as well. It was only $165,000 a year grant, but the impact that we had in Chicago was amazing. Ceasefire was a program we had that's a violence interruption program, which a lot of violence interruption programs are modeled after ceasefire. So if you guys want to look that up, you can. It's not a big ass grant, but the difference it makes is crazy. And so you have to start somewhere. And the case that we're making every year, just to wrap this up real quick, the case we're making every year is we were able to do this amount with this small amount of money. And if we get this amount of money, then we will be able to do X amount more. But you have to start somewhere. The money will come. Absolutely. It'll come. It's there. I promise you. It doesn't take.
And I do agree. Shout out to King Randall. Like I said, that brother. Shout out to Q Butter. Right. There's brothers that doing it. But again, man, I don't know. Again, like I said, I just think, and especially this aspect of it, people aren't comfortable with that, right? If you're teaching the kids skills and these things and so on and so forth, it's cool and fine. But once Black women find out you're teaching their sons the ways of women and hypergamy and hey, you know what I'm saying, get married, but get married with a plan and all these different things and so on and so forth. And I just think that's going to be the hard sell, bro, because it's going to, drive a lot of people away because they don't want that part.
Yeah, we also got to understand that there's more than one way to skin a cat.
There's not.
So I could go ahead.
No, just one. Mr. Fantastic. I haven't seen. Like, you think they're gonna be like they teach you what and remove the kids type shit?
Yeah.
Why?
Because again, man, this is like quote unquote a talking point. The biggest leverage that in the issue that happens here is the mystique of the purity and the deification of the Black woman.
Absolutely.
There have been men that have said this as to where a man is mentoring or this or so on and so forth, right? Even fathers, this fuck the mentoring shit. Fathers get their time interfered with in a lot of parental alienation. It starts because the mother loses her grip on the children. You feel me? And that's with the actual father. Not saying that he's, of course, not talking any type of talking point or any type of red pill content, just a concept that she's not comfortable with, to where now the father has equal leverage. You feel me? So I've seen it, and and I don't know, maybe you have too. Like I said, certain things or whatnot.
I think gentlemen are underestimating the hive mind of the Black woman.
Yeah, but forget about that part. I get why y'all have that sentiment. But
let me just say this. It's not a sentiment. Statistics back it up.
It is, Mr. Payne. I've done this. I'm telling you.
If 92% of women, liberal Black women, vote one way, and I'm talking, I forget about the vote for who they're voting for, they're thinking the same way. Matter of fact, I remember after the election, they were so mad at Black men because we were only down at 78%. Then one lady said, well, they still, majority of Black men still voted for Kamala.
Talking about their sons, though.
No, they were talking about Black men in general.
No, but what I'm saying is we talking about their
there's
sons.
something included in that, right? Their sons would be included. Their sons would be included in that, right?
What I'm saying is, Sean, we're talking about the affect that we can have on the boys, their sons, and Mr. Fantastic was saying that the majority are gonna block if they see them being taught things that are potentially go against how much influence they'll have over that little boy. That's the part that we're kind of discussing. So you were making hive mind. So I understand you're talking about the voting thing, but you really think they would block the blessings of the little boys?
Yes.
In mass?
Yeah. Well, let me tell you this. I'm glad you said that. Because no, it's not. It might not be the majority, but it's going to be enough to make a difference. It's going to be enough to make a difference, and that's the one thing you like. I know because you like majority, minority. Even if it's the minority, critical mass doesn't have to be 50%. 10% of thinking of loud minority can change shit.
Mr. Payne, I don't want to interrupt you, but you know how it really works in mentoring programs? The kids come and get mentored, the parents aren't there. The kids come and get mentored, the parents are not there. So look, and so it would be simple, right?
What is the mentorship actually? I need, I hear a lot of talking about mentors, but exactly what are you doing? What are you mentoring? Like, so what is the
He if he go through it, we'll be here for another 6 hours.
Just give me an example. Just give me an example because when I'm thinking.
It's because what happens with examples is people will hear because they have a viewpoint already. They'll hear an example and then try to hyper focus on the example. But I want them to kind of keep talking about what they're talking about. But I'm just telling you, Sean be doing a whole lot of shit. Trust me.
Okay, well, I'm just curious because the reason why I asked that is because remember
he hand out condoms on the weekends. That one good, sure.
He had the problem. If you think that's a benefit, I guess
See what I mean? That's why I
But-
told you.
You fell right in the trap, man.
But look,
You-
no, I was thinking more of when I was thinking of mentorship, because my idea of mentorship is always dealing with like politics. So
That's what Gerard. Hold on, let them finish, right? Because that's why I just said let's just keep going. But he do a whole lot with the kids, influencing them. He heavily involved in politics. Give Sean 2 years, he'll be a politician of some way, shape, or form, local, all of it. So that all that's in the works. I just didn't want to get caught up in the example because the condoms wasn't good enough for you.
Sean, are you in New Jersey or in Chicago?
I'm in Jersey now.
But damn, now it kind of got lost. So what? So
Right,
yeah.
right.
So
No, I ain't forget. So look.
Oh yeah, come on, DC.
Damn, man, I ain't got the crib. I ain't got nothing with me. Damn. So look, what Fantastic is saying, like I would challenge Fantastic and the guys that Fantastic deems, should be a part of it. All right, let's come up with a curriculum. These are life skills. This is development for kids. Let's come up with a curriculum and see what that looks like. That's how you start the process of institutionalizing it. You feel me? And so, because it's the same thing. So say, for instance, for one of my programs, we have a PATS curriculum, which is positive alternatives to tough situations. You know what I'm saying? Like, so kids that are involved in the juvenile justice system, you're teaching them problem solving skills and how to de-escalate situations and things like that. So it wouldn't be any different from any other curriculum. But I'm saying, like, I love that y'all are talking about it. Not that I agree with every single thing you guys talk about, but it's important. Most of the things you talk about. Let's figure out what the curriculum is and let's come up with it and let's work towards these things. Because y'all are doing a great job with the talking, but what I'm saying, at some point there has to be a manifestation, something tangible that people can walk into.
Yeah.
And is the mentorship just pretty much limited to the at-risk kids generally?
I never said at-risk kids.
No, I'm just saying in general, like most when I was teaching public school, most of the mentoring programs are kind of really revolve around at-risk youth.
So
But what I'm talking about is what I'm thinking about is mentorship for the best of the Black boys, particularly those Black boys who want to get into politics. Because when I was young, I think the last time I was here, I told you that my father, he was a politician down in Virginia. And when he was doing politics, he didn't, he mentored at risk, but he mentored like the honest, the gifted and talented group as well. And he picked out a lot of guys from that group and taught them about how to deliver a message to the public, how to be a politician, how to groom. He was basically grooming them to get into politics. And I don't really see that with a lot of the. I don't really see that with a lot of the mentor.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. No, but I disagree, right? Because he just predicating off of one thing, right? Have you been a part of 100 Black Men of America, Joar?
No, I know of it.
Yeah, so it's a national thing, right? And there's chapters. So
Yeah.
go to the schools.
But again,
watch this, right? So we'll go to the schools that are at risk specifically, right? Because those kids don't have resources. But then when you have the weekend trips, you have the weekend mentorships, your parents have to bring you. And then there's another set where your father has to bring you, right? And depending on what those kids' trajectory is, they'll be in different breakout groups that cater to that, right? So for instance, there's a breakout group that'll have a Toastmasters element to it, right? Where it's about speech. And then all the brothers that have influential positions, they then give internships that those kids now get exposed to the things that they have affinity for, right? So a lot of this is actually happening in real time with Black men across the country.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, they've always had organizations like that as long as I've been alive. It used to traditionally used to be the fraternities doing that, the Black fraternities.
Right. And that's a component. That's a big component of it too that needs to happen. That part. So look, so it's an amalgamation. You have like what Ham talked. Like my daughter was in Jack and Jill. So Jack and Jill is national and it serves that purpose too. And so you have things like Posse Foundation. They do that too. It's national as well. But so say, for instance, like us, we have detention alternative programs, which is for the kids who are involved in the juvenile justice system. But then you have kids who DCPMP kids, meaning Child Protective Services. You know what I'm saying? That get into sent to the mentoring program and things like that. Kids with mental behavior. So long story short, you can make it look however you want to make it look. So I don't, there's no reason to get hung up on that part of how that would look and who it would include, because all we know is that there are kids who need it, because we'll argue about that part. There's no need to argue about that part.
No, I'm not arguing that kids need it. What I'm really concerned about is the effectiveness and the outcomes of such organizations, because these organizations have been around for a long time.
Why are you worried about that? Why are you worried about that? Why are you worried about that?
Why am I worried about?
You say you're worried about what you're worried about is the effectiveness. Why are you worried about the effectiveness?
Because if you look at our community and the numbers and our voting patterns, it's almost like they're not really influencing a lot of people in mass. They're just influencing a few people.
What numbers are you looking
at?
What
I'm talking about is if
hold on, y'all.
to.
Hey, y'all got my bad. It's 3:20. We 24 minutes into the 3-hour mark. I need the extension to the show, or I'm gonna skedaddle. All right, it's Friday. The extension is $100. Y'all could crowdfund it. That means one person can send $1, the other person can send $10, and we can get to the extension. Otherwise, we will see y'all in the Discord. Y'all got 5 minutes to extend the show. Cash App DJ HAMP 1. Let's see if we can get it done. Go ahead, Gerard. My bad.
Okay. Oh no.
I know where he's coming from.
I'll just kind of land it there, but
I know where you're coming from, but because I have a buddy here in Plainfield, New Jersey. He's been working with kids for his whole life.
You got friends?
Just one or two.
Oh, okay.
Thousands of kids going through Plainfield, going to college and stuff. It's a personal thing for them to get educated, STEM and all that. But in terms of how they still vote or how they think, I can guarantee you most of them are still liberal minded.
Why would you?
Because it matters.
That's a problem. That's a big problem. It's a big problem. I think anytime when I hear a black person say I'm independent minded, you know what I really hear? I just hear disgruntled Democrat. They are still on the plantation. They just don't like what the Democratic Party is doing, so they just label themselves.
Y'all are snatching victory.
They're just moderate. They're just basically moderate Democrats.
Well,
what black people need to be is moderate public.
It doesn't mean these kids are not successful, Sean. I mean, they could be successful men, women, but I'm saying the psyche is still broken.
Well, what I want to know is why y'all two keep taking the conversation backwards. So I'm confused.
It's not backwards because we have elements of what you're saying. But I can see.
I think people struggle with having strength-based conversations. Like that's look, and so that's one of the things. No, seriously, I'm dead ass serious. That's one of the things that it's important to teach kids, like having a strength-based conversation. Everything doesn't have to be pessimistic or
like the conversation, but that doesn't mean it's straight.
Like, me and Fantastic was talking about something totally different. Now we back to this. Like, why we back to this, bro? Like,
because I think that's a component that one of the reasons why the Manosphere is not moving forward. Why is it getting a lot of criticism? Because you're not you're not changing the advocacy into policy. You cannot. I told you, laws change people's behavior.
Gerard, where you live at?
Laws give people incentives and they give them deterrent.
Gerard, where you live?
I live in Dubai, but I grew up in America.
So what if I live in
Dubai? So what if I live in Dubai?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Here to help us. You want us to do all the work.
I got family in America.
You want us to do all the work.
I go back. So what? I mean, so what? What difference?
Why you said that ain't right. Sean, he want us to do all the work.
Exactly.
Why he out here with them sand niggas? Nah,
I'm out of here. I'm out. Goodbye.
And Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne.
Oh, he left.
Mr. Payne.
It's 1:00 in the morning here. I gotta go.
Damn.
All right, man.
Hey, send some at Dubai money. Send some at Dubai money so we can get this thing started. Send some at Dubai money.
Hey, listen. Since I'm on here, I want you guys to know that I do Dubai real estate. So if you want to buy some property,
send some of that Dubai real estate money so we can get this thing going.
Hey, brother. Hey, I'm trying to get some gold, brother. Fuck that.
No. Dubai real estate better than gold, brother. I'm telling you.
Crazy shit.
All right. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
So how we looking, Hemp? In 5 minutes, are we done or what? What's going on?
No, we good. Yeah, they even my boy Audie, my boy DC donated, man. Somebody check on him, make sure he all right, man. Damn. Hey, Audie, I love you too. I know you know he don't like shit like that. Damn. Hey, so Sean, what they done halted the conversation, huh?
Man, determined. And look, this is the crazy thing about Mr. Payne, right? He in Plainfield. Plainfield is a county over from where I'm at, right? And so the mentoring programs I'm talking about is literally in Middlesex County. You know what I'm saying? Me being assistant director, literally Middlesex County, and I got all the outcomes, bro. So it absolutely works. You know what I'm saying? And it actually
I didn't say it didn't work. You misunderstanding me. I think it's a great thing that you're doing. I'm just thinking, are we changing minds, or we just put more intelligent people back on the plantation? That's where I'm coming from. I think our mindset is broken. And listen, I voted for Hillary Clinton, goddammit. All right. And I'm sitting down here trying to figure out, why did I do that? I just like every other black person, we were born into the Democratic Party and a Democratic way of thinking. And at one point, it wasn't a bad thing. But now, these people are crazy.
Look,
you know what I'm saying?
Don't tell me to leave one plantation and go to another one. What I'm talking about is building our own table. What I'm talking about is that, bro. I don't care about left or right. I'm talking about, hey, what are the things that we have in common, our common interests, and let's start there. Everything else becomes divisive. If you know what I'm saying, when you think about
it. Man, it's not divisive, because I agree with the program. I just asked you a question because, like I said, it's not divisive, but because you still vote. Regardless of what you're saying, you still put a vote every election for mayor, for local person, for governor, for president. You still vote, right? So it matters, because that's where the legislation comes from. So all I'm just trying to say is, I don't disagree with your program. I think it's great, and I wouldn't, if I was a part of those programs, I wouldn't talk to the little kids about the intricacies of what I'm talking to you about, because you don't want to put that kind of thought process out there. We're going to focus on the focus, but just putting more smart people onto the plantation is not helping at all, because the way they vote matters. Matters. Anyway, so that's all I have to say. And now that my eyes are open, I can't close them.
Did you vote for the Did you vote? What's the red guy name? Come on, orange guy. Oh, come on.
Trump.
Yeah. Did y'all? I forgot the nigga name. Did y'all vote for him? You voted for him?
Yes, I voted.
Oh, I forgot his name. Mr. Ty can't have a brain fart.
Stop it, bro.
You lied, man. You lied your ass. So you had
that ass. You know this shit. My mind,
a New York light nigga talking about he don't know who Trump is. Get him out of here, nigga.
I know who the nigga is, but I forgot his name for a second. You know what I'm saying? I don't think about the orange nigga every day.
Neither do I.
Motherfucking, they told me that, hey, Hamp, go buy that Doge shit. That shit ain't worth a motherfucking thing.
Oh no, stay away from that.
If you didn't get on that before 2021, it's dead.
Yeah, no shit. I know. Go buy that shit, Hamp. Fuck out of here. Then I got this other one. They told me go buy Trump Media or some shit.
No.
That shit in the dumps, nigga.
Yeah. Maybe when he's out of office, maybe it'll be a good time to get back and look into it when he out of office. Because when he got out of office, how y'all doing, man?
What's going on, Coach?
I want to come up on the mentoring, man. That's me all day, man. I put my skills up against anybody walking through YouTube when it comes to those young men in the world.
Yeah, I blew any chance I had with Sean.
Let me ask y'all a question before Coach first. So the numbers been dropping. Is it because we are being productive?
You know it is.
Is it the bald heads? Pause.
Hey, that's just sexy as hell. They mamas know.
Is it the slow talking? What is it? I wonder.
Nah, man, it's a combination of, like you said, it's no nigga-tainment, Hamp. Again, man, this come with the territory, man. This come not just YouTube, but everything. If you do not have some level of contingency and some type of back and forth or banter, be it, you know, incredibly disrespectful and serious, or even, you know, playful. Again, these niggas don't want this shit, Sean. I know you say it's pessimistic, brother, but we all know this.
Yo,
right?
I noticed when Sean come up, you get a little quieter.
What do you mean? I get that man is his room, man. It's no. What do you mean?
Is that who is Bane or Joker?
We be debating all the time, man. Hey, the one day we agree, you know what I'm saying?
If you Batman,
they thought we was gonna have a fight on a Friday, man.
Get the man his props. Like everybody, like, bro.
No, I'm just saying, Batman had to cheat to beat Bane, though.
Nah.
Hey, speaking of that, I was having an argument with the nigga formerly named as Robin yesterday in the Discord, man. Your boy CJ, man. We got demoted for being Robin.
Oh, absolutely.
Let CJ live, man. God damn.
Hey, so you good with him being your number 2, Mr. Fantastic, or what?
Man, CJ all the way, man. Shout out to CJ.
That nigga cleaning the Batmobile nowadays, nigga. That nigga the custodian that Wayne, man.
I ain't gonna tell him. I ain't gonna tell him what we was texting about. I ain't gonna tell nobody. I ain't gonna tell nobody.
That nigga gardener now, man.
Hey, I'm a good GM now. Goddamn. Hey. If FBL was on the market, nigga, I'm shopping. Goddamn.
That nigga trying to say, nah, we 1A and 1B. Fantastic. Looked up like.
If Joker's a free agent, nigga, I'm trying to get Joker's. Goddamn. Fuck out of here.
Oh, God, man.
That's crazy.
Damn, man. What's up, Mr. Ferg? What you got for us, man?
Oh, man, you know, typical Friday, man. It's good these conversations take place, but, you know, just to the point of young man, the message, like I've been saying it for a while, man, the message need to go beyond the YouTube. YouTube is already sort of burnt out as far as a lot of men coming to the space already went through the fire, right? So they're going to fight that fire for a while, especially when they start finding their true identity, their true independence. You know, a lot of brothers are breaking free from those rhetorics that we've been falling under for the last 50 years. All of our lifetime, we've been under it. So this is a new space, a new voice. And I think, again, and I'll say this and I'll just go to them. I think women are underestimating the brothers. Over the next 4 or 5 years, brothers going to be a whole different package to deal with. And I don't think the sisters are paying it too much attention because I believe they're going to try to still hold on to that feminist ideology that we've been under for our last 50 years. But as far as mentorship, listen, you can write curriculums, man. The curriculums are not that hard. Just got to compartmentalize it. Come up with your values, break your values all the way down. Make it in a system where you engage the parents too, bring them into those circles separately from the youth that you and young men you're trying to talk to. You have to sit them in a circle and you have to let them air out all of their garbage. You have to let them get it all out so they can start rebuilding a new thinking process. You know, you can't let them swallow in the garbage. Everybody know they got some form of trauma, whether it's from mom, dad, not having mom, dad, grandma. But I think, you know, as far as curriculums, man, hey, anybody got something? So you got to do is contact the assistant principal, you know, have it all in black and white, man. Have you some values. There is money allocated out there, millions of dollars for programs. You know, you can do it through the school directly, or you can get grants. Grants, you sort of going to have to fall into, you know, whatever think tank they have for their direction they want to go. But I think when I was doing it in Chicago, shout out to Orr High School, every school on the west side, Bogan High School, Marshall, let me see on the south side, let me see, O'Keefe Elementary, Paul Robeson, Park Elementary, Bogan, and Bowen. Shout out to those schools, man. But if anybody's going to do it with the young man, the way I approach it is I never let them say what they couldn't do. They can do it. They already are that. And a lot of them, they have to trust you first. They're going to trust your word. They're going to trust your action. If you say you go do something, you got to do it to them. They go challenge you too. I'm bald-headed. I'm Mr. Clean when I first walk in the room. And I'm accept it. You know, I can't get caught up in them being teenagers and throwing cracks on me and joking. That's part of manhood. Even when y'all was teens, y'all got cracked on. So I look at it with them. And a lot of them are looking for direction. They just don't know which way to go. But, as long as when they get to a point where they can trust you, you can't separate yourself like you always have everything I say is right, and let them know you make mistakes even to this day. And when they begin to trust you, your word and your action, and you can advocate for them, only when it's righteous, though. You can't hit them with the Bible early because they ain't into nothing religion. But bring those mothers in early. Father, I've talked to fathers in prison. He's told his son that I can't wait for you to join me in prison. 10th grader, end up with $200,000 worth of scholarships within those 2 years. I talked to young women who was thinking about deleting themselves, and they would cry on my shoulder. I keep you a box of Kleenex. But the young people, and I say, as our parent hear me says all the time, if you can find a way to get into those structured environments like a school, then you can do damage. Well, good damage in a sense. You can turn things around because you catch them as a freshman. By their senior year, they didn't think they can go to college. Now they're in the top of their class. They started doing more push-ups. They done played sports. It's a lot of ways, but they have to trust you. And a lot of guys, we understand trauma. Black folk understand trauma. You can go read it. You can go talk about it. You can do all that. Kids don't want to hear all that. They're trying to figure out a way, how can I get out of this trauma? And once they can realize that, then you see a big change. My last thing, to be successful in those services, don't you know nationally it's only about 20-30%? If you can get 20% improvement rate, you can be successful in it, which ain't that terrible, because if you flip those grades around, that's a F. That's a failure. So if you can find a way to change it to 75, 80%, 50%, 60%, those are wins for those kids going forward. Their futures. I got some young men right now. I think the oldest group is about 35 that I had at Oral High School. All of those guys are married. All of them are working. So I'll say about 85% of them are married. Most of them are about 85% and have families and working. So salute to everybody who give out. Give back to the young folk, man.
Hey, yeah, well, the $2 says, why do women confuse criticism with hate? Poppy froze. Hank DZ, salute.
Shit like that.
Love you, brother. Let's keep focusing on men.
Perfect.
Uncut, salute, my G.
Perfect.
Samson in the building.
Perfect.
Salute, Cuzzo. Thank you for the 12 euros. Gil DeQuan with the $2 says, less than 2% of black men are teachers, Mo. Samson came through. Samson, I don't know if you mean to attach messages to these, but I'm trying to check the chat, see if you got a message. Salute to Byron for the sticker. Popping. Samson one more time with the Samson, appreciate you, good brother. Hopefully love and support. I'll check the chat if you have an actual message. I know if people are super chatting for the first time, it may throw you off a little bit. I mean,
I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money. Perfect.
Poppy was good. Scam, what's up, man? I ain't seen you in a month for Sundays. How's everything?
I'm good. All is well.
Indeed, man. What's good? What you got for us? You need a recap, or you been listening? What's popping?
Shit like that.
Yeah, I was listening, but I ain't gonna beat up on the Manosphere and take a break.
Okay.
That was earlier. But as far as mentoring, it's cool. It comes with a lot of responsibility. It can drain you. But don't forget that you don't have to be the one guy trying to do it all. Sometimes just talking to somebody one time, or your cousin, or them other, just making sure you're putting some kind of positive in it. Like everything's built brick by brick, one thing by one thing by one thing by one thing. As long as you're doing one thing positive and continue to do that, things will get better. Or at least you're doing a form of your part. But a lot of people have a mentality where, I'm not saying specifically, where you got to be some kind of black superhero or the blackity god, and or if you can't be the one to go change the world and go change the political system, then it ain't enough. Honestly, some stuff is going to be what it is, but you can do something that can change your environment, starting with yourself first. Let's be real. But you can't say one thing and talk one person off the ledge. You can't change one person's diet. You can't increase the confidence in one female or male. This men and women, because women need guidance too. Women need encouragement. But we all do understand the life of pain. We all do understand people not having confidence, or people understand waking up and wish you'd have never woke up. Most people have been there. Yes, most people fantastic have woke up one day and wish they hadn't. Wish they, man, I just want to go to sleep. Just ain't it.
Most, no, sir. Nothing supports
Yes.
that data,
Yeah,
brother.
most.
Nothing whatsoever. Most, no.
All right, cool. Not most, none of them. Anyway, people be on the ledge and you don't know when and where they are. Most people do have low self-esteem also. That also.
Are you okay, brother? That's not a cry for help, is it? I'm being serious.
No, you're not. But it's cool.
I am.
Yeah, no, you're not.
That's why I say I'm
good.
being serious.
Cool.
Are you okay?
Like I said, you don't know what people are dealing with. Listen to them. One thing by one thing. Might look good on the outside and they bleeding in the inside. Be there for the people. Go ahead, fantastic. Talking points. What you got?
Brother, I sincerely asked because you just showed a trait of, a person that may be thinking about self-harm. When you speak in general statements saying that everybody else is doing it or most people say it, that's one of the traits they give us in training, right? So that's why I asked you seriously, and I was not joking. Are you okay?
You need to go back. I think you need to go back to training.
Okay, well, there's several other men. One is is a mentor, and Sean is also an advocate, and he's officially trained. So
He's right.
I don't go back to any training. So see, you're the prime
you just
example.
wanted to take a shot.
Well, it was my turn to talk now, brother. So I didn't interrupt you at all, right? Outside of trying to
do the opposite. This right here. Do the opposite
of
that.
The opposite of what? Caring about a man up here talking about most people are are thinking about. Come on, bro. What are we doing? But you got it, brother. There's no need for me and you to go back and forth. It's never going to be
like
eventful.
people don't see this picture. Like they don't see this picture. What's going on?
Well, are you Scam, to clarify, you saying that most people have had a suicidal thought, or most people are suicidal?
A suicidal thought, or a moment, or a time. But then out of that, there's a percentage of people who suicidal or a form of
depression.
Yeah, there's levels. But most people have been in a dark, ridiculously low spot before.
Okay. Is that how that works? I'm not I don't know enough about that. But if someone makes a declarative statement like that, are you guys saying based on your training and understanding that's projection?
No, it immediately triggers your thoughts. Literally immediately triggers your thoughts to wonder, to go a couple levels deeper to see what's going on with the person. So I would have reacted the exact same way Fantastic did. I would have reacted.
You're trained as that. As anybody, whenever a person speaks to that, to where everybody's doing it or whatever, and they're very dismissive of the idea of it, right? To everybody knows, you're supposed to ask a probing question or whatnot.
So you want me to pretend like I'm there or something? I mean, I don't know what you want.
I didn't want to do anything. You answered it, and I left it at that. I didn't keep whatever. And like I told you, I was being sincere because you said something. Like I said, when I frowned up, you replied to me. I didn't say anything. I stayed on mute, and then you said done, and you said something to me directly, and I started talking, and then you started interrupting me, brother. So again, man, if you disagree with me and other people that have had actual training in this shit, go right ahead. But I mean, at the end of the day, nigga, I don't care about you specifically. Fuck it now. If I saw you,
so if you didn't care, what was the point of acting like you was? I'm concerned. It was bullshit. You know it. And I cared before.
I cared before.
Here comes the ignorant shit. Here comes the ignorant shit. Right there.
Well, I accepted what. Listen, when I cared, you didn't want me to care. So now I'm gonna respect your wishes and not care. Good luck.
Are you finished? That had nothing to do with me, no way.
I never heard that before, Scan.
Well, Hamp, do you think most people, white, black, Hispanic, whatever, you don't agree that most people have low self-esteem?
No.
Self-esteem?
Yeah.
I think that there's self-esteem. If you question it, I wouldn't be surprised. I think simply because the majority of people are overweight, and I think that people know that they're overweight, and I think that affects people's esteem, like body, you know, how they see themselves.
That's a start, but yes.
So I think because if I just liken it to the statistic of being most people overweight, I could see how you can come to that conclusion.
But if most people is fat, then
wait. Well, let me just be clear. In terms of, make sure y'all speak. But in terms of low self-esteem, that's what I'm discussing. I'm not talking the suicide thing. I don't agree with.
No, I got you. Even with the self-esteem part, right? So no.
Okay.
A lack of confidence isn't the same thing as low self-esteem.
Oh,
Low
okay.
self-esteem and
Maybe
lack
I'm
of
confusing
confidence.
that. I'm confusing that then.
So yeah, so what
that's
I say
what I
like,
feel. That's what I feel, and I'm saying feel.
people may have people may have a lack of confidence, but low self-esteem, no.
Yeah.
Like it's fat. A motherfucker fat and they take their shirt off every day. It takes a level. So yeah,
But they wear a shirt to the pool.
Yeah, and they take it off. That's confidence.
Most of the fat people are at home and they're not going to the pool for that very
Wow.
reason. You just see the ones that are there. You don't see the ones that won't go.
Kids ain't got a chance, man. Look real.
Hey, Dusto, man, glad you good, bro. Glad you good, man.
Yeah, I was more referring to your cousin than people you talk to might be going through something.
Mm-hmm.
But if y'all, I can act and pretend like I'm going. If that'll make y'all happy,
not at all.
Okay, cool.
Not at
No,
all.
I get it. You're saying being kind when you can, right?
Yeah, and other well, I ain't gonna keep going. I was gonna say something else. Never mind.
All right. Well, I want to kind of ask. I don't know if Poppy's about to chime in on this specifically, but do y'all disagree with both speculations that most people have?
Both the self-deletion and low self-esteem, both of those things. Yeah, both of those things are inaccurate.
Absolutely, they are. So even working with kids with mental and behavioral health issues, literally, I mean, the vast majority of them do not have ideations.
Not at all.
Oh, I mean, the vast majority of them do not. Literally,
yes.
You're gonna see it more with adults.
The ones who do are the outliers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that gave me cause for pause if those things be true.
No.
You're gonna see it more with adults than you see in kids.
Wow.
Okay.
You're saying the genesis of it usually starts as in a kid, Sean?
Absolutely. It starts in kids. It starts with different diagnosis codes. It starts in the different depressions. It starts in the implicit and explicit trauma. I promise you. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, Dusto. We just disagree on that. We just disagree on that.
Yeah.
Poppy, what's good?
Yo, what's good? What's good, family? How you doing?
All
right.
Yeah. You're talking about the whole Manosphere thing.
I mean, we can. We talk. We've been up here for 3 hours and 50 minutes, but yeah, we talked about it. Like, do you think the Manosphere has helped men?
Man, I want to talk about these hoes, man. Me personally, no, I'm just playing. Man, fucking hoes. So, yo, in the 3 years that I've been around, that I've been jumping on these panels, I think overall, it helped. You see what I'm saying? It helps, because it kind of like, for me, it's like you got it like a move on to the next level. You see what I'm saying? And I do believe that the Manosphere is leaving a lot of money on the table, right? To push it where it needs to go. I think in this little plan that I got in my hand, I think the Manosphere need to go corporate, right? Selling lifestyle, because it will fall under the whole lifestyle thing, right? It needs to go corporate, and then it needs to be structured like the army. You see what I'm saying? You know, like we got the army. but we got 4 different branches. I mean, how many branches? It's 4 of anyway, and then divide the work, right, into the Marines, Air Force. You see what I'm saying? And it gotta be like the Temptations, right? One sound, one voice, because a lot of people saying different things. And also, I think, like I say, it's the right message, it's the wrong crowd. That's what I believe, him. It's the wrong crowd. A lot of these niggas is like 40s and 50, man. It's a wrap for them. You see what I'm saying? I think that message got it because a lot of the stuff that I heard, that I be hearing, I heard that when I was like 15, 14. You see what I'm saying? And I still end up doing the wrong thing, so it didn't work. You know what I mean? So I believe you gotta get to because I believe this will be benefit the youngins way better than this old ass nigga that be around here, right? And I believe you gotta go corporate, and it gotta be divided. I mean, the work gotta be divided, right, into different branches. Especially, and everybody gotta have like a own. Like they be having chapters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I believe that we have a better because in that person on that particular city, it will be in charge to reach out to the youngins. And me personally, I will start out with the youngins that are in juvenile, because that's like the best time. Because in juvenile, you're not a full blown criminal. You see what I'm saying? It would be in juvenile, I'm sorry, juvenile, right? And
Poppy, I got a
also,
question though on one of your things you said.
I don't got no answers. No, I'm just go ahead.
This one. You said it's a rap for these niggas. So the niggas is a rap for when they got complaints about women. What you think their motive is or intent is?
I believe you learning how to deal with women is a skill. I believe that, right? If you don't know how to deal with these bitches, my nigga, by the time you're like 25, it's a wrap for you. I'm sorry.
25?
Yes, I'm sorry. Because that's a skill. You got to know how to maneuver this. You got to kind of like maneuver these bros, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's a wrap for a lot of them, right? And to me, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even care about these bros like that, because the manosphere, from my understanding, is supposed to about men getting to that bad, men getting, like, you see what I'm saying? Men getting to some sort of trades and career. That's my understanding. Maybe y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. But that should be more about that females, women supposed to be the byproduct of a nigga doing good. Because at the end of the day, bro, I don't care if you I don't care what you do in life, whether you're doing the illegal thing or illegal thing. Most men want to take care of the woman anyway, right? They're going to win by default. You see what I'm saying?
What you mean? Oh, the women's gonna win by default?
Yes. So it shouldn't be focused on them at all. Because even when I was in the street, bro, I still used to take care of a woman. You see what I'm saying? The same way they take care of them right now. You see what I'm saying? So they're going to win by default. So focusing on women is, I think that's not it. But I get it. I understand it, because it's a business at the end of the day, and women by nature, they're chaotic. So they bring entertainment. They're gonna jump over here and talk shit. It's gonna activate super chats. It's going to activate bounties, because these hoes cannot help themselves anyway. Women want to be where men are. If every man move to the moon, these hoes will be at the moon 2 weeks later. You better believe that. Complaining why we move to the moon. That's just how it is, bro.
I thought it was the opposite.
No, it's not. No, it's not, bro.
Okay.
Well, again, man. Listen, bro. That's the thing, though, and that's what everybody don't realize. This is why shout out to Tyranny. Tyranny came up here, bro. We are not talking to the hoes. We talking to the bros about the hoes, if anything. And for the most part, nobody's even out here telling a man how to get a woman or whatever. Well, I can't say, I don't know. The dating coach niggas is the whole shit. The game niggas is like, talk to the one and all. Yeah, that shit is very few and far in between, bro. Most of the shit we talking about are the after effects of a black man being raised by a black woman through a gynocentric ideology of a whole race of people, and then not understanding the the whys, right? Why is this happening, or whatever. I told, and plenty of men that said this. Shannon said this when he came up here. Until this Manosphere shit, bro. I thought I was literally the only man going through the shit I was going through. Okay, I literally thought it was just because that's what the world was telling me. That's what, nigga, what you complaining for? There's no need in complaining because nobody gonna listen anyway. Nobody gonna care. And then you come to this point to where you hear other black men that's got the same issues as you, a bitch ass baby mama, child support issues, stuff going on at the job. And it's not just a relationship dynamic, it's just living as a black man. I don't understand why niggas got so offended and got a problem with it when it switched from the barbershop or from the fucking locker room to the internet. I don't understand why everybody just became so fucking adverse to the shit once it got there. You know what I mean? And then, like you said,
No, I wasn't talking about you, Fantastic, though. Like, I'm talking about a small sector of the people that talk about this whole all day long, right? Because when niggas is at the barber shop, right? We don't talk about bitches in there, bro. We talk about everything except bitches. Man, the most we talk about bitches is like, she got a fat ass.
Yeah,
That's it.
You're right. Bad.
That's it. We talk about sports. We talk about money. We talk about music. Bitches is like 10% of our conversation at best.
Blanco, that's what I'm saying. So, right, you don't want to be seen as a weak ass nigga in the what's name and come to the, a random thing and talk me, yeah, man, my wife tripping, bro. She this, she that, she not listening, whatever, so on and so forth, right? Because those are your peers, those are people you live around, and no man ever wants to seem weak. Okay, what the internet did, bro, is gave you a buffer and it gave you a what do you call it, a safe space of sorts, so and so. Even though I'm not saying you need safe spaces, it was just to see, hey, and people like to call this shit trauma bonding. But bro, it's not trauma bonding. You can also motherfucking trauma heal. What is a fucking AA meeting? What is any addiction meeting? What is anything to where you have people that suffer from the same affliction, get to a public place and pretty much build a confidence. Be like, you're not the only one going through this. We have a program. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna work through it. We're gonna get better. Bro, I said, there's plenty of black men that have fucking been helped from this Manosphere shit, man. They're a network.
I agree. I agree, but I think. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, boss.
Go ahead, Blanco. You got it.
I think it's money being left behind, bro. Because at the end of the day, bro, all of us need money. All of us need more money, right? We want to have our kids in better position. We want our kids to have better life, right? And I believe I'm just throwing ideas, just creating a funding thing, right? Creating a fund and putting that money to work will do a whole lot more than anything else. Like I said, these bitches, my nigga, that would come behind. I wouldn't worry about these bitches, man. Half of them are ugly anyway. I don't know why y'all be talking about them.
Well, thank you for saying it, Blanco. When I said people be saying I be tripping, like most of these are ugly ass hoes, ugly ass, poor ass, broke ass hoes. But Blanco said it. I didn't say it. I just agree. It went on me this time. Blame Blanco. No, Blanco. What we saying is, I don't think that is, or I'm saying think. Well, I know for a fact the support is here, the money is here. It's just that again, it's extremely niche, and it's, bro. I'm not even gonna get into it, right? But it's other shit at play, right? Because people are literally taking all the shit we say, bro, and they checking the bag off of the shit that we talk about, right? This shit is gone mainstream for real. Motherfuckers on TikTok and Instagram, all the shit that motherfuckers been saying for 10 years or however long now, saying the same shit, but because they got a following, hey, they got it. It's just a fact of the matter that, you know what I mean, it's like brand building. Money at the end of the day, and then to look, most people aren't full-time content creators, man. HAMP got a business. I'm cool. I'm not looking for this. Now, I really don't want this to be my main source of income just because of how niggas are. Because I seen niggas turn on niggas and purposely stop the support. So now you can't eat because this is your main source of income. So that's another thing I know about niggas too. You say the wrong thing, niggas will turn on you. All right. So again, it's the thing, bro. But shout out to all the brothers. Brothers definitely support. The Manosphere could not exist without black men. Mostly, again, like I said, 90+% of the I would say the analytics would tell you like 90-some% men. You know what I'm saying? At least for Manosphere content creators, on the HAMP is more diverse. But no, man, brothers definitely support. But I think, like I said, when it comes to the mainstream aspects of it, it's just some internal shit going on and algorithm shit with YouTube. And it's not just us, because I saw Tim Pool complaining about this shit as to where, bro, people really don't understand just like what YouTube promotes and what they fucking suppress.
Yeah.
So that's a big part of it too, bro. Because like I said, over on Instagram, people checking the bag on this shit.
Yeah, and I believe, like I said, bro, I ain't obviously everything got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
I believe like a small sample size can be a starting. I don't know. I mean, HAMP is the coach over here, man. Hold on, let me finish Let me finish before I forget my points, man. Y'all be calling me up when I'm trying to
Cause
preach,
you
bro.
old as hell. Cause you old as hell. Come on, man.
But look, right, like grab a couple of those troublemaking kids, right, around 15, 16, 17, and quote unquote mold them, right? Because you start there, right? And then you start there, and after that, you can actually start getting funded, because that's where the money is with the nonprofit joint. You can get a whole lot of contribution from every area. Political contribution, city contribution, health, rich people contribution, all these people, companies. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, boss.
What both of y'all saying is right. What both of you saying is right, Blanco. I was speaking on this, and you came right in and say the cluster is what I've seen that YouTube doing. Somebody who's been working with young men and young women in those spaces that need it. YouTube has brought the adults together to get a similar message. Everybody's in their own little state, their own little region, their own little area, and they all speaking their language on how they gonna do it. We got brothers living from New York to California now, getting similar message. And this is a new message. Even you let's just go 5 years back. It's still a new message, because you still got oppositions saying it ain't gonna work. Don't do it. So I think it's helping some men who have gone through some shit in their life, and now they're starting to get back to a level space. But it also has to bring in those younger generations. And I'll say this: we can say exclude anybody, but you can't do that. When it comes to us forming a one, we need 6 to 66 to stand in the same line. We can't disregard, because the ones that are closest to the ones that are struggling the most, they doing the most fighting. They doing the most fighting. So I need our pain to stand with us. I need people 10 years older just to stand with us, because their message can resonate from a different path, just like yours can resonate from a different path, because what you're speaking from is confidence in you. So those same messages have to be spoken to the young man who ain't even got to the point of life yet. He's been a nerd all his life, been into his books. He's turning 21, 22, starting to get out here and feel women out. He's seeing what he's up against. He got sisters that act like the girls that he's outside with. So, but it gives him a space to talk and get different information. And it's not going to be 100% for a while. But I'll say it's time to get boots on the ground. Take these messages when y'all get off here with HAMP, go out and practice those things to those people who need that message, then come back and see what the results are. That's how it works.
And HAMP, the thing, and that's what I'm saying, like the thing that I'm saying is that it's better, it's more suited for the youngin. Because,
what age, if you was to go say a message needs to be given to younger people, what age would you say be best?
To be safe around 16, around 15, 16, around that area.
Right. So you saying someone of you go talk to 16? Yeah. Someone of you and all of us go talk to those 16-year-olds. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because I believe.
I believe.
Yeah, that's all.
I believe there would be because that's when you trying to find your way in the way. And also, they that's the age when you start doing wild shit. You see what I'm saying? So you grab them, and because you gotta show them something. You cannot tell the niggas give up the coke and the gun if you don't got nothing to offer to trade. You gotta trade it with them, right?
Yeah, I'm 100% with that. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Brothers like Brother Fantastic. I know I talked to our pain about this. those brothers need to hear y'all. They need to see y'all
They don't
show
want
up.
to hear us, man. They don't.
They need you, Poppy Blanco. They need y'all. Fantastic. They need y'all. Scam. They need y'all. HAMP is already coaching, but they need y'all to show up.
Man, I can be the architect, man. I cannot be telling the skills, man. I don't like people too much.
See what I'm saying? But
I'm an architect, man.
You want to play quarterback?
The point really is, Ferg. I mean, they gotta hear from younger people. They just want the older people to pay for the program.
Oh no!
Keep your mouth shut. Pay for the program. Let the young people relate. I'm not gonna sit down and talk to no young motherfuckers, man. They want to hear what I gotta say because I'm not gonna pamper them.
But they want to hear what you got to say. Ain't nobody telling them nothing. And they listen. When they come ready, when they come and they seek knowledge, they going to the people who've already been damaged. And somebody's already living in damage is going to tell them the world is going to treat you bad forever. No, you still got to stand up and make a way. I listen to the conversations for guys who had a father and gone to the military. The guys that went to the military, they come with a different level of confidence. Like, shit, we know it's fucked up, but you still got to fight through it so you can start seeing what your true vision is in life. We don't know what we are at 18 and 25 and 26 till we get there. But if you still crying about it all the way there, you're not going to see the big picture. And then I'll just see the difference. So people can make it happen. Young man, take advantage of these next 4 years. The world is coming to America. Be ready. It's coming. The Olympics is in California. The world is going to be here with the bag.
28.
So be ready.
2028.
I'm gonna say this on my bounce, man. Listen, bro. Coach Ferg is definitely saying something I think a lot of people are paying attention to. There's a major financial shift happening between black men and black women. A lot of these jobs they had before are not gonna be there. And again, that's not nothing to celebrate or whatever. But again, you're gonna see a change in the attitude, but it's for the wrong reason. And what I'm telling y'all is this: is there's gonna be a lot of men that are not gonna fucking fall back for the the BJ, and they gonna keep going their own way, right? They're gonna be out here and they gonna move. They gonna move. Blanco, I know you disagree, bro, but I'm telling you, dudes is not finna shack up, life up, and cuff these hoes like that, bro, because they needy. It's not gonna happen. I keep trying to tell y'all this. The young boys are not even thinking about it, and the old niggas know too well.
Yeah.
So now,
Fantastic. That would never happen, family.
You're saying it, but why, Blanco? Why should I tell you? 10, 15 years from now, you see these women out here fucking destitute as a motherfucker, bro, and niggas is not. Marriage is still going down, Blanco.
Yes, but they ain't gonna stop fucking. They ain't gonna stop.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But Blanco, that's the nigga's dream, just the fucking that's it. Get pussy and and she not.
But the thing is fantastic. Here's the thing, man. It hurts me to say this, man, but most men are suckers, man. Let's be honest. Most men are suckers. Don't listen. I don't believe most of these Negroes that come on these panels in these chats, but oh yeah, women this, women all this bull, they capping, bro. As soon as these ugly big backs put that pussy on them, it's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap. Hey man, I gotta go, man. Oh, shorty about to pull up. I gotta go. You see what I'm saying? Hey man, shorty, bro.
He's right, bro. Niggas love women. They love the affection, though, not just the vagina.
Yeah, but I'm not disagreeing. So
niggas
what I'm
kissing.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. So damn, that's wild. But
I mean,
I'm not disagreeing with y'all. But what I'm telling you is that is going to be for the niggas that don't got options, bro. The niggas that got options, bro. And I think I know for a fact we are underestimating the black men that are transitioning onto separate levels. Again, HAMP. Look at that. Remember, black women had 2 declines 2 years in a row. This is before DEI get removed. This is before the government jobs and shit went away, right? Black men are still going up. The trend. Look at the trend. Now, I'm telling you, this shit is not going to be anywhere in the same. So what you're going to find is, and we've seen it also, black men are having more interest from women of other races because these women understand what's coming too, and women want to be taken care of. These are women that are taught to be wives. These are women that are taught to be submissive. These are women that are taught to respect
most of the hosts are the same fantastic. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Bro, so hold on. You mean to tell me motherfucking Keisha and Suline the same bitch?
It's shit in America. They're most the same, bro. Trust me. But
No, but Mr. Fantastic, take this walk for a second, right?
in America, remember that. Go ahead.
Verbiage, though, right? And this is one thing I was looking at is perspective, right? The verbiage in which gets allocated those women is also different, right? So these Latino chicks don't listen, bro. The ones that you actually like, you don't want the square box Mexican. You want the Dominican. You want the Puerto Rican woman, right? And we say spicy Latina or some corny shit like that. But the truth is the behavior is unbecoming. But we give it a positive connotation. But that's actually the same behaviors that we fuss about in the black women, but we don't look at it, or our perspective is different when it comes to black women. But that spicy Latina shit, she's a dickhead. She ain't listening. She's an asshole too.
And I got you right.
The word is lie.
Let's say all this.
Most of these hoes are the same, bro. Trust me, I fuck them all, my nigga. Trust me, they ain't that much different from another, bro.
We see a different connotation for them, but then the black women is all negative. You see, like how we look at it is the perspective I'm trying to understand.
Well, Hamp, it's called a lie or a narrative. They grab the best black men. All black men, we's engineers, we's doctors. They grab the best one. Then they go.
You know Spanish. You know Spanish hoes stab you, right?
Yeah, you know I speak Spanish. I know you've been all over. I've had these conversations in English and in Spanish. It's the same thing. But
Okay, so I'm saying
they take the best. Yeah, they take the best of men and try to keep comparing them with the worst of women, and acting as if you go over here, it's some pie in the sky.
Even all that spicy
That's a lie.
Latina shit y'all talking about, so on and so forth. Shout out to all the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans. That Donald Poppy is something different. You feel me? Y'all know it brings some out of a nigga. But anyway, don't tell me how I know that. But listen, what I'm saying, right? Listen, at least she cooked, bro. All right, at least she clean, bro. And I'm telling you, if it's the best of two evils, niggas gonna go with that. These hoes ain't cooking, they ain't cleaning. They, like I said, I mean, it just is what it is. So again, man, just remember when we see this shit and y'all talking all this shit about niggas on this, niggas on that, it's gonna be a whole lot of. You'll see it, man. Hey,
you know what's your problem, Fantastic? Fantastic, you know what's your problem, bro?
What's that?
You incapable of love, bro. Like Princella said. All right, my guy. See you later, boss.
Oh, Princella whipped ass on the Manosphere. There ain't really things. They whipped that ass.
Oh man,
And took the money too. I'm just saying.
Well, man, I gotta go too, man. Gentlemen, I got
great show, man.
But Hamp probably get what I say, right? Hamp is like a football coach for like for high school.
Mm-hmm.
So you exactly understand what I'm saying, because high school start at 14, 15, depending on your birthday, around 14, 15, right?
14, 15, yeah.
So don't you agree they would be the better candidates to pretty much passing down the torch in a way?
Yeah, you can start as low as 7th grade. Yeah. 7th grade is good because
that's too young.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because 7th grade, you're starting to transition through puberty.
No. But you got to.
I work with 7th graders, and I'm telling you, 7th graders, they will do everything you tell them to do if you are true to what you're saying. They will follow you. They'll jump off a cliff.
But that's
I don't deny that
concern though, because they are children still. And
exactly.
So they will follow you off a cliff. Now, when his balls actually drop and he getting pimples and all that, now he got his own thoughts that you know what I mean. The life starting to be real. 7th grade, he can almost it's like a baby almost like
but that's one thing. That's what I'm saying. You have to do things age appropriately.
Catch him
as 8th grade, like you said, as they go into that 8th grade, most guys know exactly who they are by the 8th grade. They know exactly if they like a girl. You know exactly, man. Most dudes ain't going into high school. I'm telling you, it's 8th.
I know
in Chicago, they don't have elementary school. It's 1 through 8th grade.
I don't disagreeing with you, boss. I don't disagreeing with you. My thing is more like 7th, 8th grade. Those are like, that's what I say high school, because 7th, 8th grade, I want the kids. He's still a kid, man. He still needs to enjoy his kid life. That's his like pretty much his last year to being a kid in a way.
Yeah, I agree. But that's a part of the training to be a kid and not a lot of these 6th, 7th grades. They take
Hey,
life
let me
too
ask y'all a
serious.
question, man. Do
Be a
y'all
kid,
think
you're
that
right.
black women have worse behavior than the Latino women?
Most of these bros is the same. They just go about it different way, Ham. Trust and believe that, bro. Like,
And no, Poppy?
man, listen, man. When you are stunned down, Mac, man, all these hoes is the same, fam. They better get down or lay down. They better get down or lay down.
What
You
y'all
see
think?
what I'm saying?
They got the same behavior, better or worse? What y'all think?
I don't know. I
They all-
never dated outside those sisters.
The
so
same.
I really can tell you.
Same.
It's like this. It's like this, Ham.
How about
They
the
want
white
to
women?
compare. They want to compare the worst of black women to the
white
best of the Hispanic women.
How about the white women?
The same. You
White,
started feminism. They'll punch you in
white
the cheek
women,
and get away
white
with it.
women. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
White women is probably the most evil whore on planet Earth.
Sneaky motherfuckers too.
A white hole. I'm gonna tell you what's the difference, right? See, if you want me to point out the difference, man, right? A white hole, they playing for the long run. They playing for big butts. They stay around with your ass 5, 10, 15 years, man. A black bitch and a Latina bitch, man, them hoes, they live quick. They don't stay around too long. They bounce. A white bitch gonna get you in the long run, bro. You see what I'm saying? A Chinese bitch, shit, I don't know what they do over there too much, man. You know what I mean? They eating white rice and drop egg soup, some shit like that. A Taliban hoe, they probably the most quiet hoe would be a Taliban hoe, a Baba bitch.
So Taliban. Okay, so how you rank them, Scam?
That's how we call it in New York, Talibans and Babas.
Yeah.
I don't. But there's one thing I can say. I can say. If you're in the workplace, the higher up you go, Karen ain't no freaking joke. They can, ooh, God.
Yeah.
High level Karens. Whew.
Oh man, I remember that
But
movie
overall,
versus.
oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I ain't saying shit. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say, but they keep saying they take the worst of black women and then say, well, Hispanic woman was raised to be wives. And that's a damn lie. But you're taking the best of a culture that you may see on TV or whatever. It's a lie.
You prefer black women over the other women?
Initial preference is a form of black, but I'm in Florida, so there's a lot of Hispanic. Right.
But you saying like black, like at the very least, the look you prefer.
Pretty is pretty to me.
You think white women are as pretty as black women?
That's the last of my list. But hey, if that one over there, no, I've never dated a white. No, I've never dated a white woman. I've approached them before, talked to, yeah. But if that white woman over there is pretty and this Latina's not, then she's pretty and she's not. It is what it is.
Okay, but you said
that's not a whole grouping thing where all black women act like
no,
this.
no, all don't mean all. But your preference is black women though. Like if you had to pick of the litter,
probably be a form of black.
So you saying like a Dominican woman that's like Taino or something?
Form of black, be Haitian, Dominican.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Black, Nigerian.
Well, because what I'm saying is the Tainos. Well, that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, black girl they good, man. They great. To me, I'm the same way. Give me a black girl, can be black American, black Islander, black Haitian. It don't matter to me as long as I like colors, bro. So it's important for me to my kids to look like me. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
You can not get your kids ain't gonna look like you with a white girl. I'm sorry.
How about you, Coach Ferg?
Man, I've never dated anything but a sister. Now I will say this: with those sisters, give me the burnt black blue all the way to the high yellow, mellow yellow. I like all them flavors of sister. Every complexion of them. I've dated them all. Man, I ain't had too many problems with them.
Yo, Pep, you dated Afro-Colombians or Afro-Dominican, Afro-Rican?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I am.
That was your full Colombian.
Yeah, born in Cali, Colombia, raised in New York.
You related to Blackie? You know him?
Who the hell is Blackie?
Oh, you.
That was racist right there, bro. Like,
Look him up, bro.
Somebody's name. He got his name up.
Dated one Afro-Colombian. She was from Cali.
Yeah, man. Me personally, bro, I haven't had no problems with black. Like everybody got their own experience. You know, you gotta say that. You gotta say that. You know what I mean? I ain't had no problem with them at all. Like I always been cool with most of the girls that I've been with. Me personally, but I cannot speak for everybody. So
Now let me show you, because it sound like a. I mean, it was a joke, but hold on, let me show you this though.
yo, Ham, be careful, bro. If it is something that hurt my feelings, bro, I'm striking this channel. Remember that?
No, he was
striking this shit, nigga.
He's a gangster. This Blackie, look him up. Nelson Hernandez. When you get a chance. He was a part of Escobar cartel.
Oh,
yeah.
It's a different generation.
Escobar is in Medellin.
Yeah, but I'm saying he actually is Colombian. That's why actually, you know what I'm saying? So
they tripping.
Damn, man.
Yo, Pap, you been to Medellin before?
Yes. You threw me off, man. They call him Nietzsche. That's how they call. That's like nigga in English, I guess.
Yeah.
You threw me off when you said Blackie. You use the goddamn TV show name.
Blackie.
That's not how they call him over there, bro.
They got it wrong. I don't know what to tell you.
What?
They're using I think Narcos, right? That's got to be Narcos.
Yeah, but he was a real person.
Oh yeah, yes, no, he was. He was a hater, bro. Oh boy, was a hater.
Y'all got the same. Go look up this nigga.
I look better, bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm a beautiful dark skinned Negro, man. Sorry. Don't hate now, bro.
His hair out. That's why, you know, he in that ugly stage with the grow out. You know what I'm saying? Blanco, I saw your message. Much love.
It's my boy right there.
Just Jay in the building. Good to see you. Hope everything's everything. Just Jay with the $5 says, lot of psychoanalysis going on. Have a great weekend. JT with the $5 says, Blanco is on who thinks he's still a young nigga. Negro, you old.
Yeah. I am old. I'm in my 30s. I'm old. I'm considering myself old already.
Where you at? 35?
Yes, sir.
Ooh, favorite generation. Yes, sir.
All right there.
Don't start, Trey.
So Antonio with the $5 says, the Discord gonna be jumping tonight. That's a fact, though. Y'all better get in there tonight. Be prepared to take a shot. Perfect. Real shit, bro. That shit, there you go. That shit yesterday was fucking crazy. Damn, man.
So Hamp, let me ask you this. Don't you think that go ahead, I'm sorry.
You know what I mean? I don't be talking about Christians, man. I just want y'all to be better, that's all. Go ahead, Pop.
Hamp, don't you think how long you been doing this YouTube shit?
2 years, I think.
2 years, right? And in your opinion, do you think that Manosphere is a good thing? You don't care, or it's a bad thing? Well, where do you fall?
I think I understand what the goals are articulated to be. I think a lot of it gets lost in the minutia, in the arguments, you know. I think that the reason why things are being said need to be articulated first, and then you start to build your premise, right? I don't think a lot of people know why people are saying what they're saying. They just hearing them say it. But I do think if men strengthen themselves, we can baseline it back to the hierarchy as the Most High predicted it. But right now, shit is all out of whack, especially for our people. So I think that people will get divided to take a step back, and I think moving forward would be better for it. That's my general synopsis of it. But I see why people can take exception for sure. You know?
Yeah, overall, because like, for example, like right, I end up on these channels like by mistake, right? Because I was searching how to learn how to like invest money in the stock market. You see what I'm saying? I like that kind of shit nowadays, right? And I'm trying to like multiply my bread. It makes no sense to have money in the bank sitting doing nothing. And also, I be watching. It's this guy channel that I be watching. He be talking about real estate. His name is can I say a name? Or you don't mind?
It's positive.
Yeah, it's positive. It's real estate, bro. It's real estate. His name is Orlando Miner. He be talking about real estate, houses, how the market is doing, and every day. So I watch that, and I watch the JT Packet Washing guy. He be talking about finance and business all day long.
I see him, yeah.
Yeah, and to me, in my opinion, that should be Manosphere stuff right there. You see what I'm saying? You gotta find yourself. Somebody's talking about finance. Somebody talk about stats. Somebody's talking about whatever is that you interested in order for you to get some bread. Because at the end of the day, you gotta get a dollar. That's me. You see what I'm saying? That's man shit. Because Hamp, and you probably you correct me if I'm wrong, bro. When you get with your boys, bro, you talk about business all day long, bouncing ideas from each other. How can you make your business better, or where the money at, this and that. And then you talk about sports, and then you talk about music. Bitches do not come on those conversations in your real life. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, you're right.
Same thing with me. I think most guys are like that. But I get it why it's done on the internet, because that's the entertainment value. You see what I'm saying? I get it.
You know, and I think people, the viewers, a lot, they kind of expose themselves a bit too. So, like in a Discord, as an example, right? I created these different clubs and things of that nature. You know, so like a stock talk, mind your business for like entrepreneurship and things of that nature. Those things. So, and what I used to do, right, Poppy, I would shut down the talking chat while the club was happening, right? And then I loosened up on it. So now stock talk is happening, but the talk your shit channel is still open, right? And they just talking about whatever. You know what I mean?
Dick and pussy.
Yeah. The talk your ish will still maintain the 30, 40 people. And the stock talk that which would have 20 or 30 people now has 10, because the interest is in the talk your ish or mind your business. If it's not on a Sunday that the Discord is kind of quiet, you'll find that those clubs have a hard time pulling people from the everyday conversation. You know?
Yeah.
So even when you either have to force it, right? Or they don't do it. So like if I do a Bible episode, like, you know what I mean? Very rare. I'm not going to talk about nothing else that day, because I know that the biblical thing will get absorbed into the other shit, you know? So you got to be very pointed with that type of stuff, you know?
So now you understand what I say. It's a wrap for most of them, right? Now you follow me now?
Yeah, no, I understand. I just looking at the age though. You said 25. I'm like, that's kind of young.
Yeah, all right, let's bump it. Nah, fuck that. We can leave it at 25.
I think 35. If you kind of still having a rough time, you might be like, yo, damn.
It ain't 25, because think about it. As we've been hearing, and people, I guess everybody's neurologist, whatever, our brains ain't even fully developed into 25. So to say that they already doomed when they just starting to get
he already said 25 might be kind of low, but I think it's like 35. Just because I don't know.
It's about 35. It's about 35.
We try clothing and shit right that. Like we even try some other thing that's kind of lighthearted. So shout out to Mel. He just mentioned it. You know, we was talking about like clothing, sneakers, you know, shit like that. But I realized people don't know a whole bunch. Like I had these sneakers, right, Poppy? They black. They got like metallic butterflies on them, right? And they like, HAMP, nigga, but they are off-whites, right? People probably don't even know what that is. But like, it's like there's fashion, there's levels to like high fashion, premium fashion, and we try to like expose them. These motherfuckers just want to keep wearing Forever I Love Atlantis. I can't help you.
But what both y'all saying works in a way, because it has to be compartmentalized, right? Poppy, you're right. There has to be components where it's teaching the life skills as far as finances and things that's going to set you up financially. But they're also the biggest key component initially is to break those walls down, to break those mental barriers. That's the part that once they can release those things, whatever traumas they've experienced, whether it's with mom, relationships, dad, once they can knock down those walls that they built up, now they open to how can I grow my bag? What steps do I need to take to get to what's in my head? Because we all have it in our head. It sounds good. We done talked it over, dreamt about it, but to actually get it out and make it happen is a big component where a lot of people struggle because they still trying to fight whatever internal things that they deal with. And you have to sort of compartmentalize those things as a man when you're dealing with the rest of the world. I don't expect for you to care how I feel if my parents abuse me. You're not connected to me like that. If I'm doing business with you, you want me to come business ready, business savvy, and I can't come to you, well, my mama didn't teach me this, my daddy didn't teach me that. You don't give a damn about that. Your bottom line is how we go get this money.
And Coach, but if you don't fix that issue or address that issue, what's the money gonna do anyway?
But that's what I'm saying. You got to have those spaces where you compartmentalize it so you can deal with that. That's what I'm saying. You got to break that down first. Break down that wall. So now when they come to Poppy, he got this real estate. Brother, he can hit him with the how to be a righteous with the word. Everything has to be compartmentalized so they can get it, so then they can open up. That's my dog. I'm sorry.
Yo, have you ever tried to do like a business live stream before, like a teaching? Yeah. What kind of business you got?
Moving
company. Okay, so you did that?
Real estate too.
You did that?
Yeah, I did it. It was probably my lowest engaged video.
You took the words out of my mouth. You read my man. Great minds think alike, bro. Right? That was my next words to say. I promise you, because I don't got a big channel like you, but when I used to go live often before, I had a guy that flip houses, bro. It was only like 10 people watching, bro. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, just to give you perspective, I remember it peaked at 160 people.
And you average what, 300-400?
Probably like almost 500, probably.
So that means you have 1/3, pretty much 1/3 of your.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, to be fair, ain't no need to be fair. Yeah, that was what it was. Like,
yeah, 1/3. It's literally 1/3. And then those niggas that didn't watch those joints that actually can, at the bare minimum, teach you a trick or two, right? Right?
Yeah.
Those are the same niggas that come. Those are the same niggas that come and talk about these hoes all day long. Talk about how they wearing weave and all that bullshit.
The crazy thing is, Poppy, out of the people, so I dropped the link. I said, let's run through a little like role play, like your 30-second speech about how you sell your business. It was 2 women that actually came up, which is almost like, damn, fellas, and one dude, but 2 women. One, matter of fact, I gotta give her props. Tyranny ran through her whole spiel. I fought. I was a difficult customer. You know what I mean? Like all of that. And then Alicia, she was doing something different. She a little bit more subtle too. Like she probably wouldn't even be her own salesperson, but you have to be to an extent. But they came up, pitched their stuff, and then So Solid came up. I remember because it was fun. It was a good stream, but it was just so kind of low.
Yeah, so that's why you cannot take a lot of these people serious, man. That's why you gotta get your group gonna be small and connect with the people that is, you know what I mean, that is trying to get there and go from there. But those are the same people that got mad shit to say, and I get the entertainment value, bro. I get it, and I'm never gonna come over here and tell people how to run the channel. That's not my business. All I'm gonna tell you is, man, get your money, bro. Whatever way you can, get your money, bro.
Yeah, and Poppy, I think here's what we need to clarify, right? And we about to get up out of here. Hit the Discord. That shit should be fun. But we aren't saying that these conversations can't be substantive. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's a place for everything.
And we have a real relationship talk about dynamics. I think people can definitely benefit and learn. I just wish that they saw benefit in all the things that can help you be successful in a relationship. We always talk about irreconcilable differences, right? But we know what people are getting divorced for. niggas lacking money, niggas lacking patience, nigga lacking communication still, nigga lacking time, right? And a lot of those things are what we discuss. And how you do anything is how you do everything. So let's say you do start a business and you're disciplined in it. A lot of the time, those things are transferable, right? Keeping a schedule, being on time, communicating clearly, especially when you have customers, you know, dealing with rejections, right? Dealing with pain points. Like my guys fucking, what did they do? They dropped like the refrigerator off the truck. And I'm like, what the fuck are y'all niggas doing? Right?
Dang.
In my head, right? They talking about, yo, the lift gate was shaking. I said, shut the why is it hanging off the back? Now, this is how I'm talking to them, right? But now I get on the client. Yes, Miss Johnson. We'll definitely pick up the refrigerator. We'll assess it to see if there's any dent and damages. If it's functional, we may try to replace it under a depreciative value, etc. Right? I said, if you mind, give the phone back to Will, please. Hey, Will, I'm gonna kick one of y'all niggas in y'all ass when you get back to this, you know. But you like turn it on and off. They're like, hey man, I had it strapped, but nigga, you ain't have it strapped. We was I had my guys at a forklift class to get certified, right? And so there was a bunch of other niggas from Target. They work in a warehouse, and so we do the forklift test to pass. Every one of the Target guys, they drive the forklifts every day. Every time that they try to get up off the machine, right, they got stuck. You know why? Because they only wore their seatbelt during the test. Them niggas don't wear the seatbelt for real. So every time they try to stand up, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers be bullshit, but it just fun. Every time they try to get up, they got stuck because they don't wear.
How long you been doing it? How long you been in the moving business?
I've been in the moving industry since 2013.
Because I got a homie. What you studying in the DC area, DMV area?
Yep.
You might know you might know a homie that I got. He in the same field. His name is DC. I don't know if sound familiar. DC, Delano. Yeah, he from that area.
It's probably 1,000 moving companies in DC. No exaggeration.
He do well. Homeboy do well. He got like a bunch of trucks on the field. He bringing half a ticket, bro. He bring close to half a ticket. DC, Delano. He got dreads. Light skin boy.
It's mad people.
Yeah.
I did mostly commercial. You know.
Okay, he do across the country, like from like Florida, LA, Washington, New York.
Yeah, I do long distance, but he sound like he's a long hauler, you know.
He said that's where the money at, and then he got like the way he structured his stuff, bro. Like I said, he brings a pretty penny.
Yeah, no, it's good, man. It's JG salute, man. G, 100%, man. I love that. I appreciate that for sure, man. We learn a lot from one another. Yeah, the long haul is good. And does he have a tractor, like a trailer?
Yo, he got 5 trucks, moving trucks.
Oh, the like 26-foot truck or like a 40, like a trailer, you know?
He got. I'll be lying to you. I know he got 5 trucks. I think he got the big joints that you get from U-Haul, the biggest one. Is it 40 feet?
Nah, 26 foot. Yeah.
20, okay.
On average, you could fit a 3,000 square foot house on a 26-foot truck. It's lucrative for sure, man. It's a good business that has so many different twists and turns, so many facets. Like we sell supplies, but then we also sell services. So even like taxation, you gotta learn about, you know. So it's a lot. It's a lot. You can be informed. Like we talk about moving, it hits so many facets. Your accounting got to be on point. Your accounts payable, accounts receivable. I mean, all of it. You know, people.
And then every city that he hits, he had like a, in a way, like independent contractors. So he don't have to have the workers with him. So whatever he get, he got a group. Hey man, I got this house on Jefferson Avenue. You see what I'm saying? I need 3 guys. 3 guys over there. Boom, do the thing. There's somebody gonna drive it, and that's how he keep moving.
We do that too. We use Moving Help, movinghelp.com. It's a U-Haul service. And you got, like you said, guys will sign up on there, just be a dude and his son. You're like, hey, you book them before you get there, you know? I'll be there this day, this time. Y'all come for 4 hours. If it take longer than that. Yeah, and that's how you mitigate your costs, you know?
Why don't you get Mexicans?
I got all black guys.
Oh, okay, I get it. Mexicans is mad cheap, boy.
I see all my guys between $18 and $22, so I try to pay them a livable wage. You know,
that would be your payroll. This is like your everyday payroll, then, right?
Every day? What you mean? Like
meaning like this is like the people you got in the payroll for sure. Like this is your immediate workforce.
Yeah, they're W-2.
Okay.
Yeah.
W-2. Why no 1099?
So that's the thing.
Work for him.
So when I'm the selling point, that's a differentiator. Is my guys are W-2. They're back because you're going into people's houses, and then my niche is 55 plus. So now people skeptical, taking advantage of them, stuff like that. So that's a level of credibility. So it costs, but a lot of that stuff is write-offs and shit too.
It is. That's write-off, yeah. So I mean, you got to pay. They still hit you with the employee taxes, then, right?
Yeah.
They should. Okay.
You good. There's a site, man. If you ever need some trucks, there's a site that I can turn you on to. You just bid on it. Some of those trucks, they be anything from the diesel, flatbed, the trailers, anywhere between 2,000 and maybe 15, 20,000 for those trucks.
Yeah. I have. So I did a couple times long-term leases. I had one 26-footer, but the maintenance be so crazy.
Yeah.
So I found that paying for the convenience of renting them or like long-term. I try to get that money back, but my margins are still pretty high. My margins are upwards of like 50%.
That's low. Well, what's the average on that market?
Margin?
Yeah.
35.
35?
I'll say 35% on average, right? Because I flat rate everything. And then my guys get paid. So I say, yo, listen, I'm paying you for 8 hours today. If you get done in 6, you still get the 8.
Right.
Oh, okay. Kind of like
anything you break. So they be on point. Like
yeah,
they're going
shit, get done early.
But then at the same time, they know if they break it, we go half on it. So I protect, you know what I mean? I don't absorb all the costs for everything.
Yeah.
And we use rubber bands too, Poppy. So we don't. So if we wrap in furniture, we don't use.
You don't use plastic?
We use straight wrap, but generally speaking, we use rubber bands as opposed to taping around it. So now you don't fray your blankets, and you could use a rubber band 1,000 times as opposed to using tape. You run out a lot of tape, and a tape roll is $3.
Yeah.
So I did little things like that. Yeah, you kind of save me or so. And we reuse a lot of stuff, so it's pretty good. I got good guys. I can't complain. It's a blessing. And then U-Haul,
and that's hard to find too, though.
Yeah,
that's hard to find, bro.
When I ask them for extra, they're usually able to do it. And I'll do shit like if there was a so-called holiday, I'll pay them like on that, like a day before that. Like they was doing like so-called Valentine's Day. They all got a girl and shit.
Yeah.
So I pay them that like a day before, and they be like, "Yo, appreciate it." But now I say, "Hey, this is a 12-hour job, motherfucker. Be ready."
Is your employee turnover crazy or they're steady?
I got the same 8 guys the last 2 years or so.
I
specifically the guys because we do packing too. We make beds and all that.
So usually you stay when they're treating you right, because I got the same 2 mechanics, the same detail guy. You see what I'm saying? I go to the same tire shop. When I get my cars and how to get them together. You see what I'm saying? They people treat me right, and they charge me, man. They charge me nicely.
Yeah, no, it's good, man. Hey, man, I appreciate y'all. I like y'all jumping to Discord. This was a dope show, man. We learned a lot. At least at the very least, I learned a lot about the Manosphere and shit like that. Salute to Obsidian. That interview was interesting, man. We're just gonna keep grinding, man. This might be risky. We almost have 40,000 subscribers. Matter of fact, let me check real quick. Let's see. We are at 39,814. So we're almost there. Next celebration is 50K.
Yeah, be at 40 by the end of the month, man.
Indeed. Hopefully this weekend, man. We see. I think I got something brewing this weekend, so we'll see. But yeah, man, y'all be safe. Jump in the Discord, man. Have a good weekend. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. You feel me? Take your $5 ass outside, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.